Even under such immense suppression, Sunless was still able to proceed forward. Step by step, she approached the enraged Shi Xiaobai. All the best," prayed Speechless. Sunless did not disappoint him, or it should be said that Sunless never disappointed anyone. Even though Speechless had been crushed till he was adhered to the ground in the end, Sunless was still walking. Even though it was a turtle's crawl, she finally managed to touch Shi Xiaobai's cheeks gently with her hand. "Came late," Sunless said softly. The last time, someone had taken the first opportunity away from her. This time, she had come late. It didn't sound like there was a great difference, but she had managed to touch his face for a second time. At that moment, the quaking ground came to a stop. The darkening skies lit up with a glimmer of light. The soul suppression that had crushed people to the ground vanished suddenly, and the black energy that constantly surged into Shi Xiaobai's body instantly dissipated. But a shocking thing happened at that moment. Shi Xiaobai, who had his face touched, suddenly stretched out both his hands to press down on Sunless' shoulders. He pounced and immediately pushed Sunless to the ground. Sunless moaned, as though she was in pain. She was pinned down to the ground by Shi Xiaobai. Holy shit! Was his bestial nature finally showing after he failed to rage? Everyone hurriedly got up and rushed to save Sunless, but they saw Shi Xiaobai, who was sprawled above Sunless, suddenly collapse. His head fell straight onto Sunless' chest. It looked like he was smothering himself with her breasts, but everyone noticed that Shi Xiaobai's hair had turned from silver to black. Fainted. Sunless immediately spoke, so as to assuage the crowd that was rushing over to prevent Shi Xiaobai from engaging in a lascivious act from panicking. Sunless held Shi Xiaobai's head and let her chest be his pillow before she sat up. "He's sleeping." Sunless gently caressed Shi Xiaobai's black hair. Her voice was warm and gentle, and her expression was even tenderer. "Ah! Sunless, you." Lu Yu, who was the first to approach, exclaimed suddenly. Everyone gathered over and saw 2 deep claw marks on Sunless' shoulders. Blood spewed out and one could even vaguely see bone. It turned out that Shi Xiaobai was not engaging in a bestial act. Instead, he had wanted to attack Sunless. If not for him falling unconscious at the critical moment, dispelling his silver-haired state, Sunless' 2 arms would have been ripped off and thrown into the air like the 3-level lords. However, despite experiencing such grave danger, Sunless was still able to maintain a gentle expression despite enduring the excruciating pain. One could even see a rare smile on her face. She caressed the hair of Shi Xiaobai, who was resting on her chest, as if she was caressing a treasure more important than her life. "Shu, don't wake him up." She looked up to gesture for the panicking crowd to calm down. At that moment, the 2 girls from the Mu family began to tear up. The boys around them were feeling deeply shocked. They felt that if Shi Xiaobai were to one day let down that girl, he was definitely not to be forgiven. Mu Lingxi quietly cast healing magic on Sunless' shoulders, while Speechless used mirror replication to heal her as well. Her injuries took nearly 10 minutes before they healed. Speechless sighed and said, "Let's go. Shi Xiaobai needs a quiet room to rest in. Sunless might also need to have her wounds tended to. Let's go back." Speechless' suggestion was met with agreement. Sunless hesitated for a moment before agreeing. There was no other reason because there was indeed a need for Shi Xiaobai to have a quiet room to rest, although she did not mind sitting there and be Shi Xiaobai's pillow. "Come on. Lu Yu, let's hold up one arm, and support him from each side. Little Shi and Yuesheng, help Sunless bandage her wounds." Speechless got Lu Yu, who was standing beside him, to help move Shi Xiaobai. Since carrying him alone needed a princess carry, it created a feeling of dissonance. As for Sunless, her shoulders were injured, so she could not bear the heavy burden of moving Shi Xiaobai. Furthermore, there was a need for her to tend to her wounds. Speechless' orders were always rather reasonable, so the group quickly followed his instructions. The returning team lineup was determined instantaneously. Feng Yuanlin would walk right at the back, while Speechless and Lu Yu would each cling onto one of Shi Xiaobai's arms. They would walk in the second row, while Mu Lingxi and Mu Yueshang would help Sunless bandage her wounds. Pulp Farmer would walk at the back to watch their backs. Speechless did not relax even when it came to the returning lineup. He proceeded in the safest way possible. It was because there was still a group of spectators above the basin that had not departed. Although they voluntarily opened up a path that could easily accommodate dozens of carts, no one knew what incidents might happen. There was no harm in taking precaution. Everyone proceeded as planned. Feng Yuanlin walked carefree despite Speechless reminding him several times to be on alert. Mu Lingxi and Mu Yuesheng each stood on one side of Sunless as they helped her bandage her wounds. However, since it was in broad daylight and with so many eyes watching, Sunless only wrapped 2 bandages around her clothes. There was a need for her to take off her clothes and be bandaged again when she returned. Pulp Farmer demonstrated an excellent quality completely unlike Feng Yuanlin's. He was constantly wary of the back and even released the 1,000 paper cranes as a preemptive warning system. He nipped danger in the bud. Speechless began to raise topics for a conversation in an attempt to make the team's heavy mood turn lively. You don't say. This emperor remembers that only one trial taker can obtain the recognition in the 7th level's world. When the sole person to clear the level is made known, the remaining trial takers would be forcefully expelled. This emperor is very sorry because all of you would be forcefully expelled as a result of this emperor, said Speechless. Why? Lu Yu followed up in a friendly tone. Because based on the performance of the battle, this emperor's performance was probably the best, right? With exciting commands and a perfect plan, this emperor had led everyone from a situation of despair to an outcome where we turned the tides of battle. If the assessment program were to choose someone to acknowledge, it will definitely choose this emperor, right? Speechless said as though it was a matter taken for granted. But the reason why we could turn the tide of battle was because of this penniless priest's telepathic relay, wasn't it? A brittle alliance could shatter at any time. Lu Yu felt that his hard work was not to be dismissed even if it lacked merit. It wasn't easy for him to be a mouthpiece which could not easily interrupt. Without this emperor's strategic orders, telepathic relay would have been useless, said Speechless with a smack of his lips. But this penniless priest recalls that the resolution of Shadow Shackles was all dependent on Sunless. Finding the core formation was all dependent on Pulp Farmer. Destroying the core formation was all dependent on Mu Lingxi. The reason why we could restrain Earthbound Yaksha was all because of Mu Lingxi and Feng Yuanlin, who protected her. Benefactor Speechless, other than you restraining Shadow Wraith for a short moment, it appears like you did not do anything special? Lu Yu looked baffled. He had the feeling that Sunless was more suited to be the MVP. This. Speechless began to stammer, but he quickly straightened his thoughts. With a light cough, he said, for a company to run smoothly, it obviously cannot be void of technical talent, but what greatly influences the company is obviously the chief executive that aligns the various departments and eventually makes the decisions. What this emperor did was no different from a chief executive. Lu Yu was surprised. Although it was twisted logic, what Speechless said sounded very reasonable. At that moment, Feng Yuanlin, who was walking right in front, turned his head suddenly and tried to get in on the conversation, I believe, that. However, Speechless immediately exhorted Feng Yuanlin to be wary of the front by saying, don't turn your head. Watch your front. Feng Yuanlin helplessly turned his head and said, I can still speak without my head turned, right? Sure, what do you want to say? Asked Speechless. I think the person that should obtain the assessment program's recognition is boss Shi Xiaobai. Feng Yuanlin said loudly. With his boss being unconscious, as a lackey, he naturally needed to step forward to fight for his boss's reputation. TCH, Shi Xiaobai? Tell me, what did Shi Xiaobai do in this battle? Speechless said with a scoff. Boss Shi Xiaobai had killed 3 level lords, shouted Feng Yuanlin. Is that so? Think about it carefully. Can that monster that killed the level lords be called Shi Xiaobai? Asked Speechless. Probably. Feng Yuanlin obviously would not admit that the silver-haired devil was his boss, Shi Xiaobai. With that line of thought, the achievement of killing the level lords was indeed unlikely to be considered Shi Xiaobai's. However, Feng Yuanlin was disgruntled, so he said, but, boss Shi Xiaobai managed to hook up with. Hook up? Speechless asked in puzzlement. Hook up with who? Feng Yuanlin scratched his head and said, I remember that boss Shi Xiaobai had hooked up with some very powerful and dignified figure. But who is it? Why can't I remember it at all? Hey, beware getting slain by slandering Shi Xiaobai, by that son. Anyways, you understand. Although this emperor also thinks that the bastard is a Casanova, this emperor has no impression of him hooking up with anyone. It's normal if you can't recall it because there was no such person, said Speechless. Oh, is that so? It might be me remembering wrong. Feng Yuanlin thought for a moment and immediately felt like he was mistaken. It was as though it was a wrong impression that lacked any basis. That's why Shi Xiaobai did not do a thing in this battle. Instead, he was the one being rescued. It's impossible for the assessment program to choose him, right? It will not doubt be this emperor, said Speechless with a laugh. No, that's not right. Feng Yuanlin still found the matter somewhat odd. After he pondered for a very long period of time, he finally had a stroke of brilliance and shouted, that's right, boss Shi Xiaobai had tied with the Hero King. Bro, you were nearly killed. So it is beyond a reasonable doubt that you were defeated. It was just carelessness on this emperor's part. Furthermore, that Hero King was a fake. It was an imitation created by the assessment program. Didn't it say the truth before it disappeared? Shi Xiaobai's tie with the Hero King was not true, so it can't be considered something important, said Speechless. Fake? Oh, it's fake. Odd, why do I remember that someone said it's true? Did I remember wrongly again? Feng Yuanlin scratched his head in a distressed state. Did you have some strange dream last night, causing your memories to mess up? Or is it that this emperor's memory has problems? Hey, Luyu, pulp farmer, Yuesheng, what about your memories? Are they the same as this emperor's? Asked Speechless. They're the same. Luyu and the rest gave the same answers one after the other. Ha, it looks like I remembered wrong. Feng Yuanlin gave a stiff laugh. This conversation suddenly turned somewhat awkward when it reached that point. After a few minutes, no one made another sound. Only when Speechless found a new topic of conversation did it become somewhat lively again. At that moment, they were proceeding through the silent, desolate lands. On the way, they also encountered many citizens that were similarly on the way back. Although they did not let down their guard, to be precise, they referred to Pulp Farmer, who consciously remained wary of the back, as well as Feng Yuanlin, who was forced to constantly be wary of the front. Most of the time, it was Speechless who took the initiative to kick-start a conversation. The others would respond to him and it made the return journey not overly boring. However, just as they were past the halfway mark of their journey, something out of the ordinary happened. A problem happened to the three people walking in the second row simultaneously. First, it was Luyu on the left who fell to the left as though he was knocked away. Speechless, who was on the right, flew backwards as if he was struck by an immense force. And Shi Xiaobai, who was carried by the arms, planted his face straight to the ground in an odd manner. Shi Xiaobai. Boss Shi Xiaobai. Brother Speechless. Speechlessly, everyone exclaimed. Sunless was the first to rush to Shi Xiaobai, who had collapsed to the ground face down. Feng Yuanlin turned his head and walked over to help Luyu up. Mu Yuesheng had instantly turned around to rush up to Speechless, who was behind her. Pulp Farmer, who was behind, also naturally walked towards Speechless, who was closest to him. Mu Lingxi's eyes wavered from left to right for a moment. she had noticed Sunless, who had rushed to Shi Xiaobai's side. As the light in her eyes dimmed, she bit her lower lip before running towards Speechless. At that moment, Sunless had roughly probed Shi Xiaobai's body. When she realized that he was still unconscious and uninjured, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her head and asked Lu Yu, "What happened?" She did not see the culprit, nor did she sense any energy fluctuations. But why did the trio suddenly collapse to the ground? Was it some invisible force? The answer clearly wasn't that. Lu Yu hesitated slightly before saying with a sigh, "This penniless priest did not manage to see all of it, but the general sequence of events was benefactor Shi Xiaobai suddenly waking up. He knocked this penniless priest down with his elbow and then smacked benefactor Speechless in the chest. It caused benefactor Speechless to fly back. This penniless priest failed to see what happened after that. But maybe benefactor Shi Xiaobai had fallen unconscious again, causing him to collapse forwards since no one was supporting him." It sounded like the truth. If the invisible force did not exist, then the only way to explain how Lu Yu fell to the left, how Speechless flew backwards, and how Shi Xiaobai plummeted forward was Lu Yu's explanation. Furthermore, Lu Yu had no reason to lie. However, why would Shi Xiaobai do such a thing? Asked Sunless. Even if Shi Xiaobai had suddenly woken up, there was no reason for him to do such a thing, right? Yeah, this penniless priest happened to notice benefactor Shi Xiaobai's hair. At that instant, it was silver in color. This penniless priest cannot be sure, and keeps thinking that it's a mistake. After all, that instant was just too short. As Lu Yu said that, his expression writhed. For Shi Xiaobai's hair to suddenly turn from black to silver, before attacking a companion, it was probably an after effect of the enraged silver-haired mode, right? All of this could be explained, and no one else was injured after all. But for some reason, Sunless began to gradually frown. At that moment, the sound of a sobbing cry was heard nearby. "Brother, wake up! Don't scare me!" Sob. It was Mu Yuesheng's voice. The strong Mu Yuesheng was actually crying. What happened? Lu Yu exclaimed in query. He had rushed towards Speechless with Feng Yuanlin. Sunless carried Shi Xiaobai's body with both her arms as she slowly approached. Her shoulders were trembling gently. Clearly, it was still demanding on her to do such a thing with the injuries she had incurred. Anyways, let's cast our gaze towards the spot that was more urgent. At that moment, Speechless' eyes were closed tightly. His expression was extremely pale and he laid on the ground motionless. Mu Lengxi was bending over his chest while crying incessantly. Mu Lengxi had a hand over her mouth to stop her from producing any sounds of crying, while her other hand was constantly wiping away the tears that rolled down her cheeks. Pulp Farmer had a look of disbelief. Lu Yu and Feng Yuanlin rushed over, with the former asking loudly, "What happened, Dut?" The two girls were already silent from the sobbing. Pulp Farmer could only utter, "Speechless, Speechless is dead, there's no breath, no pulse, even his heart isn't beating. Speechless, Speechless has died just like that." Lu Yu's eyes widened as the color from his face drained. However, he immediately forced himself to calm down. He said loudly to the two sobbing girls, "Don't give up." Yes, even though all signs of life had vanished, it did not necessarily mean death. Giving up was not an option at such a juncture. Lu Yu thundered, "Mu Yuesheng, use your electric impulse to stimulate the heart. Mu Lengxi, use healing magic." "No, that's not right. Use magic that restores physical strength. Don't cry. Don't give up. Speechless might not necessarily die just like that, but..." Leadership was extremely important during times like this. Just as Speechless said, if not for his calm direction in that dire situation in the previous battle, which was analogous to gathering a plate of loose sand into a coagulated hole, it was impossible to reverse the situation. In fact, what Lu Yu had instructed were actions that Mu Lengxi and Mu Yuesheng had been attempting again and again before they were left choked in tears. However, the two were left in complete anguish when the magic and defibrillation failed to show any positive effects. However, Lu Yu's constant shouts of not giving up and to not lose hope ignited hope in them once again. Even though there was barely any hope, it had made them strengthen their will once again. Mu Yuesheng straightened her body and placed both hands on Speechless' chest. She carefully controlled the electric voltage needed for defibrillation. With such a superpower, she had naturally once studied defibrillation in the past. Mu Lingxi had begun using physical and energy replenishment magic on Speechless again and again. They were doing all that was humanly possible. Right, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Lu Yu was also doing whatever he could do as well. I'll do it. At that moment, Pulp Farmer demonstrated his heroic side. He did not hesitate to volunteer himself to take on the task of administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Lu Yu's expression stiffened. He felt as if he had given an incorrect command. He did not know if Speechless would thank him or kill him because of the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation if he was successfully resuscitated. Pulp Farmer was truly a man of action. The moment he said that, he crouched down and was prepared to give Speechless mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, as though he was not giving others a chance to object or snatch the mission away from him. However, there was someone who had snatched the mission away from him due to her closer proximity. A second after Lu Yu mentioned mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Mu Yuesheng had only hesitated for an instant before she reached out her hand to pinch Speechless' chin. She pulled it open as she leaned over to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. As she gave mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, she used her other hand to apply electric shocks to Speechless' chest. It could be said that she was giving her all. This scene looked extremely hallowed. Furthermore, the mood appeared rather serious and depressing, so Lu Yu, who nearly blurted out "wincest," swallowed his words. Speechless can definitely be saved. Definitely. Lu Yu said affirmatively. An hour later. Sorry. Lu Yu hung his head low. This penniless priest was just beside him, but for such a thing to happen, this penniless priest is deserving of death. Despite such profound remorse, the scene could not become any more solemn. At that moment, the colors of their figures should be ashen gray. That was because Speechless was dead. He had really died. He did not have any breathing, pulse, or heart rate after attempts of saving his life lasted for an hour. Furthermore, his body was becoming colder. But to be precise, Speechless had already been dead for an hour. It has to be a joke. Mu Yuesheng lowered her head. Her brown eyes did not have any luster to them, as though they were malfunctioning. All of this could not be real. All of this is a joke, right? Shi Xiaobai, who suddenly lost control of himself, had accidentally killed Speechless? His most respected friend killed the cousin she liked? This must be a joke, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472, Thank You and Sorry. Chapter 472, Thank You and Sorry. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Shi Xiaobai was still in deep slumber and he never woke up again in that period of time. Speechless similarly did not magically open his eyes once again. After 3 days, all that happened was his face turning paler, and his body turning colder and stiffer. Even the last preposterous hopes had been shattered by reality. Speechless was truly dead. He had managed to luckily survive having his left chest pierced by a sword, but he was killed by a smack that did not even leave him with any superficial wounds. He did not die gloriously in battle but was instead smacked to death by a partner that had lost control of himself after the battle. This laughable and ironic but ridiculous and tragic matter had truly happened. At that moment, in the Infernal Domain's Infernal King Palace, in a penthouse that was carved out to be a forbidden ground, Speechless' corpse lay quietly in a coffin. The useless mask that he had placed on his face in order to hide his identity had already been removed, revealing his extremely handsome face. He was not much different than the hero king who disguised herself as a male. Speechless had always been the most outstanding youth in China. Be it his family background, talent, ability, or looks, they were the cream of the crop. He became famous at a young age and did many things that not only rendered people speechless, but also left them in awe. The number of girls in China that were infatuated by him with only one-sided love were innumerable. When they left the tower, it was unknown how many hearts would be broken from the news of Speechless' death. And at that moment, there were 2 girls inside the penthouse. It was unknown how many times they had cried over the past 3 days. Mu Lengxi and Mu Yuesheng sat quietly in a corner of the penthouse. Their eyes were slightly red and puffy. Their expressions looked like they were in a trance. They were from the same family. By tracing the family tree, they were considered cousins. However, Mu Lengxi had been taken away by her magic teacher from a young age, so by the time she returned to the Mu family, Mu Yuesheng had already been collateral relatives because of her lacking talent and natural endowment. As such, only the slightly older Mu Yuesheng knew of Mu Lengxi's existence. It was only because she was Speechless' blood sister. As for Mu Lengxi, she did not even know that she had an elder cousin that had been forced away in the family from a young age. However, what they were facing was the simultaneous loss of a loved one. Similarly, they had wept over it for a prolonged period of time and were aware of each other's identity. Naturally, they had an additional feeling of being fellow sufferers. However, neither one of them attempted to console the other because they lacked that energy to spare. All they did was spend time together in the dimly lit penthouse. They had been silent, calm, and in grief for 3 days. No matter how much grief they experienced, they eventually had to force themselves to accept the fact that their loved one had passed away. Creak! The door to the penthouse was gently pushed open as Lu Yu walked in silently. The duo looked up to take a glance when they heard the sound before they lowered their heads once again. Lu Yu sighed silently as he slowly closed the door. He walked slowly to a seat on the other side. Seating himself down, he hesitated for a long while before he took a deep breath. Using telepathic relay, he connected the 3 people in the penthouse. "Can this penniless priest have a minute with the 2 of you?" Lu Yu said telepathically. Mu Lengxi and Mu Yuesheng slowly turned their heads and after a moment of hesitation, they nodded gently. Over the past 3 days, Lu Yu had apologized to them countless times. He had blamed himself from failing to prevent the tragedy from happening despite his close proximity. For that, they naturally did not truly blame him. No one could have prevented an accident they did not anticipate. However, they did not have the mental capacity to comfort him. As such, when they saw Lu Yu come in, they thought that he was there to apologize once again. They subconsciously avoided his gaze. But at that moment, from the look on his face, he did not seem like he was here to apologize again. "There is something this penniless priest wants to discuss with the 2 of you." Lu Yu sighed and said, "Benefactor Shi Xiaobai has not awoken yet, but he will wake up sooner or later." So, when they heard Shi Xiaobai's name, Mu Lengxi and Mu Yuesheng's expressions changed slightly. To them, hearing this name gave them mixed emotions. They even subconsciously wanted to avoid it. However, Mu Yuesheng knew that she could not escape from reality. "So, this penniless priest wants to discuss with the 2 of you what will happen after Benefactor Shi Xiaobai wakes up." Back then, this penniless priest saw Benefactor Shi Xiaobai's hair clearly turn silver. It is obvious he had not regained consciousness, or he would never have done such a thing. This penniless priest believes that he might very well not remember what had happened when he wakes up. As Lu Yu said that, he suddenly fell into silence. "Oh?" Mu Yuesheng frowned slightly. Lu Yu sighed once again and after a long moment of hesitation, he said, "If Benefactor Shi Xiaobai wakes up and knows that he killed Benefactor Speechless because he lost control, he would definitely feel extremely distressed. But we all understand that the deceased is gone. No amount of remorse can rectify things. It will only exacerbate the grief, so this penniless priest wishes that this matter can be withheld from benefactor Shi Xiaobai. More importantly, with the Li family's elder generation practice of protectionism, if they were to know of reason for benefactor Speechless' demise, they would employ ruthless means to kill the murderer of benefactor Speechless as a form of revenge. They would not care if benefactor Shi Xiaobai was innocent or not. The Li family is a powerful faction. Even the Hero Association will not be able to guarantee of benefactor Shi Xiaobai's safety, much less Gaia. Furthermore, even if they can protect him in the near future, they can't protect him forever. The Li family will not rest, so this penniless priest wishes that not only will this matter be withheld from benefactor Shi Xiaobai, it will also be kept a secret from the world. Sorry, this penniless priest knows that it's a very selfish act, but... Mu Yuesheng raised her hand to cut him off. I understand. Withholding the truth will be the best for everyone. I share the same thoughts as you. Even if you didn't mention it, I would have mentioned it sooner or later. So, there is no need to think that you have done something that has let all of us down. We know very well that Shi Xiaobai in that state had even injured Sunless in his frenzy. If he had a bit of his consciousness, he would absolutely not have done that. Therefore, the murderer who killed Brother Speechless is not Shi Xiaobai, but that monster we have no idea about. That is the truth. After 3 days of calming herself, Mu Yuesheng had returned to that strong Mu Yuesheng after collapsing in tears in the silent desolate lands. Thank you. Lu Yu needed his glabella. He looked somewhat exhausted. Clearly, he had not had a good night's rest for the past 3 days. I also. At that moment, in Lu Yu and Mu Yuesheng's minds, Mu Lingxi's voice gently sounded. I also wish to hide the truth, because, if it was my brother, he would definitely have done the same. The blow dealt to the girl that was the youngest among them was nearly the greatest. The person she liked had killed her brother. With her age and experience, it was no doubt a serious tragedy. Up to that moment in time, she was still bearing hopes of a pitiable fantasy how great it would be if all of this was a nightmare. But even so, she was able to muster the courage to be strong when she was needed to face the situation resolutely. Speechless had 2 good sisters. Shi Xiaobai had 2 good friends. As such, the tragedy that had happened would not result in another tragedy. This was probably the silver lining, right? Thank you. Sorry. Lu Yu did not know what sort of mood this was, so he had to say those 2 sentences, but when he walked out the penthouse once again, he felt that the sunlight that illuminated him today was a little cold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473, As long as there's love, it doesn't matter even if you are siblings. Chapter 473, As long as there's love, it doesn't matter even if you are siblings. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. After Lu Yu left, the dark penthouse fell into silence once again. Mu Lingxi and Mu Yuesheng had thought of a lot of things over the past 3 days. Actually, even if Lu Yu did not say a word, they would definitely not view Shi Xiaobai as the murderer. That was because Shi Xiaobai in his silver-haired state was no different from a devil. It was void of humanity from the way it ruthlessly ripped the level lords into pieces. Furthermore, it had nearly ripped off Sunless' arms. How could such a devil be Shi Xiaobai? Therefore, all of this was just an accident, a natural disaster. That was what they thought, as well as what they believed. Drip! Suddenly, the sound of water dripping to the ground echoed clearly in the gloomy penthouse. It was especially clear in such a silent atmosphere. Mu Yuesheng looked over with a turn of her head. Her eyes constricted slightly. Under the dim candlelight, tears were constantly rolling down the silver-haired girl's pallid face. She was struggling to wipe them away, but it was in vain. Logically speaking, such crying had happened countless times over the past 3 days. It could not be considered odd, but Mu Yuesheng knew that it was different this time. You are forcing yourself to give up, right? Mu Yuesheng let out a soft sigh. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly stretched her hand out to touch the girl's silver hair. Mu Lingxi slowly looked up and met the slightly puffy brown eyes. She could see a sense of gentleness in them, but the grief in her heart became more unbearable. Tears burst out incessantly. You are forcing yourself to give up your liking for Shi Xiaobai, right? Mu Yuesheng said gently, all of us do not think Shi Xiaobai is the murderer, but it is a fact that Brother Speechless died under Shi Xiaobai's hands. We are unable to deny it, nor can we escape from that fact. As long as you see Shi Xiaobai, you will recall that painful matter. You can no longer like him without care or concern like before. You are unable to convince yourself that none of this had happened. Therefore, you are trying to force yourself to give up on the liking you have. However, giving up isn't that simple. Giving up is more painful than you imagined, so you can't stop your tears. Is that right? The words precisely described the feelings in the girl's heart. It made Mu Lingxi gradually widen her eyes. Be it the fact of lying to Shi Xiaobai or concealing the truth to the world, she could do all of that easily. It was because she felt that it was the right thing to do. By doing so, she could put an end to the tragedy. But the only person she could not hide from or deceive was herself. The murderer that killed Speechless was indeed not Shi Xiaobai, but it was an irrefutable fact that Speechless had died under the hands of Shi Xiaobai. She had no idea what sort of feelings or expression she should have when facing a clueless Shi Xiaobai. The moment she saw him, how could she not be reminded of her elder brother's state of eternal slumber? How could she make herself forget a tragedy that she could not forget for the rest of her life? She could no longer be like her past self to care freely and naively like that boy. No, she didn't even have the right to like him anymore. That was because with Shi Xiaobai's intelligence, there was no way for her to keep a perfect facade in front of him. She lacked the confidence when it came to keeping the secret under Shi Xiaobai's interrogation. Therefore, to her, the deceit of Shi Xiaobai that Lu Yu had mentioned was equivalent to avoiding Shi Xiaobai. She had to give up her liking of Shi Xiaobai, be it to safeguard the secret or to prevent herself from being reminded of this painful memory. However, giving up was not an easy matter. It was not something she could accomplish by stealing her heart. It was because she was not as firm and resolute. Mu Yuesheng had seen through it all and she had said it out, straight to her face. Why? Mu Lingxi questioned in her grief. Hey, Lingxi, I like Speechless. The like between man and woman, said Mu Yuesheng suddenly. Mu Lingxi widened her eyes before reaching out her hands to cover her mouth. I've liked him from a very young age because he was always able to do things I couldn't. He would always bravely accomplish dreams that I did not even dare attempt. In my heart, he was a true hero. Mu Yuesheng said softly, back then, when he stood in front of me, sounding his objection angrily at those adults and scathingly denouncing the unreasonable rules of the Mu family, my face was drenched in tears, but my heart was laughing in joy. That was because he had done something that I had backed out of despite having desperately endured and had a crazy wish to do so. So, from that moment onwards, I made up my mind that I would never back off against any matter. That is like how an ordinary girl likes him ordinarily. Her liking was so genuine that it prevented anyone from raising doubts against it. Mu Lingxi's gaze gradually turned soft. Although she was astonished, it was not something she found it hard to accept. But clearly, what Mu Yuesheng wanted to say wasn't that. She sighed lightly before saying, but we are cousins. We are related by blood. So, I know my liking will not have any outcome. It's impossible for there to be an outcome. This is a liking that I had to give up sooner or later. In the end, all that will be left is grief, regret, and remorse. The words that took a sudden turn made Mu Lingxi furrow her brows tightly. She clenched her fists quietly and was about to open her mouth to say something. But upon recalling that she could not speak, her expression turned flustered. That's not true. It shouldn't be like that. She shouted in her heart. But I still chose to like him. Suddenly, Mu Yuesheng gently smiled. She stretched out her hand to hold Mu Lingxi's tightly clenched fist. She whispered, even if there's no outcome, and even if you will never be together, so what if you have to lie to him forever, preventing from ever knowing? Can all of this be more painful than forcing yourself to give up on that liking of yours? True regret is not that you cannot be together with him when you like him. It is when you like him so much but have to resolutely choose to give him up when the time comes. After having heard what Mu Yuesheng wanted to convey, Mu Lingxi's tightly clenched right fist gradually loosened. So, avoiding Shi Xiaobai does not mean giving up on your liking of him. That's because liking a person doesn't necessarily mean you must be together. So, she had said so much just to tell her that. She was truly a fool. Mu Lingxi nodded her head vigorously. Even if they were destined to never be together, there was no need to give up on her liking. Yes, that's it. The tears finally came to a stop. Mu Yuesheng gave a gentle smile as she raised her hand to caress Mu Lingxi's head. Since Speechless isn't around anymore, let me take care of his younger sister. Come to think of it, I'm her elder cousin. At that moment, Mu Lingxi suddenly turned around to pick up a writing board beside her. She picked up a pen and quickly scribbled on it. Moments later, Mu Lingxi turned the writing board over. Mu Yuesheng's expression changed drastically when she caught a glance of it. The writing board read, "That's not the case. Even if you are cousins, you can still be together. Brother doesn't care about things like blood relations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 474, Warming Each Other. Chapter 474, Warming Each Other. Translator, Sitolan. Editor, Sitolan. That's not the case. Even if you are cousins, you can still be together. Brother doesn't care about things like blood relations. Mu Lingxi had written that line on the board. Mu Yuesheng's expression changed drastically when she saw that. A drop of sweat oozed out of her forehead. Brother doesn't care about things like blood relations? Wait a moment, what was the meaning behind those words? Why did Mu Lingxi believe that Speechless thought nothing about blood relations? Could it be that Speechless had done something to her that ignored their blood relations? Or else, why would she say such words? Why do you say so? Could it be that Speechless did something to you? Mu Yuesheng immediately turned flustered. Mu Lingxi immediately shook her head and turned the writing board to face her and began scribbling once again. Mu Yuesheng felt like a cat on hot bricks. She felt as if the strokes on the writing board were scratching at her heart. What was going on? To say that he did not care about blood relations was terrifying upon careful thought. Not long later, the writing board turned around once again. Mu Yuesheng hurriedly focused and it read, "Brother did not do anything to me. It's just that brother has always liked Little Ant. He kept insisting that he will marry Little Ant in the future and that he doesn't care about blood relations." Mu Yuesheng was surprised. Speechless liked his Little Ant? That meant he liked his mother's younger sister? Wait. If she did not remember wrong. If I recall correctly, Speechless and your Little Ant is that person, right? The Mu family's strongest person, one of the top 10 S-class heroes in China. Mu Xian that has the title of Queen. Mu Yuesheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That's right. Little Ant is very strong and she's very pretty. Brother often says that Little Ant is the #1 beauty in China. He would not marry anyone else but her, wrote Mu Lingxi. Wait, if I remember correctly, Mu Xian is now 28 years old, right? Their age gap is more than 10 years. Could it be just a joke? Right, it must be only a joke, right? Things like marrying my father when I grow up. A joke like that, said Mu Yuesheng. Mu Lingxi shook her head and suddenly turned solemn. She wrote, "It's not a joke. Brother was serious. For little Ant, Brother had rejected the confessions of many girls. Brother really likes little Ant, although it has always been one-sided. However, Brother made a confession last year. As the writing board could not contain all her words, Mu Lingxi's stunning words stopped at a cliffhanger. Confession? That can't be. Was it successful? Mu Yuesheng nervously held her breath. This time, Mu Lingxi did not nod or shake her head in reply. Instead, she took her sweet time writing on the board. It was as if she wanted a particular girl to die of anxiousness. After a few moments, she stopped writing and raised her board. Of course he failed. Back then, I had actually peeped in hiding. After Brother confessed, little Ant was very angry. She gave him a thorough beating, sending him into the hospital for half a month. I was rather far away back then. Little Ant had lowered her voice and said something I couldn't hear. But it was definitely a rejection. Brother suffered quite a setback and remained gloomy for months. A thorough beating. It does sound like what the rumored queen would do. Mu Yuesheng wiped the sweat from her forehead while she remained unsure of what to make out of it. However, Mu Lingxi immediately wrote, "So, Brother doesn't care about blood relations. Things like cousins not being able to be together, no way." In order to comfort her elder cousin, she had dug out her brother's hidden past. Such a sister was sick. Speechless has never changed after all. He always does something that I want to do but never dare to. Even things like a confession. If she knew earlier, would she have mustered the courage to confess? But such an if was just an if. With the present situation, nothing could be changed no matter how much regret there was. She no longer had the chance to tell the boy of the truth in her heart. Mu Yuesheng suddenly felt very upset. In the end, all she could do was chase after his back, but she did not have the courage to do whatever she wanted like him. Mu Yuesheng fell into silence once again. The gloomy penthouse that managed to finally have a bit of liveliness was once again shrouded by a dead silence. Blood relations might be traversable, but what about the distance between life and death? Speechless was dead. That was the truth. Such a truth was really cruel. Mu Yuesheng felt her eyes felt a tinge once again as her vision gradually blurred. It appeared as if those irritating tears were about to well again. Suddenly, she felt her right palm warming up with a soft touch. Mu Yuesheng looked down and saw Mu Lingxi's right hand grabbing her hand. Looking up, she saw Mu Lingxi's pretty and pallid face with smeared marks from her tears. But now, she was beaming with a gentle smile. That smile seemed to say, "Don't cry, sister. I'm here." Ah! Despite her being a younger sister and how I should be the one comforting you, why did it turn out to be you comforting me? Ah, how odd. How odd. But, it's so warm. Mu Yuesheng wiped the corners of her eyes and stretched out her hand to hold onto her sister's other hand. Shall we have a chat? Thank you. In that cold room, there is still you for us to mutually exchange warmth. It's nice. Outside the Infernal King's bedroom, Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin were standing on each side of the door. They were leaning against the wall with their eyes closed to rest their minds. However, none of them were completely relaxed. Instead, their ears were pricked up in alertness. Shi Xiaobai was still unconscious and he was sleeping inside the bedroom. And at that moment, there were two women responsible for taking care of the unconscious Shi Xiaobai. The two of them were terrifying women from a particular point of view. They were Sunless Yi and the Infernal Queen. These two women shared a room and simultaneously bore the burden to tend to Shi Xiaobai, such as wiping and cleaning his body. It was unknown if such welfare, that's wrong. It was unknown if such a mission would result in them coming to blows. It was a matter that was truly difficult to predict. Hence, in order to stop them in a timely fashion when they came to blows, Feng Yuanlin and Pulp Farmer took up the important role as guards for the past 3 days. The duo were actually beginning to doze off because the two women in the room were surprisingly cordial. They did not come to blows in the 3 days, and it was unknown what was happening inside the room. Therefore, it was impossible to imagine how they got along with each other and who gained victory at splitting the roles of taking care of Shi Xiaobai's body. Well, it was truly a curious matter. At that moment, an exclamation was suddenly heard inside the room. "Darling!" It was the Infernal Queen's voice. "You finally awakened." That was the Infernal Queen's delighted voice. Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin immediately widened their eyes as they looked each other in the eye with a tacit understanding. Boss Shi Xiaobai has woken up? Shi Xiaobai has finally woken up. After 3 days, everything had undergone tumultuous changes. Shi Xiaobai had finally awoken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475, Do You Dare Believe? Chapter 475, Do You Dare Believe? Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. More than half a month had passed since 1,000 rookies from the organization faction had entered the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower for the training selection. During this period, there were rookies that were sporadically eliminated. However, the results of the batch were rather striking. The number of trial takers that reached the 6th level had far surpassed prior trials. And the number of trial takers that had entered the 7th level was surprisingly 8, strangely one more than usual. The 8 rookies had spent more than 10 days in the 7th level. Matters regarding rookies did not have much of an astounding factor to China that had many major situations happening every day. The topic of conversation during this period was naturally lackluster, but it surprisingly welcomed a peak 3 days ago. Shi Xiaobai had killed another 3 level lords. With that, the 8 remaining level lords in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower had all been cleaned up by Shi Xiaobai alone. This matter that came with inklings of fantasy caused a topic that stirred the masses. Citizens began to discuss the matter fervently as it turned more intense over the past 3 days. And another matter that was related to the organization selection was pushed to the forefront at that moment. In Shanghai City, a landmark building stood in a business district that resembled a concrete jungle. It reached far into the clouds. And at the top of the skyscraper, there was a large white U-shaped table inside a spacious meeting room. Senators of all shapes and sizes sat by the table as they conversed in whispers, as though they were discussing something. It was noon and hot air swirled above the city. The interior of the room was extremely hot and stuffy, but the mood of the crowd's discussion did not seem affected in any way. A large door in the meeting room was slowly pushed open without warning as a short white-browed elder with a benign and kind countenance entered. He walked to the podium slowly, and following closely behind him was a tall and lanky beauty in a uniform. The uniformed beauty wiped her black-rimmed glasses out of habit. The unbridled discussion from the crowd sitting beneath her made her somewhat annoyed, but she quickly calmed down as she said with a serious tone, "Everyone, please quiet down." The uniformed beauty's voice wasn't loud, causing it to be instantly drowned by the unbridled discussion. It was as if the crowd had not discovered their existence as they continued their conversations. Were they trying to put them down a notch? The uniformed beauty sneered as she turned to look at the white-browed elder. In response, he slowly shook his head as he continued maintaining an amiable smile. The uniformed girl nodded and remained silent. The two stood quietly in front of the meeting room's podium as they silently watched the conversing senators like two silent statues. These senators were representing China's various organizations in the meeting. There was no lack of members of the upper echelons of top-tier organizations. In the beginning, they would maintain their politeness and respect for the white-browed elder, who was the organization's Senate's chairman. But after several meetings without an amicable outcome, they had finally ripped off the masks that hid their false pretense. Taking the other party down a notch before a negotiation was a common tactic used by the upper echelons of organizations who were accustomed to using their power to suppress others. The uniformed beauty sneered inwardly as she glanced helplessly at the white-browed elder. She was certain of one thing: if the benevolent-looking elder were truly enraged, a tiny application of a punishment or even naming the so-called organizational upper echelons would leave the true leaders of top-tier organizations so silent that they would not even dare produce a fart. The elder was good in every aspect, except for his maintaining of an extremely low profile. He was very accommodating. The uniformed beauty lowered her head slightly as she ignored the matter. Compared to wondering when the retarded senators would quiet down, she was more concerned with the plot of a television serial that she was following. From the preview, it was likely a Shura battlefield between the main lead and the second and third male leads. The uniformed beauty began fantasizing the plot and was soon immersed in her reverie. The senators that were conversing on the surface had, in fact, had their eyes trained on the podium. The corners of their mouths twitched silently as they felt that their act of defiance had figuratively hit cotton. Despite having the strength of will, they lacked the power. Soon, they found it pointless as they gradually quietened down. Regardless of the matter, the smile on the white-browed elder deepened with his goal achieved. He remained silent as he turned his head slightly and gave the uniformed beauty a nod. The uniformed beauty had just fantasized the male lead kissing the second male lead. The latter had struggled initially before relenting. Finally, at the moment of subservience, he suddenly pushed the male lead and cursed out angrily, "What joke is this? Why are you so proficient? How many times have you kissed the third male lead?" Such an interesting scene had been suddenly interrupted. She silently cursed the organization's upper echelons at their inability to continue their act of putting them down a notch or two. They were indeed a bunch of lame fools. However, work was work. She had to do it even if she was unhappy. With a sigh, she looked expressionlessly at the backbone of the hero organizations below her. Seeing everyone cast their gazes at her, she deliberately cleared her throat a few times before saying, "I believe everyone already knows that the academic faction will finish their selection today. The name list for the collective training was also submitted long ago when it was the match of the final 8. However, our organization faction has been dragging it again and again. We have delayed determining the final 2 candidates for the collective training. The association has been urging us and it has even given us a final deadline. Therefore, today's meeting will be the final round of discussions before we make a decision." After the uniformed beauty said those words, she swiftly walked to a wall beside the meeting room in her clacking high-heel shoes. She reached out her hand and pressed a button situated at a corner of a wall. A gigantic screen immediately rolled down and filled an entire wall. As a projector flashed to life, a series of text and figures appeared on the screen. The uniformed beauty pointed at the wall and said, "Everyone, please take a look. These are the figures indicated on the stone monument." It was completely determined by the assessment program, as well as the final score and rankings of the trial takers for this batch. The figures displayed on the stone monument was not complicated. Written in rows, each row only had a name and a number. The name represented the trial takers, and the number was the score that the trial takers had obtained during the trial. The score was determined by the assessment program and it was done with a specialized algorithm to create a summarized score. Therefore, the trial score was absolutely fair and authoritative. No one could doubt the values. And ranked from top to bottom was the ranking of the people with the highest trial score. The first place was undoubtedly Shi Xiaobai. With a high score of 95,601, he stood atop the rankings. As for second place, Speechless had only managed to barely break a score of 10,000. The score Shi Xiaobai had earned was extremely exaggerated. It had already broken the highest score in human history and it had even exceeded the previous record by more than 2 times. However, there was no debate regarding this score. That was because Shi Xiaobai had done a completely insane act. It was still a popular topic of discussion by the citizens of China. He had finished off 8 of the level lords. Other than the third level's Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign which had been conquered, the other 7 had been vanquished. According to expert analysis, the level lords of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower were at the Psionic Might realm at the very least. They were 2 full realms above the trial takers at the Psionic Mortal realm. In the past, the only person to kill a level lord was the Hero King, but Shi Xiaobai had managed to finish off 8 in one trial? He had finished off all the level lords that 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower trial takers feared meeting the most. Even though there was major news happening every day, Shi Xiaobai's matter had astounded every citizen of China. He was always trending as one of the top few on the search engines. How did Shi Xiaobai do it? Which organization does Shi Xiaobai belong to? Who is Shi Xiaobai? These 3 topics had taken up 7th, 5th, and 2nd in the search engine rankings up to today. It was common that some young hero would become famous after they appeared on a national, international, or even global tournament from a single match. However, no one had accomplished what Shi Xiaobai had done. About half a month ago, he was a complete unknown, but half a month later, he was practically known throughout the country. Finishing off the 8 level lords was not only an amazing miracle, he had also shown blessings on trial takers in the future. Only the heavens knew how many unlucky people had been eliminated by the level lords during each trial of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. There were also people lamenting over the lack of a Shi Xiaobai when they were back in the Psionic Mortal realm. In short, Shi Xiaobai had gone viral throughout China. Of course, compared to Shi Xiaobai, the upper echelons of the other organizations were more concerned about the people who entered the final 10. They wanted to know who were the rookies that would participate in the 2 factions' collective training. The stone monuments score and ranking were as follows. First, Shi Xiaobai, 95,601. Second, Li, Speechless, 11,111. Third, Yi, Sunless, 10,560. Fourth, Mu Lingxi, 7,320. Fifth, Mu Yueshang, 5,110. Sixth, Pulp Farmer, 5,021. Seventh, Lu Yu, 4,396. Eighth, Feng Yuanlin, 4,110. The first 8 were long fixed. That was because only 8 of them had reached the 7th level. As for the rest, they could at most reach the 6th level. And because of that, the trial score was only used as a form of evaluation. What was a life and death matter was the 9th and 10th place. The number of people that entered the 6th level was surprisingly more than expected. The official forecast that had an Mo and Zhou Chuchu in the top 10 were also in the lineup. Therefore, the ranking created by the scores was like a massive army crossing a lone bridge. They would be stabbing at each other in a tragic showdown. The citizens had believed that an Mo and Zhou Chuchu would emerge victorious eventually, but what shocked everyone was another hot topic of discussion among the populace which rode on Shi Xiaobai's coattails. However, it was not a shocking event, but a strange matter used as a joke after meals. 9th, Wen Hezheng, 2017. 10th, Kevin, 1992. Do you dare to believe it? 2 rookies from a second-rate organization that had not even reached the 10th level of the Psionic Mortal Realm had won the final 2 spots. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476, he objected to everyone's objections. Chapter 476, he objected to everyone's objections. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The upper echelons of the various organizations that made the backbone of the heroes felt their mouths twitching slightly as they stared at the screen. Although this was not the first time many of them had seen the trial's ranking score, they felt like their intelligence was insulted when they saw Wen Hezheng and Kevin in 9th and 10th place respectively. These 2 rookies from a second-rate organization, who were not even at the 10th level of the Psionic Mortal Realm, made them feel indignant and furious. If the evaluation score was not determined by the assessment program, they would have definitely treated the ranking as an underhanded scam by the organization's senate. Even though it was determined by the assessment program, they had already begun to suspect if the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Towers assessment program had finally malfunctioned or it had become retarded after more than 10,000 years. In short, when Ha Zheng and Kevin had managed to enter the top 10. They had even managed to squeeze an Mo and Zhou Chuchu out of the top 10. This matter was truly ridiculous and ludicrous. It was not believable at all. After the evaluation scores were announced publicly, the various organizations had sent intelligence officers to do a thorough background check of Wen Hajing and Kevin. They had realized that not only were they sorely lacking in strength, one of them was a Cyanite without any superpower genes. Although the other was an Esper, his cultivation talent was extremely mediocre. He was a greenhorn who lacked any true battle experience but remained extremely arrogant. Furthermore, they both came from Gaia, an organization that had long fallen to the second tier. Shi Xiaobai was from Gaia, while Mu Yuesheng was also from Gaia. Now, even the last 2 spots had been snatched by Gaia. A second-rate organization had taken 4 spots for the collective training? Are you going to be defying the heavens? The outstanding tree that stood out in the forest would be hit by the winds, let alone a tree that had long rotten? China's 7 most famous organizations, Zeus, Thor, Poseidon, Chaos, Muses, Darkness, and Templar, had collectively penned their objections to this matter. It was most evident from the incensed Templar, which did not even obtain a single spot. It declared that if the organization's Senate were to continue down the path with the insistence that the rule which everything shall be determined by the trial score, then Templar would split off from the organization's Senate. This matter had caused quite a stir in China. The organization's Senate could not withstand the pressure from the masses as well as the 7 large organizations' collective suppression, therefore, it had held a meeting for that matter. There had been 5 such meetings in the past. Every time, the conclusion was overwhelming. Other than Yama Minamiya, who represented Gaia, voting against it, every upper echelon representative from the other organizations had agreed to modify the rules. Reasonably speaking, changing the rules was not something important. It also did not hurt the organization's Senate in any way. Instead, it could even relieve the pressure that it was receiving from everywhere. There was no reason for the organization's Senate to not follow the wishes of the people and abide by the outcome of the meeting. However, the white-browed elder, Chairman Jiang of the organization's Senate, was the final decision-maker of the meeting. Every time, he would forcefully end the meeting with a simple sentence, "Let's discuss this at a later date." A courtesan from a particular organization that had ascended the ranks from under-the-table methods wanted to scream, "Discuss this at a later date? Why don't you fuck me first and quickly return to the discussion?" Unfortunately, Chairman Jiang, who was adamant, would flutter his sleeves, leaving without taking any wisps of the clouds away. This smiling and benign old man was a stubborn bull that did not flinch under threat, bribery, enticement, or soft tactics. The old man's surname was clearly read as Zhang, but maybe it should be written as stubborn. The organization's upper echelons ground their teeth in hate. Therefore, they had schemed the plan of putting him down a notch or 2. However, it was like a punch hitting the air. Thankfully, the Hero Association had begun exerting pressure on the Senate. Chairman Stubborn was likely to come to a compromise. The academic faction was ending its selection today. Its spots had long since been decided, and after dragging it out so long, the Senate had no excuse to continue dragging it out as the collective training was about to be effected. Today was the last meeting. The organization's upper echelons constantly exchanged glances. They were prepared to force an abdication. No matter how adamant Chairman Stubborn was, he would have to raise his ass and compromise. The uniformed beauty scanned the group of upper echelons as a hint of abomination flashed in her eyes. However, she hid it extremely well. With a sigh, she said, "Then, let's begin the meeting." Demons dancing in revelry. Oh. No, it was just the bunch of retards beginning their act once again. This time, it was unlikely they would be easily fooled, right? Indeed, just as she finished her words, a stout man who was about 2 meters tall stood up immediately. He shouted like a barrage of cannons, "Humph! I absolutely will not agree to let those two punks represent the organization faction to participate in the collective training. Without strength, they will only be disgracing the organization faction. I can't be disgraced like that." The stout man was dressed in metallic armor. A humongous axe was slung behind his back and his exposed arm muscles bulged out like rocks. He had a stubble on his face that was marked with perfectly round eyes. The moment he opened his mouth, it was like he wanted to enter a brawl with others. His choice of words was vulgar and boorish. He was Zhang Meng from the organization, Thor. People called him Brute Axe Boar. He was extremely powerful and was one of the few A-class heroes in China. He was also the only participating senator without much intellect. He was a brute that only spoke with his fists. However, such a talent could be the decisive trump card in particular situations. Of course, most of the time, he would cause more harm than good. Hence, Zhang Meng could make the leading charge, but he could not be the leader or the situation would collapse in less than 3 minutes. The middle-aged woman who led the Zeus delegation quickly realized this point. She interrupted in a timely fashion, "Brother Zhang Meng is extremely right. The strong reign supreme and the capable are esteemed. Wen Hajing and Kevin are too weak. Half a month ago, our organization, Zeus, had happened to have a battle exchange with Gaia. Back then, Wen Hajing and Kevin had represented Gaia in battle. The outcome was them being defeated in one strike by Zhu Yuan and Huang Peng respectively. The outcomes of both matches were determined in less than 10 seconds combined. Although Zhu Yuan and Huang Peng are considered rookie elites of our organization, they are far inferior to the Yi family siblings. Heartless Yi, who unluckily met Shi Xiaobai in the 4th level, had been eliminated early, but he could defeat the combined efforts of Zhu Yuan and Huang Peng alone. Question yourself. If Wen Hajing and Kevin, who could easily be one-shot by Zhu Yuan and Huang Peng, managed to luckily represent the organization faction in the selection, what sort of blow would it deal to Heartless Yi, who was many times stronger? The middle-aged woman spoke with greater aplomb as her expression turned to indignation. She said loudly, "I find it unfair for Heartless Yi. I find it unfair that rookies who had cultivated desperately with their lives were tragically eliminated because of a lack of luck. Based on what? What merits do these two trash have to represent them in the collective training? What right did these two trash have to snatch spots that belong to others? Everyone, put yourself in their shoes. If you were Heartless Yi, an MO, or Zhou Chuchu, would you be fine seeing trash you can finish with a single hand represent you to fight the academic faction's rookies? They would be hearing words like, even trash can participate in the collective training, but you were actually eliminated, ... How can they not be enraged by that? Do we have to wait till Wen Hajing and Kevin disgrace themselves completely during the collective training, and in extension, all the rookies' dignity, the organization faction, and the Senate's dignity before it's too late for regret?" The middle-aged woman's voice sounded agitated, but her emotional and logical appeal in her speech was filled with constant rhetorical questions. It made everyone feel personally affected, as it resonated with them. This was not only the middle-aged woman's excuse, but the thoughts of the various large organizations. It had even become the voice of the Chinese. Various organization representatives sitting below had visible changes in expression as they began to echo her with agitated comments. Wen Hajing and Kevin cannot attune the masses. I firmly object to it. Heartless Yi, and MO, and Zhou Chuchu, which one of them is weaker than Wen Hajing and Kevin? Isn't a selection meant to select the ones that are stronger, talents that are qualified to be representatives? The rule of letting everything be determined by the trial score is problematic in itself. Who can be sure that the assessment program would not be faulty? Change the rules. The rules need to be changed. We can't let children with true strength suffer such grievance. Hero organizations have always placed fairness in the forefront. This matter is too unfair. The crowd broke into an uproar as they unanimously shared the same thoughts. Changing the rules was an outcome everyone wished for. Zhang Meng roared with his head lifted up, "If the rules are not changed, I'm the first person to find it unacceptable. Change the rules. The rules have to be changed today. I want to see who the fuck dares to object to it." The meeting had just begun, but the mood had reached a climax. This time, everyone had torn off their insincere masks of having amiable discussion. They had chosen to use the most direct and brutal method. No one could object to their objection. No one. "I object." Yama Minamiya stood up with a deadpan expression. He was similarly in the meeting room with agitated feelings. Situated in the middle of everyone, he looked lonely, but he also possessed a proud sense of loneliness. He objected to everyone's objection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477, Dispute. Chapter 477, Dispute. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. "I object." Yama Minamiya stood up with a loud shout. He looked at the middle-aged woman with tightly puckered lips. His expression was stern and fuming anger was hidden within his glaring eyes. The seated upper echelons of the various organizations immediately cast cold gazes of animosity at him. The middle-aged woman narrowed her eyes as viciousness flashed in her eyes. Zhang Meng was the most direct. With an angry stare, he slammed the table and produced a deafening bang. It caused the meeting desk to tremble. A trash like he was objecting again. The boor, Zhang Meng, was not a person who followed etiquette. He only believed that Yama Minamiya was a person who clung on obstinately to his demands. He yearned to throw a powerful punch at him. If not for Yama Minamiya's only objecting vote in the previous meetings, which caused the meeting to end unceremoniously, there was no reason for Chairman Jiang to drag the matter this far. The 7 major organizations had protested in unison, while most first-rate and second-rate organizations had expressed their objections. The media and public had overwhelmingly leaned toward a side. Changing the rules of the selection should have been taken for granted. Yama Minamiya was only a division minister from a second-rate organization. His hero license was only C-class. His strength had only barely entered the psionic might realm. What right did he have to object to everyone's objections? If this were any ordinary period, Zhang Meng would have smashed Yama Minamiya flat. However, in the meeting, all they could rely on was the bite of their tongues. It was a competition of eloquence. Strangely, Yama Minamiya was an odd person. He was impervious to hard and soft tactics. He did not succumb to a show of force, so it made Zhang Meng, who was accustomed to speaking with his fist, to fail miserably. However, this was already the final meeting. Everyone had decided on losing all decorum. They no longer cared about Chairman Jiang, so Zhang Meng was obviously unfazed. However, Yama Minamiya did not even spare Zhang Meng a glance. He stared straight at the middle-aged woman and said in a deep voice, "Madam Chen, forgive me for disagreeing with what you said. They already possess the strength to defeat rookie representatives from Zeus, therefore, they are not as weak as you describe them to be. Instead, they are much stronger than a majority of rookies. However, you had deliberately avoided mentioning such a matter. Aren't you being too sinister with your intentions?" Furthermore, when Hajeng and Kevin both reached the 6th level, they were not weaker than an MO in Zhou Chu Chu. It's not impossible that their scores are ranked 9th and 10th at AT. What right do you have to deny the results of their hard work? I admit, they might come from Gaia, which isn't a famous first-rate organization, but it does not deny them of their talent and potential. You categorically mention that the hero organizations place fairness at the forefront. Is robbing the future of 2 children who worked hard for it through biased discussion considered fair? Such fairness is something I have never ever heard of. I'll absolutely not agree to it. Yama Minamiya minced his words as though he was stirring the deaf and enlightening the blind. The middle-aged woman's expression turned increasingly ugly. She said coldly, "It is understandable that Division Minister Minamiya is biased towards the rookies from his organization, but isn't such perverse logic complete disregard for every one of us present here?" In the 4th level's duel grounds, Zhu Yuan and Huang Peng had indeed been defeated. However, the reason for their defeat was because of an accidental drain of their stamina during the 3rd level. That duel was not fair in any way. How can it be used as a comparison? If they were to battle under normal circumstances, Wen Hajing and Kevin have no chance of victory. Furthermore, from what I know, the reason why Wen Hajing and Kevin were able to reach the 6th level was due to Shi Xiaobai's protection, but they had been taken care of by him before they barely managed to pass the 5th level. And the reason for the two of them to be ranked 9th and 10th is because of the teamwork mechanism on the 3rd level. They had formed a team with Shi Xiaobai and had been given trial points when Shi Xiaobai conquered the 3rd level's level lord. These two people are clearly lacking in strength. They managed to ascend the levels only on the virtue of receiving protection. They eventually got nominated because they had clung on to a powerhouse. Their results are completely ingenuine. How can it placate the masses? Division Minister Minamiya, you keep insisting that they had achieved it with hard work, but can shamelessly clinging on to Shi Xiaobai be considered hard work? It's completely lamentable, shameless, and ludicrous. The middle-aged woman was responsible for external diplomatic negotiations in Zeus. Her ability to distort facts and proficiency at doing mouth work was always something recommended and well-liked by the upper echelons. After she finished her spiel, the crowd applauded and gave their kudos. They also echoed what she said. Yama Minamiya remained expressionless and was unmoved. He only stared at the members of the upper echelons of the various organizations that were higher in stature than him without being servile or bumptious. He was not proficient at giving speeches or engaging in a war of words. Wen Hajing and Kevin were not rookies from his division, but having abided to the two convictions of righteousness and honesty, he could not sit idle as he watched a scene with people using their power to threaten others. More importantly, he could not let the two children who had made others look at them in a different light after they left the land of trials to suffer such unfair treatment. Yama Minamiya coldly glanced at the middle-aged woman and said with a deep voice, "Nonsense. It is utter nonsense." Kevin and Wen Hajing had only formed a team with Shi Xiaobai at the 3rd level's group mode. The other 5 levels were part of a competitive mode, so how can there be any protection? The trial score's allocation of points is also your subjective guess. Who can be sure that the points obtained when conquering the level lord would be split with others during team mode? The claim that Zhu Yuan and Huang Peng had been accidentally drained of their stamina at the 3rd level is completely your word. Is there any evidence to prove it? Furthermore, Kevin and Wen Hajing definitely didn't have a good time at the 3rd level. Back then, Shi Xiaobai was dealing with the level lord, while they were trying their best to accumulate enough points. They were also exhausted by the time they reached the 4th level. If we are talking about unfairness, it will be the two of them being at a disadvantage. What are you basing on to claim that they have no chance of victory under normal circumstances? After 3 days, they should be re-evaluated in their appraisals. Kevin and Wen Hajing were already completely different from the battle exchange. Think about it. How much effort did they need to put in for them to reach such a step? They had passed the official selection to rightfully win the spots in the collective training. There is no reason to deny it. It is also not to be snatched by anyone else. That is true fairness. Yama Minamiya became increasingly agitated as he spoke. His fist was clenched tightly as he spoke with his head and chest held high. Without looking anywhere else, he was feeling proud of both Wen Hajing and Kevin. He was also furious over such a discussion that should not have happened. The middle-aged woman's eyes were ice-cold as her lips trembled gently. She was about to open her mouth to retort. But at that moment, a thin man wearing a suit rapped the table. His voice was rather soft, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The suited man tapped the table's surface with his fingers as he hung a friendly smile on his face. He said, "Since Division Minister Minamiya is so confident in his rookies, why are you so insistent on objecting the change of rules? Let the rookies who reach the 6th level enter a selection match and let strength do the talking. Wouldn't that be the fairest? If Wen Hajing and Kevin really possess the strength to participate in the collective training, it would not be difficult for the two of them to stand out during the selection match. In that case, it will be a smack in everyone's faces and it will also convince the public. Wouldn't that be perfect? Division Minister Minamiya keeps insisting that Wen Hajing and Kevin are no longer the same people as before, so why not set up an arena and have a go at it? Could it be that righteous and honest Division Minister Minamiya is only hoping to use glib words to skip around the matter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478, Not to be subdued by force. Chapter 478, Not to be subdued by force. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. The rule of choosing the 10 spots through the use of the ranking of the trial scores for the two-faction collective training was not a problem. There was a particular fairness in the trial scores. At least no one could interfere with the assessment program's evaluation, so there would not be any conspiracy theories that were well liked by the masses. However, the trial score could very likely have luck and the reliance on someone stronger as factors that could become the greatest castigation. The first 8 people that included Shi Xiaobai and company were the only ones who had entered the 7th level. There was naturally no debate regarding their spots. However, Wen Hajing and Kevin's rankings at the 9th and 10th place might not be their true achievement. Similarly, there was a total of 49 rookies that had reached level 6 with them. And the number of people that exceeded them in terms of strength and fame was not limited to an Mo and Zhou Chuchu. Hence, these 2 spots were obviously eyed by the other organizations. And at the moment of the protesting fervor, a number of people provided suggestions. They believed that using the trial score as the selection rule was too problematic. There was a need to change the rules appropriately. For example, the designees of the 9th and 10th spot should be chosen through an elimination match. Their reason was that if Wen Hajing and Kevin truly had the strength, the holding of the elimination tournament was a chance to prove themselves. If they lacked the strength, it was exigent that they organize the elimination tournament or it would be a waste of the 2 spots for the collective training. It could even disgrace the organization faction. This was a subjective will that the majority had tagged on to the collective training selection. It seemed very reasonable, but in fact, it was rather unreasonable for Wen Hajing and Kevin. The suited man had raised the unreasonable reason. Yama Minamiya's expression turned ugly as he said in a solemn voice, "Using a tournament to choose the strong is not problematic." The academic faction had employed such a method after all. But since we are using a tournament, why did we use the trial as the selection? Since time immemorial, there has been no lack of methods to do selections. Could there be any method that is absolutely reliable? Must we attempt every one of them? When the rule that the trial score was the standard was initially decided, it was to resolve such debate. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. How can a rule that was decided in the beginning be changed wantonly? Proving themselves in a tournament sounds very reasonable, but why should those 2 children do it? What unfair logic is that? Division Minister Minamiya, please refrain from becoming agitated. The suited man waved his hand as he said softly, "What Division Minister Minamiya says is extremely correct. The collective training spots are temporarily the 2 children's. Using it as the prize for the tournament is indeed unfair to them. Let's do it this way. The 7 major organizations are planning on jointly organize a focused training session for rookie elites. As recompense, regardless of Wen Hajing and Kevin's results at the tournament, they will be able to participate in the joint training of the 7 major organizations. I believe the focused training of the 7 major organizations will not be much worse than in terms of nurturing of rookies when compared to the 2 factions' collective training. In that case, when Hajing and Kevin would not only have a chance to prove themselves at the tournament, they will only be changing the place of their training if they fail at the tournament. Division Minister Minamiya, what do you think about that? Unlike Zhang Meng and the middle-aged woman's hard and soft tactics, the suited man had prepared a carrot. The collective training of the 7 major organizations indeed sounded only slightly inferior to the 2 factions' collective training. It was better to compromise by taking a step back to withstand the pressure from the masses. At least, such recompense for the compromise was sufficiently enticing. However, Yama Minamiya scoffed in his heart. There had been no news of a collective training organized by the 7 major organizations in the past. It was probably a trick they had come up with temporarily to fool him into compromising. If when Hajin and Kevin were to really participate in this so-called collective training, it was obvious what sort of ostracization and cold shoulders they would be given. Furthermore, the faction collective training was organized by the Hero Association, and it was a collective training that was of national importance. How could it be compared to a collective training that the 7 major organizations came up on a whim? When Yama Minamiya thought of that, he responded with a sneer, why should a spot for the collective training earned through one's strength be exchanged? When the suited man heard him, his smile gradually vanished. He said in a deadpan manner, it looks like Division Minister Minamiya plans on obstinately having your way? Yama Minamiya said in a deep voice, the collective training spots are rightfully theirs. No one can snatch it away from them. The suited man said with a chuckle, don't forget that every citizen in the country has their attention on this collective training. That 2 rascals are representing the organization faction. They are representing the younger generation. Have you thought of the pressure they will be experiencing? If they were to make a fool of themselves at the collective training, it will not only be them disgracing themselves. They cannot afford the responsibility of shaming the organization faction. When the time comes, the one that will be criticized by people, mocked and viewed with animosity by various associations would definitely include Gaia, not to mention the obstinate Division Minister Minamiya. Is it worth it to bet Gaia's reputation and your future on 2 disappointing rascals? Yama Minamiya's eyes were glaring like burning torches as he smiled and said, I trust them. The suited man narrowed his eyes as a cold look flashed in his pupils. He suddenly said coldly, Division Minister Minamiya is truly a good division minister that adores his rookies. After this meeting ends, I dare guarantee that regardless of the outcome, Division Minister Minamiya's good reputation will be known throughout the country. He will be praised by the people, and the love and unity of Gaia will definitely be extolled by the people. Yama Minamiya asked irascibly, are you threatening me? The suited man shrugged and said with a laugh, no. How can this be considered a threat? If Division Minister Minamiya continues to obstinately continue with his debate, there might be someone who can't tolerate it any further, making Division Minister Minamiya shut up, or maybe forever. Well, that's what a threat is, right? As though they wanted to corroborate the suited man's words, the seated crowd glared at Yama Minamiya coldly. They no longer hid the killing intent in their eyes. The mood instantly turned chilly. Yama Minamiya laughed angrily as he straightened his back and said loudly, a true man is not subdued by force. I, Yama Minamiya, hate unfair matters where might is used to suppress others. Even if it's not because of those 2 children, I will absolutely not compromise for justice and righteousness. Pang. Just as Yama Minamiya said those words, Zhang Meng, who had been left alone in a corner, suddenly slammed the desk angrily. He roared, shut up! I can't bear hearing this anymore. Yama Minamiya glanced at Zhang Meng coldly and said, scram! Courting death. Zhang Meng's ashen face immediately turned red. He stared with widened eyes with a look of rage filling his face. He bellowed angrily and caused the ground to abruptly quake. The meeting desk began to shake as a massive suppression was emitted from his body. Like the fall of a snowstorm, it hailed right at Yama Minamiya. Yama Minamiya's vision blacked out as he nearly fainted. He felt like his body was being wrung tightly by a humongous hand. His bones were being squeezed forcefully and they were about to shatter. Psionic Imperial Realm. Yama Minamiya smiled bitterly inwardly. Zhang Meng was indeed a famous A-class hero whose strength was already at the Psionic Imperial Realm. In the psionic cultivation system, there were 5 realms demarcated: Psionic Mortal, Psionic Soul, Psionic Might, Psionic Domain and Psionic Imperial. In between every realm, there was a clear difference in strength, and the greatest gap in strength was the Psionic Domain realm and the Psionic Imperial realm. Everything beneath Psionic Imperial was nothing but ants. Only by stepping into the Psionic Imperial realm would one be considered a true member of the strong. Yama Minamiya's cultivation level had only reached the Psionic Might realm, so how could he put up any resistance in front of Zhang Meng? Zhang Meng's simple release of Overlord Suppression had nearly knocked him unconscious. Kneel! Zhang Meng suddenly roared angrily at Yama Minamiya. An invisible pressure crashed down on Yama Minamiya's straight and upright back like a massive mountain. Bam! Yama Minamiya's knees slammed to the ground as they emitted the sound of a loud impact as well as the shattering of bones. He had been pressed down to the ground. His expression changed drastically as his face turned extremely pale. He was fuming with anger and feeling humiliated. However, he could not in any way stand up under the massive pressure on him. It was unknown how many pieces his kneecap had shattered into. Pooh! With a deep grunt, Yama Minamiya spat out a mouthful of boiling hot blood. A mocking smile suffused across Zhang Meng's lips as he looked delighted and pleased with himself. The seated crowd had derisive looks in their eyes as they looked at the kneeling Yama Minamiya. There were even some who went as far as scorning him with the words, "He deserves it." The middle-aged woman sneered unceasingly. The suited man shook his head and said with a sigh, "Why did it have to come to this if you knew about it?" The only person with an angry glare was the uniformed beauty. She stared at Zhang Meng with a displeased look before casting a pleading gaze at the white-browed elder beside her. The crowd also looked at the white-browed elder. Would Chairman Zhang remain ambivalent towards Zhang Meng's unbridled act? However, no one expected that the honest and upright Chairman Zhang still had a peaceful smile on his face. It was as though he had not seen such an unfair scene. He had taken the position of being an indifferent spectator. This made the crowd heave a sigh of relief. It also made Zhang Meng go from bad to worse. He scoffed as he raised his right foot to step on Yama Minamiya's shoulder. He said mockingly, "What happened to the division minister Minamiya that would not be subdued with force? Aren't you still obediently kneeling before me? Why? Do you find it unacceptable? Then stand up." Yama Minamiya bellowed angrily as he tried his best to stand up, but his attempt only left him spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body turned limp once again as the color drained from his face. The mockery in everyone's eyes turned more intense. Trash! Zhang Meng chuckled disdainfully before he realized something. Yama Minamiya's eyes were filled with defiance and he was still trying his best to straighten his back. Suddenly an indescribable sense of anger rose up in him as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He lifted his foot and was about to kick at Yama Minamiya's head. Boom! Suddenly a deafening explosion sounded. Everyone jumped in shock before they turned to the source of the explosion. They saw a gigantic hole in the meeting room's wall. Rubble was crumbling as debris flew in every direction. The hole was about half the size of the wall. A figure walked into the meeting room from outside the wall that had a hole smashed into it. Everyone's eyes looked at the figure as they drew cold gasps. Bald, yellow-colored skin-tight clothes, a red cape and a blade by his waist. The person's identity was obvious. One pun. Zhang Meng's eyes widened as the right foot he had raised in midair stiffened in place. One pun calmly glanced at Zhang Meng before turning to look at the white-browed elder. The white-browed elder was still smiling amiably. Finally, he said for the first time after he entered the meeting room, "I did not see a thing." One pun nodded and responded, "Then please continue to ignore whatever happens next." As Wenpun said that, he suddenly turned his head to grin at everyone in the meeting room. His facial features were simple and his expression was dazed. He looked so very harmless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 6. Chapter 479, Leaning on Furniture Cannot Be Obscene, Turning Wet at a Glance. Chapter 479, Leaning on Furniture Cannot Be Obscene, Turning Wet at a Glance. Translator, Situlan. Editor, Situlan. Wenpun hung a harmless-looking smile on his face. He scanned everyone in the meeting room ambivalently without releasing his overlord suppression like Zhang Meng. Most of the people that attended the meeting were members of the upper echelons of their respective organizations, so they enjoyed statuses that were superior to others. However, having reveled in their high positions and enjoyed comfortable lives, many of them had cultivation realms that were even inferior to Yama Minamiya. Only a few of them possessed true strength. Instead of releasing the power of his psionic imperial realm, Wenpun could simply use soul suppression to leave a large number of people in the meeting room wailing while sprawled to the ground. However, Wenpun did not do so. It was not because he wasn't furious. In fact, it was the exact opposite. The way the crowd had cheapened Yama Minamiya's existence had infuriated the typically mild-tempered Wenpun. However, if he were to use his fist to suppress others, how different would he be from the bastard, Zhang Meng? Therefore, Wenpun only glanced at the crowd nonchalantly. The glance looked rather mild on the surface, but in fact, it contained emotions that were like tumultuous waves in a stormy sea. The crowd immediately felt like they were facing an ice cellar or as if they had plummeted into an abyss. An intricate chill seemed to rise up from the bottom of their hearts with no way to stop it. Just being glared at by Wenpun made them feel like they were given a deathly stare from a ferocious beast that would pounce on them at any time to rip them into pieces. The spontaneous fear made their bodies tremble involuntarily. A few of the timid ones shrunk their bodies as they shut their eyes and trembled. A death-fearing man who had renal problems peed his pants while trembling. The courtesan that had attained her position through under the table means was leaning on a piece of furniture, barely propping up her limp body. She could not help but squeeze her thighs tightly. As someone who was into masochism, she was feeling both fear and pleasure that was nearing perverseness. Her pale face flushed red as her legs trembled while they rubbed against each other. There were tears of fear at the corners of her eyes while her tiny mouth gradually gaped. She could not help but moan as her panties instantly turned wet from the spewing of two completely different liquids. The middle-aged woman and the suited man were given special attention. Wenpun's gaze had landed on them for 3 full seconds. During those 3 seconds, they felt like they had been enshrouded by endless darkness. The sound of gnashing teeth that resembled that of wild beasts resounded as countless sharp teeth seemed to simultaneously rest on their skin. As the sharp teeth grazed against every inch of their skin, it was as though their bodies would be riddled with holes at the very next instant or be torn into a bloody pulp. At that moment, be it the middle-aged woman who had a hot temper due to menopause or the suited man that derived joy from his machinations, they both felt utterly powerless and a deep sense of fear. Can a gaze kill? They would have treated it as a joke in the past, but now, they could not laugh in any way. That was because a gaze could truly kill. Wenpun's gaze swept across the crowd before landing on Zhang Meng. Zhang Meng slowly retracted his right foot and slowly dissipated the overlord suppression that was pressing on Yama Minamiya. With a stiff expression, he locked eyes with Wenpun, but soon, he unnaturally looked to the side. Since he was at the psionic imperial realm, he naturally would not feel apprehensive from a single gaze. However, the might of Wenpun was something he had long heard and was aware of. He knew that he was probably not Wenpun's match, therefore, he did not wish to stare back at Wenpun's gaze that had hidden flames of fury. When Yama Minamiya felt the pressure on his body decrease and noticed the interesting look on everyone's trembling faces, the pent-up anger that he had was greatly reduced. He tried standing up, but due to the pain in his knees, he ended up drawing a cold gasp. His kneecaps had probably shattered into many pieces. Zhang Meng's ruthlessness was clear. Yama Minamiya did not wish to continue kneeling despite not being able to stand. As such, he ended up sitting on the ground. He looked up at One Pun and wanted to say something. Suddenly, he noticed the wall that had been blasted through. Immediately, he found it amusing. This scene was something he had once seen. At the end of Gaia and Zeus's battle exchange, Heartless had used a forceful attitude to cancel the tradition of the battle exchange. Back then, Shi Xiaobai had smashed through the metallic walls of the stadium and ended up changing everything. Wasn't One Pun doing the same? Could it be that smashing a wall to appear was one of their fine traditions of Gaia? Yama Minamiya's baffling smile left the crowd confused and embarrassed. One Pun's expression turned sullen after he took a few glances at Yama Minamiya. He suddenly turned to look at Zhang Meng and said, "Complete shattering of kneecaps, serious internal injuries. Do you want to do it yourself or do you need me to do it for you?" Everyone was secretly alarmed. They never expected One Pun to demand that Zhang Meng suffered the same injuries as Yama Minamiya. Who was Zhang Meng? He was an A-class hero, one of the important powerhouses of Thor. He was a famous person at the psionic imperial realm. Shattering Zhang Meng's knees and inflicting serious internal injuries similar to Yama Minamiya's would greatly weaken the hero faction in Thor. How was he comparable to a trivial figure like Yama Minamiya? To put it harshly, a trivial figure like Yama Minamiya could die tragically on the spot without causing much of a stir. However, if Zhang Meng were to be seriously injured, Thor and the Hero Association would definitely not sit idle. A civil war between psionic imperial warriors was typically banned. One Pun was actually seeking revenge while disregarding everything else? Zhang Meng's eyes that had originally lacked confidence immediately turned cold. The dignity of being at the psionic imperial realm prevented him from enduring One Pun's threat. He felt extremely humiliated as he suddenly turned to look at One Pun and said coldly, "Are you joking?" One Pun did not respond but stared at Zhang Meng in a deadpan manner. He repeated once again, "Do you want to do it yourself or do you need me to do it for you?" One Pun obviously wasn't joking. He might not engage in evil deeds like the suppressing others with his fist, but it did not mean that he would not use his fist to fight for justice. Or it could be said that One Pun's punch was born for that reason. As for weakening the Hero Association and Thor, why would it matter to him? He was a hero for victims and not a hero for a hero faction, much less a hero for the Hero Association. The crowd in the meeting room turned alarmed and afraid when they realized that One Pun was truly enraged. They wanted to persuade One Pun to calm down and think of the consequences, but no one had the guts to speak up as they were afraid that they would implicate themselves. The suited man who had always been eloquent sealed his lips tightly with an ashen expression. The middle-aged woman that was not bad at her mouthwork was shuddering in fear. She did not even dare move her tongue. Zhang Meng's expression was extremely cold. The hot-tempered him could not tolerate the provocation of others. If not for One Pun being truly powerful, he would have attacked in rage. So even though One Pun was strong, it did not mean he could swallow his anger. You are taking bullying to the extreme. I did not want to go so far as to fight you, but you ended up thinking that I'm a coward that can be bullied by the likes of you? Zhang Meng said with a scoff, "You and I are both at the psionic imperial realm. Even if you are stronger than me, how much stronger can you be? How can my knees be something you can shatter as you please?" Zhang Meng had never bowed his head to beg for mercy even when Thor's Thunder Emperor was angered. Brute Axe Boar similarly would not succumb to force. "Then, I'll be making my move," said One Pun calmly. He suddenly took a step forward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480, Is this the time to act cute? Chapter 480, Is this the time to act cute? Translator, Sitalan Editor. Right after One Pun took his first step, Zhang Meng raised his thunderclap axe. The muscles on his arms bulged like protruding dragons as he stared at his opponent with a furious glare. He took a big step forward before charging like an ox. He roared angrily, and with a sudden wave of his arms, the thunderclap axe came crashing down at One Pun. With a thundering blast, the thunderclap axe surprisingly produced devastating thunderbolts. Pang! 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 All the lights in the meeting room shattered in response. Zhang Meng knew that he was no match for One Pun, so how could he allow One Pun to take the initiative? The only thing he could do was to strike preemptively. Zhang Meng used all his strength, and he no longer held back his psionic imperial suppression. All of it was released in an instant, and the immense power was like a massive power crashing down from the sky. The members of the upper echelons who had led comfortable lives obviously could not escape unscathed. Immediately, many of them gaped and turned limp, while others knelt to the ground with tied tongues. Some even fainted. Zhang Meng's psionic imperial domain was fully released in an instant. Psionic power in a 50-kilometer radius around him was transformed by him into lightning. With a roar, he gathered the lightning on his axe, conjuring devastating thunderbolts. This strike was powered by the full strength of a psionic imperial expert. It was also Brute Axe bore Zhang Meng's strongest attack. One Pun's expression remained calm. His dull and inert eyes did not appear alarmed in any way despite facing Zhang Meng's sudden attack. All he did was to come to an abrupt stop, and with a lift of his shoulders, he bent his arm upwards as his forearm moved to his side. His slightly clenched fist was thrust head-on like a baton. Everyone was stunned. One Pun, who had the title of Moon Reflection Sword Master, had not pulled the Moon Reflection blade by his waist while facing Zhang Meng's powerful strike. Only the eyes of the white-browed elder, who had his head lowered in a subservient look, flashed with a glimmer. All the turbid moonlight instantly gathered on One Pun's fist. The punch was not considered heavy. Not only did it lack the force of Imnatai, it was even inferior to the strength of tigers and leopards. However, the punch was absolutely not light either. That was because the devastating thunderbolts in the meeting room had instantly crumbled from the straight punch. No, what shattered was not only limited to the thunderbolts. Boom! The thunderclap axe that had been tempered from refined steel clashed with One Pun's fist of flesh and blood, but in an instant, the thunderclap axe began to crack, and with a deafening explosion, it shattered. The alarmed Zhang Meng's eyes were filled with disbelief. His psionic imperial domain had been so easily destroyed? Even the thunderclap axe had been shattered with a single punch. The thunderclap axe was not considered a powerful divine weapon, but it had some fame to it. It could be said to be in the top 100 of China's weapon rankings. It had fought alongside him for more than a decade, chopping through astral beasts and cleaving calamity fiends apart. It was bound to be damaged, but it was so easily turned to smithereens from a punch? How could that happen? Zhang Meng only maintained his shock for a moment because the fist was still continuing on its trajectory. Thunderclap axe was only the beginning. One Pun's fist had already moved past the shattered axe head as it slammed straight toward Zhang Meng's chest. I don't believe it. Zhang Meng widened his eyes angrily. He suddenly threw up his chest to take on One Pun's fist. Zhang Meng roared as his brawny chest was immediately covered in a blackish gold halo. It was as though he was wearing blackish gold armor. Psionic Imperial Hardening Armor. After a psionite entered the psionic imperial realm, even the simplest psionic hardening would be enhanced to psionic imperial hardening armor. Furthermore, Zhang Meng was not using the most basic psionic imperial hardening armor, but the A-class psionic defensive skill black gold combat armor. Brute Axe bore, Zhang Meng, had once relied on the black gold combat armor's defense to rush in and out of astral calamity beasts' encirclements. He had slaughtered all of them without being injured at all. He refused to believe that One Pun's fist could smash through his black gold combat armor. However, at the moment Zhang Meng's chest was struck by One Pun's fist, he suddenly realized what it meant by the idiom "a mantis obstructing a chariot." Pooh! Zhang Meng spurted out a mouthful of boiling blood. His black gold combat armor had been instantly shattered by the fist while his chest was caved in like a sandpit. If One Pun had not shown him mercy, it was very likely that the punch was enough to penetrate his chest. But even so, Zhang Meng still flew out like a cannonball. With a bang, he broke through the wall and flew out of the meeting room. He had nearly fainted in mid-air. Everyone drew a gasp as they stared at the wall that Zhang Meng had crashed through as if they had seen a ghost. No, what wall was there? The wind that accompanied the retraction of One Pun's fist had caused the entire wall slab of the meeting room to crumble into rubble. Burning hot sunlight immediately entered the room, but the members of the various organizations only felt a coldness sweep through their bodies. As they stiffly turned their heads to look out, they were appalled to realize that Zhang Meng had already flown away with no clear sight of him. However, One Pun did not seem like he would put the matter to rest. He gradually retracted his fist as he nonchalantly commented, "The kneecaps haven't shattered." With a few strides, he walked out the meeting room. Moments later, a shrill scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered came from outside. Intermixed in it were the undecipherable invectives from Zhang Meng. However, it quickly turned into painful chokes and finally into a sorrowful plea. The crowd in the meeting room did not dare poke their heads out to watch the scene, but the sound alone was sufficient to tell them of the tragic situation that Zhang Meng was in. Was that really only the shattering of kneecaps? The crowd swallowed their saliva as they turned completely silent. No one dared to make a sound, much less come forward to stop One Pun. It was said that the hero, One Pun, was the most affable person out of the 10 best S-class heroes and that he had the best temper. Who could have guessed that the moment he was infuriated, his ferocity was comparable to the S-class hero tyrant, Groundless Xiao. The suited man's expression changed several times as he turned extremely flustered. The reason why Zhang Meng would suddenly injure Yama Minamiya was a scheme planned by him. Using his eyes, he had signaled Zhang Meng to attack. However, tricking Zhang Meng to attack was easy, cleaning up the present mess would be very difficult. With such a tragic outcome, Zhang Meng would definitely vent his anger on him. As for Thor, it would quickly investigate and realize that he was the one that had schemed to get Zhang Meng to be the vanguard. When the time came, the organization he came from, Chaos, would probably choose not to protect him. They could even abandon him by disavowing him. Now, the only method was to think of a way to save Zhang Meng so as to make amends for his faults. However, what could he do to One Pun who reigned supreme with his fist? The suited man racked his brains and suddenly his eyes lit up. He looked at the white-browed elder and said softly, "Chairman Jiang, you have always been righteous in your engagements. You vanquish the evil and help the good. If you do not stop One Pun, Zhang Meng might really end up being beaten to death. You won't turn a blind eye, right?" When the crowd heard what he said, they suddenly recalled the old man that had the lowest presence in the meeting room. In his youth, he was a famous leading exponent. Before he retired, he was always ranked at the top of the S-class heroes. His meritorious services had even landed him in the Hero Hall of Fame. Even One Pun would have to respect this esteemed elder. The members of the various organizations' upper echelons were unrelated to Zhang Meng, but what Zhang Meng suffered made them feel a sense of danger because they would be suffering a mutual crisis. At that moment, they cast pleading gazes at Chairman Stubborn, who they had secretly gnashed their teeth against. "Chairman Jiang, please stop One Pun. If this carries on, Zhang Meng will be killed. If Zhang Meng were to be maimed, it will be an absolutely terrible setback to China's hero faction. Chairman Jiang, you should consider the overall situation and save Zhang Meng." From the pleading looks they showed, people who weren't in the know would think that Zhang Meng was their close friend or relative. Yama Minamiya sighed. He found them helplessly stupid. If they had apologized to him and pleaded with him to forgive Zhang Meng, he might be able to request One Pun to show some mercy. However, they had not even considered executing such a simple act. Instead, they had continued to belittle and ignore him. The uniformed beauty turned her head and did not dare look at the pathetic faces they were faking. She was afraid she would vomit the meal she had last night. Chairman Jiang remained silent. As he listened to their requests, his expression maintained a genial smile. At first glance, one might think that he was an ordinary old man that was exceedingly common. The suited man said in agony, "Could it be that the impartial Azure Emperor, Zhang Tianyu, is afraid of Wenpun's brutality? Is he unwilling to step forward to help the weak?" Azure Emperor Zhang Tianyu was once the most commendable righteous hero. Even though he was now a genial-looking white-browed elder, it was absolutely impossible that his stubborn temper and sense of justice would change. That was what the suited man thought. Under the pleading gazes of the crowd, Chairman Jiang suddenly raised his hands to cover his eyes and said, "I did not see anything." Everyone was stunned agape. Heavens! Esteemed elder, are you trying to act cute? That's not right. Is this the time to act cute? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481, The Difference Between 9 cm and 18 cm. Chapter 481, The Difference Between 9 cm and 18 cm. Translator, Sitalan Editor. By suddenly raising his hands to cover his eyes and say the words "I did not see anything" so righteously, Chairman Jiang left the crowd dumbfounded. The silly act of trying to plug one's ears while stealing a bell might be an appreciative act of cuteness if it was done by a cute chick with a pleasant voice. However, the person who did that was an esteemed old man with gray hair. Immediately, the members of the upper echelon in the meeting room sensed a deep sense of maliciousness. They cursed in their hearts, "Fuck you," but when they realized that the old man was Azure Emperor Zhang Tianyu of yesteryear and that he was the only safety net the meeting room had, how did anyone dare curse him? Many of the crowd's faces flushed red as they did not dare to laugh out. Neither could they curse like they wished to. One of them could only awkwardly say, "Chairman Jiang, nice joke." Put. But at that moment, there was someone who could not control her laughing outburst. Everyone turned their heads and saw the uniformed beauty standing beside Chairman Jiang laughing out happily. Although she had covered her mouth in time, the beautiful bell-like laughter still seeped out of her fingers. She turned her head over as her shoulders trembled as if it was very tough to endure. The middle-aged woman's menopausal temper immediately flared up as she was about to shout out preposterous, but she was horrified to notice that not only was Chairman Jiang not angered, he had even turned to look at the uniformed beauty. The expression he had was like the affection he would give his granddaughter. The middle-aged woman immediately swallowed the word preposterous as she thought secretly to herself that the uniformed beauty was probably not as simple as being a secretary or assistant. The suited man's expression was the ugliest. However, he did not dare to make it too obvious. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke out softly, "Chairman Jiang, are you really going to abide by Wenpun's wishes of pretending not to see anything? You have always been the idol in my heart because you are one of the few that cannot stand for injustice. I remember that years ago when you were still a B-class hero, you showed no fear and stepped forward when you happened to discover that the Hero Association's vice-chairman had been bullying the weak. But now with what you are doing, have you really become old?" If this were any other time, the suited man would absolutely not act so wantonly in front of the esteemed Zhang Tianyu. However, the present matter determined his future, maybe even his life. Thus, he had naturally lost his cool. The white-browed elder turned to look at the suited man. He still looked genial, but his eyes no longer looked turbid. Instead, they looked as sharp as a sword. "I did not see a thing when Zhang Meng bullied Yama Minamiya, so it's natural that I also do not see a thing now. This is my justice." The crowd was left flabbergasted when he said those words. By being able to rise up to ranks of the upper echelon, they were definitely not idiots despite their malevolent practices. They instantly understood what Chairman Stubborn was implying. The reason why Zhang Tianyu did not intervene when Zhang Meng was bullying Yama Minamiya was that he did not wish to stop Wenpun's assault. By not intervening twice, it would not be something unjust. Instead, it would be a very just act. This darn sly old fox. The suited man cursed inwardly as his expression turned extremely ugly. He finally realized that Jiang Tianyu had noticed that Wenpun was on the way. Therefore, he did not obstruct Zhang Meng from engaging in his act of evil. That was because the moment he stopped him, there was no reason for him to turn a blind eye when Wenpun began beating Zhang Meng up brutally. The smiling old fox had planned everything a long while ago. The suited man sighed helplessly. He knew very well that pleading to Jiang Tianyu for help was destined to fail. He could only hope that Wenpun would show mercy. He prayed that Zhang Meng would pen up his anger and not go as far as to lose all reason. However, he probably needed to think of a method to withstand or avoid the blame from Thor. From beginning to end, the suited man that thought himself a clever fellow did not even consider the thought of pleading Yama Minamiya to be magnanimous so that he could, in turn, persuade Wenpun from his brutality. Perhaps, in his mind, Yama Minamiya was just a tiny division minister from a second-rate organization who could not influence the decision of an S-class hero Wenpun. It might also be a subconscious reluctance to submit to such a trivial figure. Of course, it was also possible that he had a psychological scar from Yama Minamiya's demeanor of not willing to compromise. He had subconsciously believed that he could not persuade him. The suited man did not know that Yama Minamiya, the man he did not turn to look at even once, was actually the only person in the meeting room that could stop Wenpun. The screams outside the room continued on for a long time before it died down slightly. It was unimaginable what method Wenpun had used to shatter Zhang Meng's knees. It was probably Zhang Meng's first barrage of expletives that had enraged Wenpun to reveal his brutal nature. The crowd in the meeting room had mixed expressions. They had also given up on persuading Chairman Zhang. Their desires to save Zhang Meng were not strong, to begin with. They had only attempted to persuade Chairman Zhang to stop Wenpun because they believed they would end up being implicated later. Now that they knew what Chairman Zhang's justice meant, they were relieved. Back when Yama Minamiya was being bullied, they had only turned a blind eye, but they did not add insult to injury. If Wenpun wanted to blame them, Chairman Zhang would not be able to say, "I did not see anything." This meeting was the focus of attention of the entire country and it was fervently discussed by the people. But in fact, it was just a trivial matter between rookies. True warriors might commend the rookies from this year's batch, but they would not put them to heart. Just like a conglomerate magnate who earned millions a day, he might commend the top scholar of the year, but he would not think too much of the scholar. It was because their worlds were on different planes of existences. Hence, the various organizations only sent a few members of their upper echelons, who placed importance on the organization's interests, to the meeting. For example, Thor's sending of an A-class hero like Zhang Meng was considered quite an oddity. As for an S-class hero like Wenpun, it was completely unheard of that he would pay attention to rookie matters or even act because of it. The members of the upper echelons of the various organizations had felt a strong sense of danger when Wenpun was enraged. They felt like they were ants while an elephant was walking past them. They were mortally afraid that the massive elephant's foot would accidentally crush them to death. It wasn't that the 7 major organizations did not have an expert as strong as Wenpun, but such experts were busy all day with matters like nabbing criminals, killing astral beasts or slaying calamity fiends. They would even personally go to the battlefield to fight calamity fiend armies. How could they have the time to bother with trivial matters regarding a bunch of rookies, not to mention protect the upper echelons that were scorned as the organization's parasites? That was the reason why the man with renal problems and the courtesan had wet their trousers when they were stared at by Wenpun. In front of a true expert, their safety was not guaranteed. The courtesan was still trembling as she recalled Wenpun's cold gaze. She was reminiscing it in fear but was also momentarily feeling despondent. She hesitated for a moment before suddenly leaning over and whispering to the man with renal problems sitting beside her, "Why is it that despite the fact that both of them are in the psionic imperial realm, Wenpun, His Excellency Wenpun is so much stronger than Zhang Meng?" It's almost like an adult beating up a child. The courtesan was the person with the lowest cultivation level in the meeting room, with her being only at the third level of the psionic mortal realm. Her understanding of the psionic cultivation system was extremely superficial, therefore, she could not understand the situation that had unfolded at all. Why would Zhang Meng be completely powerless in front of Wenpun despite being at the same psionic imperial realm? More importantly, she wanted to know why Wenpun was so strong. The man looked somewhat pale. He was still immersed in the horrifying state of affairs. He turned to glance at the courtesan when he heard her, but he had planned on brushing her off. However, he suddenly realized that her face was flushed and her eyes were thirsting for sex. Her extremely alluring look changed his mind immediately. He coughed lightly and acted in a profound manner by saying, "What's so odd about that?" Among psionites, the greatest difference in strength has never been the difference between the psionic imperial realm and the psionic mortal realm, but between psionic imperial realms. The courtesan was extremely shocked as she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "What does it mean?" The man gave an aloof smile and pretended to act worldly. He said, "As everyone knows, the psionic cultivation system is divided into 5 major realms: psionic mortal, psionic soul, psionic might, psionic domain and psionic imperial. Every realm in the psionic cultivation system has an obvious difference. For example, fusing with attribute souls is the mark of entering the psionic soul realm. Birth of soul suppression is the mark of entering the psionic might realm. Creating a psionic domain is the mark of entering the psionic domain realm, and when psionic soul, psionic might, and psionic domain transform and are enhanced, entering the realm of kings, that would be the mark of the psionic imperial realm. After that, psionic imperial realm experts might continue cultivating and their strength would constantly increase, but there would no longer be any clear distinctions again. It could be said that in the history of the psionic cultivation system, there has never been a psionite that had a transformative mark after the psionic imperial realm. Therefore, the psionic cultivation system only has 5 realms. Most people would think that the psionic imperial realm is the highest realm for psionites, and that is at the final point of the psionic cultivation system, but in fact, the psionic imperial realm is the true starting point of psionic cultivation. The courtesan was confused listening to all of that but felt impressed. She threw a suggestive look at the man and said seductively, "It's so hard to understand. Can you explain it simpler, pretty please?" The suggestive look the courtesan gave made the man feel good. Compared to his shuddering panic from before, it was like he had climbed back up to heaven from hell. He said as though he was on cloud 9, "I'm really at a loss with you. Then let me give you a simple analogy. For example, let us use numbers to demarcate each realm's strength. If the psionic mortal realm's maximum is 10, and one enters the psionic soul realm from 11, then the psionic soul realm's maximum is 100. As for the psionic might realm, it will be 1000. But what is the psionic imperial realm's limit? It's not a million or trillion but infinity. Do you get it? Going from the psionic mortal realm to the psionic imperial realm is only a span of 100,000 points, but after the psionic imperial realm, some psionic imperial experts might have a strength value of 100,000 while there might be others as high as 10 million. The difference between them is a full 99 times the amount needed to reach the psionic imperial realm. The psionic imperial realm might look like the final realm of the psionic cultivation system, but it is, in fact, the true starting point. That's because the gap between people at the psionic imperial realm can be infinitely large. Wenpun can crush Zhang Meng because of their difference in strength values despite them being both at the psionic imperial realm. It's unknown how wide the difference is. It could span points that might be equivalent to several psionic imperial realms. The easily comprehensible analogy made the courtesan immediately understand. Dicks might be the same, some were 9 centimeters while others were 18 centimeters, wasn't the difference obvious? In short, Wenpun was mightier than Zhang Meng. He was indeed worthy to be a man that made her orgasm with a glance. The courtesan was very pleased as she conveniently asked a tiny question. Well, since the difference between psionic imperial realms is that great, why did Zhang Meng say that His Excellency Wenpun could not be much stronger than him since they were both at the psionic imperial realm? About that. The man was also baffled about that. Although Zhang Meng was a bore, he was not a fool. Why did he say something that lacked common sense? The man was unsure of an answer, but with a flash of brilliance, he answered softly while flashing a strange smile, "This matter might be somewhat complicated. It can't be explained in a short period of time. Why don't we find a spot to have a good chat after the meeting?" The courtesan chuckled and asked, "Where shall we chat?" The man said seriously, "My car. There's air conditioning in it." How could the courtesan not understand the implied meaning behind the man's words? She naturally did not have much resistance towards such matters. Furthermore, her experience from before left her reminiscent and empty. The man's invitation was timely. The courtesan chuckled and was about to accept his invitation. At that moment, the red-caped Wenpun, who was termed by people as Superman, suddenly walked in. He was expressionless while he strolled idly. His clothes were not stained in any way, making him look cool and handsome. Although he was a baldy, he was so good-looking. The courtesan looked at Wenpun in a mesmerized manner before glancing over at the man with renal problems. Suddenly, she found him vapid. Certain gaps were like a ravine that 18 centimeters could not bridge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482, The Passerby Female Protagonist That Takes the Counteroffensive Path. Chapter 482, The Passerby Female Protagonist That Takes the Counteroffensive Path. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Another time perhaps. I have something on after this meeting. The courtesan wiped the charming smile off her face and heartlessly rejected the man. The man was left startled. He did not understand why the broad would suddenly transform into another person. However, when Wenpun entered the meeting room, he suddenly recalled the terror the pair of eyes had inflicted on him. Immediately, he did not dare to say another word as he lowered his head resentfully. After Wenpun returned to the meeting room, everyone turned their heads away as well in a bid to deliberately avoid Wenpun's gaze. The suited man noticed that Wenpun did not bring Zhang Meng back and he was about to make an inquiry, but the moment he thought of the terrifying feeling of having countless teeth graze across his skin in the darkness, he immediately felt his scalp tingle. He did not dare to speak a word. Even the biological hardwiring in his intestines had no choice but to forcefully hold back a fart. Wenpun did not look at the crowd either. He first nodded at the white-browed elder as a gesture before walking toward Yama Minamiya, who was sitting on the ground. Then, he grabbed Yama Minamiya's brawny body and held him firmly by the shoulders before turning around, preparing to leave. Everyone immediately heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the situation. Wait! The meeting isn't over yet! Yama Minamiya suddenly yelled. Put me down now! Everyone was alarmed, mortally afraid that Wenpun would put Yama Minamiya down. Wenpun ignored him and continued to walk forward as he said softly, "Treatment first." Yama Minamiya shouted, "No! Treatment after the meeting." Wenpun ignored him and continued walking. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief once again. Pa! Suddenly, there was a crisp smacking sound. The crowd widened their eyes in disbelief. Yama Minamiya had actually slapped the back of Wenpun's bright and smooth head. Put me down! Yama Minamiya screamed into Wenpun's ear. Everyone's mouth immediately turned into an O shape. Heavens! Was Yama Minamiya courting death? Pa! 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 Just as everyone was reeling in astonishment, Yama Minamiya slapped Wenpun's bald head thrice with a solemn expression. Each slap was clear and loud. It even had a rhythm to it. Are you putting me down or not? Yama Minamiya bellowed in a deep tone. Everyone was already dumbfounded. They felt as though their brains could not process what was happening. They were only afraid that Wonpun would suddenly rage and implicate them, causing them to shudder in fear. However, Wonpun wasn't infuriated. Instead, he faltered for a moment before stopping and turning around. He walked to Yama Minamiya's previous seat and gently placed him down. "Sai, you should really change that temper of yours." How did Wonpun's soft grumbling and extremely cordial expression look anything like he had just been given a pa-pa-pa? Everyone was shocked, but they finally realized something wasn't right. How did Yama Minamiya, a trivial division minister, actually have such an intimate relationship with Wonpun? The suited man came to a realization that he had made a fatal error. The reason why Wonpun was enraged was not that Zhang Meng was bullying someone from Gaia, but because Zhang Meng had injured Yama Minamiya. But the reason why Wonpun was so incensed was that Yama Minamiya was his Achilles heel? As everyone was shocked by the relationship between Wonpun and Yama Minamiya, Wonpun suddenly looked up at everyone. Again, he smiled and gave a genial and harmless look. He rapped the meeting desk and said, "Can the meeting be a little faster? I'm in a rush for time." Everyone was left too deep for tears. They thought to themselves, "Your fist is the biggest, so whatever you say is right." But with you standing there, who would dare speak out? Who would dare retort Yama Minamiya? "You can't bully us like that." The middle-aged woman bit the bullet and said, "The Hero Association is already urging us to submit the final name list, so this is already the final meeting. And what should be discussed has more or less been done. It's time to make the final decision. I believe that we should VO. The middle-aged woman's body turned stiff. She could not say the words vote to decide. Voting was the most suitable solution to such disagreements, but the outcome of the vote during the meeting was obvious. She did not dare to suggest something that was completely unfair to Gaia in front of Wonpun. The middle-aged woman trembled for a few seconds before redirecting her words. She said, "The final decision will be decided by Chairman Jiang." The only person who could ignore Wonpun's inclination was the esteemed senior. The middle-aged woman believed that despite Chairman Jiang being somewhat stubborn, he was not pedantic. He definitely would not oppose the Hero Association and the wishes of the citizens to help a few Gaia rookies that had nothing to do with him. The 7 organizations had jointly protested, while the people of the nation had denounced the matter. The Hero Association had secretly been exerting pressure, so no one could withstand the 3-pronged pressure. Even Azure Emperor Zheng Tianyu would find it difficult to withstand it. Furthermore, the 2 rascals from Gaia had no relationship with Chairman Jiang. It wasn't worth it for Chairman Jiang to pay such a heavy price. The rest of the organization's upper echelons naturally shared the same conclusion that the middle-aged woman could think of. They believed that they had it in the bag from the beginning, believing that this meeting was just going through the unimportant process. In the end, they believed that Chairman Jiang would not commit such a low-level mistake as well. After all, the white-browed elder was also an old sly fox. The members of the upper echelons echoed the sentiment as they pleaded for Chairman Jiang to make the final decision. The genial white-browed elder chuckled and surveyed the crowd. He gently said, "Are all of you really letting me make the decision?" The middle-aged woman said with a nod, "Chairman Jiang, please make the final decision." The white-browed elder turned to look at Wonpun and asked, "My young friend, Wonpun, do you mind if I make the final decision?" Wonpun shook his head and said, "I do not mind." The white-browed elder nodded and finally looked at Yama Minamiya. He said solemnly, "Division Minister Minamiya, do you agree to leave the decision to me?" Yama Minamiya fell silent for a moment before sighing. He said softly, "Elder Jiang, please think about it carefully. If you believe that the rule should be changed, I will not oppose it. It might be sufficient to force everyone to accept an outcome which was beneficial to Gaia through the use of Wonpun's strength." However, Yama Minamiya did not wish to do so, nor could he do so. That was because the act of doing so would not only tarnish Wenpan's reputation, it would also tarnish Gaia's reputation. And most important of all, the righteousness and honesty that he advocated would no longer exist. He had done all that he could do. Now, he placed the two rascals' fate in the hands of the peerless hero, Azure Emperor Jiang, who had saved countless lives. Then I'll be the bad guy. The white-browed elder gave Yama Minamiya a deep, meaningful look before turning to the crowd and met the eager eyes of the members of the upper echelons. He said with a solemn voice, "I have decided that the rule shall not be changed." The smile that was just about to bloom on the members of the upper echelons froze. Yama Minamiya looked at the old man with a pleasant surprise. A gentle smile suffused across the white-browed elder's mouth as he said, "Why should I change a rule I set, The middle-aged woman drew a gasp. At that moment, she ignored her fear and said solemnly, "The rule Chairman Jiang said isn't wrong, but it is not the most correct rule. The 7 major organizations, the Hero Association, and all the people of the country believe that holding a tournament is the fairest way to choose the talents that truly possess the strength. Chairman Jiang, please think twice about it." The white-browed elder said with a chuckle, "I only know that a decided rule will not be changed or it will be unfair. What has the 7 major organizations, the Hero Association, and the views of every citizen in the country got to do with me? The rule I set is the greatest form of justice to me, The middle-aged woman nearly spat out blood from her anger as she said with a trembling voice, By doing so, who is to bear the responsibility if when Hajing and Kevin disgrace the organization faction at the collective training? A trivial farce by a group of rookies will make the organization faction lose their dignity? Why do I not know that the organization faction is so fragile to setbacks?" The white-browed elder scoffed and said, "Since you believe that someone has to be responsible, I'll bear the responsibility. You can tell the 7 major organizations, the Hero Association, and every citizen in the country that this matter was especially decided by me. All the responsibility shall be mine. After all, the rule was determined by me. If the talent chosen through my rule does not meet the mark, it is only right for me to be responsible." The white-browed elder's strong sense of righteousness inspired Yama Minamiya. He clenched his fists and felt his chest surging with burning hot blood. He was extremely agitated. The suited man suddenly laughed dryly and said, "So Chairman Jiang had long made up your mind? All the previous meetings were just to drag it out?" The white-browed elder did not deny it as he nodded his head calmly and said, "The rule set by me cannot be changed by anyone. This is my justice. No one can destroy my justice." The meeting was only to go through the necessary processes that are unimportant. It was just to deal with a few irritating old fogies. The members of the upper echelons could not help but smile wryly. The ones that had to go through the process was not Yama Minamiya but them. In the following 10 minutes, Chairman Jiang made the members of the upper echelons understand fully what stubborn temper was. He made the decision of not changing the rule and that when Hajing and Kevin would become the last 2 candidates for the collective training. Regardless of what the crowd said, it was useless. Under Wenpan's kind gaze, none of them dared to waste time by putting up a meaningless struggle. Finally, this series of undulating twists and turns ended with a crappy ending. Chairman Jiang had used 10 minutes to determine the final decision. The crowd left the meeting room helplessly. They secretly thought to themselves that they had to embellish the situation with the high-handed Wenpan and the overbearing Jiang Tianyu to their organization regardless of the consequences. Although they could not fix the 2 monsters that seized authority with their fists, it did not mean that the 7 major organizations and the Hero Association would forget it. Furthermore, Wenpan had especially violated the hero law which stated that professional heroes at the psionic imperial realm could not fight privately. He had even seriously injured Thor's Zhang Meng. It was no trivial matter. After Yama Minamiya expressed his thanks to Chairman Jiang, he was quickly carried out of the meeting room by Wenpan. Finally, there was only Jiang Tianyu and the uniformed beauty left in the meeting room. Jiang Tianyu changed the composed demeanor from before as he scratched his head with a wry smile and said, damn it. I'm going to be irritated to death by those old bastards. The uniformed beauty rolled her eyes and thought to herself, were you acting just now? The uniformed beauty hesitated for a moment before she said suddenly, Grandpa, why did you do that? The uniformed beauty was really not just an insignificant secretary. She was Azure Emperor Zheng Tianyou's granddaughter. Although her grandfather's smacking of the ugly faces of those members of the upper echelon had allowed her to vent, was it worth it to oppose the 7 major organizations, the Hero Association and all the citizens of the country for some so-called justice? The uniformed beauty was somewhat worried for her grandfather. Zheng Tianyou turned to glance at his granddaughter as an affectionate smile suffused across his face. He said gently, Wei, Grandpa recalls that you previously worked as an assistant to the general manager of the Battle Arena Corporation branch? The uniformed beauty. Oh, she should be called Yang Weiwei instead. Yang Weiwei faltered for a moment before gently nodding her head. Life was always filled with surprises, both good or bad. Just a month ago, she was a pathetic assistant that was forced by the general manager to solicit others. When she met with the tragic outcome of being fired, Zheng Tianyou had found her. She was Zheng Tianyou's long-lost granddaughter. Well, Yang Weiwei had initially rejected the treatment that was akin to being a female protagonist in a novel. However, Zheng Tianyou had done several things. After convincing her adoptive parents and not hesitating to take her brother, Yang, as a disciple, she finally accepted this sudden appearance of a grandfather. Soon, with Zheng Tianyou's direction that was vigorous and effective, she quickly became the private assistant to the Hero Association's vice-chairman cum Senate chairman, Zheng Tianyou. She had gone from an ordinary white-collared worker to an important member that dealt with important matters of the Hero faction. This drastic change in stature would have been difficult for anyone to adapt, but Yang Weiwei had understood the gist of it in a few short days. Furthermore, she was like a fish in water with extremely high proficiency. That was because there was nothing that could not be completed through deceit. If once wasn't enough, twice would do. Yang Weiwei's soul of deception was gradually turning mature. Yang Weiwei asked, Grandpa, why do you raise it up? Zheng Tianyou said, Grandpa remembers that the Battle Arena Corporation branch you were in is in Steel City, which is also Gaia's headquarters, isn't it? Yang Weiwei found it somewhat odd, but she nodded. She said, it's indeed the Gaia branch. Zheng Tianyou said with a nod, isn't it obvious already? What's obvious? Yang Weiwei was somewhat dumbfounded, but she immediately realized something. She said in disbelief, Grandpa, because of that, you actually... Zheng Tianyou grinned and said, of course. If not for my darling granddaughter having lived in Gaia headquarters for a period of time, why would I have helped them? Ah! Yang Weiwei exclaimed, Grandpa, didn't you do it for justice? Does your grandpa look like an idiot? Zheng Tianyou rolled his eyes and said with a petulant laugh. How does changing a rule have anything to do with justice? If we want to talk about justice, between a bunch of retards who are unrelated to me and a dull idiot that is somewhat related to my darling granddaughter, helping the dull idiot is my justice. Oh. Yang Weiwei was left unable to respond. She thought to herself, Grandpa, your justice is so unjust. But, your granddaughter likes it a lot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483, The Imitation That Vanished. Chapter 483, The Imitation That Vanished. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Infernal King's Chamber. Shi Xiaobai was lying in bed with his eyes tightly closed while he remained unconscious. Sunless was sitting on a chair beside the bed. Her eyes were dull as usual, but her gaze was on Shi Xiaobai's face, having not left it for a prolonged period of time. The infernal queen lay languidly on a sofa in the distance. Her eyes were closed as she had dozed off. As time passed, the chamber remained silent with only the occasional sounds of breathing heard. No one moved, as though they were 3 petrified statues. Suddenly, the corners of Shi Xiaobai's eyes twitched lightly. No matter how minute the change or how ephemeral or fleeting it was, nothing could escape Sunless' eyes. A glint flashed in her dull eyes as the corners of her mouth moved, but she did not make a sound. Her hands were clenched into fists, but she did not get up. Instead, it was the infernal queen who leaped up and landed beside the bed after sensing the change in Shi Xiaobai's breathing. "Darling! You finally awakened." During the long 3 days, the infernal queen would only occasionally take a glance at him. Yet, at that moment, she showcased a worried look as if she had been arduously waiting all this while. Sunless glanced at the infernal queen without any expression. Her gaze was slightly cold, but she did not say a word. The infernal queen gave Sunless a provocative glance, and just as Shi Xiaobai was slowly opening his eyes, she lunged her face over. Therefore, the first thing to enter Shi Xiaobai's vision was that gorgeous face. Shi Xiaobai blinked his eyes gently. The infernal queen gave a coquettish smile as she uttered, "Dar." The intimate and passionate address came to a halt because Shi Xiaobai had heartlessly turned away and looked at Sunless. Sunless' mouth twitched slightly, but not a sound came out of it. It was not that she had nothing to say, but that the things she wanted to say were too much for her. It left her at a loss as to what to say. The two gazed at each other for a moment when Shi Xiaobai's gaze suddenly landed on her shoulder. Sunless' expression changed slightly. "Sorry." Shi Xiaobai's gaze turned slightly gloomy as he whispered. His voice was hoarse and deep. Despite having lost control of himself, he still had a tiny bit of his consciousness left in him. Even though he did not completely remember what had happened, he still clearly remembered the intolerable pain that he experienced at the instant when he stabbed the girl's soft shoulders with his hands. He had nearly ripped off her arm, hurting a girl he should not have hurt at all. Sunless faltered slightly and said with a shake of her head, "Not you. The Shi Xiaobai that injured me isn't you, so why is there a need for an apology?" Shi Xiaobai sighed, but he did not speak any further. Even if it was an instant, he could still see a worry that quickly disappeared in her eyes. Compared to the lingering fear of having nearly lost her arm, she was more concerned about the blame he felt from the remnant memories he had. However, the ineloquent her could not say something beautiful to relieve him. All she could say were the two words, "Not you." "Yeah." Shi Xiaobai tersely answered as a smile that came from the bottom of his heart suffused from the corners of his mouth. He could not blame himself, else she would blame herself. "Yeah." Sunless answered with a solid yeah, as she felt relieved. The infernal queen rolled her eyes. Seeing Shi Xiaobai ignore her and yang with Sunless, she immediately found it meaningless as she turned to walk towards the sofa. At that moment, a knock came from the door. Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin had inquired if they could enter. "The third wheels have come just in time." The infernal queen chuckled softly as she waved her hand, opening the door to the chamber. Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin were slightly dumbfounded as they looked each other in the eye before walking in. The mood suddenly turned awkward in a baffling manner. Shi Xiaobai had just woken up, and his mind was still in a daze. It was unknown what should be said. Sunless was never one to take the initiative to speak. All she did was silently look at Shi Xiaobai. The infernal queen sat on the sofa as she prepared to watch a good show. She had no intentions of interrupting. Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin clearly had things to say, but they exchanged furtive glances at each other, as though they were trying to signal the other to say the first word. Therefore, it suddenly turned silent. Feng Yuanlin finally lost the glance war, so he could only bite the bullet and said, "Ahem, Boss Shi Xiaobai, how much do you remember about the events at the Silent Desolate Lands?" This question was clearly inappropriate. The memories regarding the Silent Desolate Lands was a memory that Shi Xiaobai and the others wished to forget if possible. However, the answer to whether Shi Xiaobai had any impression of him accidentally killing Speechless determined the development of the plan, which involved hiding the truth from Shi Xiaobai. They had to ask him to be sure. Only some blurry scenes. Shi Xiaobai pondered for a moment as he tried his best to recall the memory of him being overwhelmed by anger. The bits of fuzzy memories began to flash through his mind. From protecting Dongli to killing Field Marshal Osimo, Earthbound Yaksha, and Shadow Wraith, the memories were all extremely vague. Many of the details could not be recalled at all, but as the memories continued on, a surging pain made him widen his eyes. It was as though something important had disappeared. It had disappeared from this world and from his memories. What was it? What could it be? Dongli! Shi Xiaobai suddenly gasped as his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly asked the people beside him, "Where is Dongli?" In his blurry memories, he seemed to see with his own eyes the blonde girl vanish in front of him into nothingness. His consciousness was extremely hazy, but the pain he experienced at that instant was still extremely clear. It was not a mistake, nor was it a dream, much less a memory error. The nightmare of the blonde girl suddenly vanishing in front of him was a reality that had previously happened. Tiny beads of cold sweat oozed out of Shi Xiaobai's forehead. All sorts of guesses filled his mind, but they all pointed at a particular cruel possibility. Dongli? Everyone noticed that Shi Xiaobai looked nervous and anxious as they immediately turned flustered. They tried their best to recall the name Dongli. Isn't Dongli the Hero King's name? Oh, I understand. Shi Xiaobai, are you asking about the imitation that was created by the assessment program? Pulp Farmer was the first person to recall the impression he had in his memories. Shi Xiaobai immediately turned extremely pale. Imitation? Did she vanish? Regardless of how real and warm the blonde girl had made him feel, Shi Xiaobai always had a worrying thought that she might be a fake existence. However, this reality that he did not wish to face had been exposed completely. She vanished. Before she vanished, she revealed the truth. Just like our guesses from before, she was indeed an imitation created by the assessment program. Pulp Farmer did not remember what complications the fake Hero King had with Shi Xiaobai. In fact, his memory of the fake Hero King was also very fuzzy. However, for some reason, he had a deep impression that she was a fake imitation. Shi Xiaobai sighed silently. He repressed the tumultuous emotions he was feeling, but he did not express it. He did not wish to believe that the blonde girl that had accompanied him through life and death was a fake existence, but he had no way of convincing himself of such a ridiculous hope he wanted. She had vanished. They could no longer meet again. Even though he had been mentally prepared after liking the girl, Shi Xiaobai still felt pain, as though his heart was being wrenched at that moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484, Thoughts Separated by 3,000 Years. Chapter 484, Thoughts Separated by 3,000 Years. Translator, Sitalan Editor. What about the rest? Shi Xiaobai forced himself to divert the topic. Being the recipient of his own vexation and pain was enough. There was no need to share it with others. However, this casual question was left unanswered by anyone for some unknown reason. Shi Xiaobai was surprised as he noticed that Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin had suddenly lowered their heads to avoid his gaze. Sunless remained expressionless, but she had also maintained her silence. What was going on? Did something happen? Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly as he suddenly could not help but laugh, saying, "Why isn't anyone answering? Could it be that the rest have gained the assessment program's recognition, clearing the level and reaching the 8th level?" Boss Shi Xiaobai, they. Feng Yuanlin was somewhat flustered from the questioning. Just as he was about to say something, Pulp Farmer answered for him. Shi Xiaobai, you really did not study any of the details before you entered the tower. Only one person can gain the recognition of the assessment program on the 7th level. If a trial taker wins the assessment program's approval, that person will clear the level and be sent to the 8th level. Then, the rest of the trial takers will be expelled from the trial tower. It's general knowledge. Since we are still in the Infernal Palace, it means no one has cleared the 7th level yet. Pulp Farmer said slowly as he glared at Feng Yuanlin, who had a flustered and guilty look on his face. After receiving Pulp Farmer's stare, Feng Yuanlin finally realized that they were shouldering the heavy responsibility of hiding the cruel truth from boss Shi Xiaobai. He hurriedly tried to compose himself as he echoed, "Ha ha, boss Shi Xiaobai sure loves to joke. Do you know how difficult it is to win the assessment program's approval? It probably isn't an exaggeration to call it as difficult as ascending the heavens. After all, there has only been 3 mighty figures, Overlord Ji Feng, Sword Immortal Su Taibai, and the Conquest King, who had managed to clear it." Feng Yuanlin had only casually echoed Pulp Farmer's words, but this unintentional sentence made Shi Xiaobai widen his eyes suddenly. There was only Overlord Ji Feng, Sword Immortal Su Taibai, and the Conquest King, but there are only 3? Shi Xiaobai asked in surprise. Feng Yuanlin's hands began to tremble from nervousness when he saw Shi Xiaobai looking at him. Heavens, he was the worst at lying. What was he to do? Pulp Farmer rolled his eyes and felt a mild headache. Shi Xiaobai had only casually asked an unimportant question, but Feng Yuanlin had turned flustered from a guilty conscience like a questioned crime suspect. If this continued, Shi Xiaobai would probably notice Feng Yuanlin's odd behavior. With that thought in mind, Pulp Farmer hurriedly interrupted, "The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is a famous land of trials of great difficulty. The requirement needed of trial takers at the psionic mortal realm to clear the 7th level is as difficult as ascending the heavens. According to historical records, from the moment of the tower's construction, the humans that have cleared the 7th level are Overlord Ji Feng, Sword Immortal Su Taibai, and the Conquest King. These 3 people are famous figures in history. That shows the value of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. The few of us might be called super rookies of China, but we are still far from capable of clearing the 7th level. Perhaps only monsters like you and Speechless have that bit of chance." When the word "speechless" was said, Pulp Farmer's expression could not help but stiffen slightly. Feng Yuanlin turned his head away in a fluster. Even the look in Sunless' eyes changed slightly. The Infernal Queen, who was languidly slumped on the sofa, revealed a teasing smile. The mood turned somewhat odd. However, Shi Xiaobai did not notice the oddity because his mind wasn't on with them. Due to Feng Yuanlin's unintentional change of topic and Pulp Farmer's deliberate attempt to cover up the matter, resulting in an over-detailed explanation, Shi Xiaobai's mind was filled with questions that inundated him. Shi Xiaobai took a deep breath and asked softly, "What about the 4th story?" If this king did not remember wrong, the Hero King had once instigated a war between the 3 domains, killing the 3 kings alone, and received the assessment program's recognition, creating the most interesting 4th story, right? Wasn't this story told to this king by you? Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. Hero King? Pulp Farmer frowned as well. Indeed, the Hero King was one of the most likely people to win the approval of the assessment program over the past 3,000 years. His talent and strength were not weaker than Ji Feng, Su Taibai, or the Conquest Kings. The Hero King might even be slightly stronger than them. However, to the surprise of many, the Hero King stopped at the 7th level. No one knew what had happened to the Hero King back on the 7th level. It is still a mystery up to this day. Pulp Farmer sighed as a wistful look appeared in his eyes. Shi Xiaobai gradually gaped, but he did not question further. He lowered his head and began pondering with knitted brows. Pulp Farmer's words sounded definite. Sunless and Feng Yuanlin had not objected to his claims. It implied that Pulp Farmer wasn't lying. Furthermore, they had been the ones that had told him the story of the Hero King's slaying of the 3 kings not long ago. How could they tell a lie that could be so easily exposed? However, his memory wasn't in chaos. Shi Xiaobai clearly remembered Speechless telling him on the silent desolate lands that the Hero King's story was the most famous story of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Speechless had participated in the selection in order to replicate the legendary story. Outside the Infernal King's palace, Lu Yu, Pulp Farmer, and Feng Yuanlin had recited to him the story of the Hero King stealing the 3 domains' sacred items, which provoked a war between the 3 domains. Finally, the story ended with the Hero King slaying the 3 kings. All these memories were clear and real. Then, why did things turn out this way? Why did Pulp Farmer's words now have such a huge discrepancy from what was previously said? Shi Xiaobai was not foolish enough to believe that Pulp Farmer and company had jointly deceived him. There had to be a reason behind such a strange matter. In fact, he had already thought of 2 possibilities. First, his memories had been changed. Second, the memories of others had been changed. If it were the former, there was no reason to continue his reasoning. However, such a possibility was very high. But if it was the latter, the complexity of the matter was completely unimaginable. The former was much more reasonable than the latter. However, Shi Xiaobai hoped that the answer was the latter. His ideal answer was, the Hero King that vanished was real. She had time traveled from 3,000 years ago. Due to the change in experiences, history was changed. Therefore, their memories of that piece of history had been changed. Just like how changing a particular matter would result in a change in the world lines if a person time traveled using a time machine to the past, the future of the same world line would change in response. If the Donnelly he had met was real, meaning that she had time traveled from 3,000 years ago, then what had happened had changed history. Then, wouldn't the memories of that piece of history end up changing? Of course, this theory was completely opposite from returning to the past from the future to change the future. It was a completely reverse theory and became an illogical deduction of coming to the future from the past to change the past. Furthermore, with the change in history, the memories of the rest had been changed, but why were only his memories intact? This was a suspicious point that could not be easily skipped over. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai hoped that it was the latter, but he could not think up of a reasonable theory to support it. The only excuse he had was that space-time travel was illogical, to begin with. So why did he have to force it to be logical? Shi Xiaobai, who had crossed worlds into this alternate world in a baffling manner, did not believe that logic had to be pursued for everything. It was necessary to occasionally believe in an unreasonable but compatible guess. Shi Xiaobai had innumerable thoughts, but they all came to the same conclusion, an outcome that he wanted to believe: the girl he liked was not an imitation created by the assessment program. Instead, she was an oddity that had time traveled to present day, which resulted in history being changed. She had vanished from this place in time, only to have returned to the world from 3,000 years ago. Although they were separated by 3,000 years in time, and the distance between them was unbridgeable, they were at least real. At least, they lived on the same world line. That was good. A smile suffused across Shi Xiaobai's lips. Even if they were separated by the rivers of time that spanned 3,000 years, they had at least once been in the same world thinking of each other. Nice, it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485, Triangular Slandering. Chapter 485, Triangular Slandering. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Seeing Shi Xiaobai suddenly enter a ruminative state before suddenly revealing a smile, everyone in the room was left confused. Feng Yuanlin and Pulp Farmer exchanged glances and once again tried to urge the other to speak by staring daggers at each other. They still had not received a clear answer to that important question. After the glaring war continued for a long time, Pulp Farmer was finally defeated. He secretly straightened his back and clenched his fists. He asked, Shi Xiaobai, do you have any impression of the matters after the fake Hero King's disappearance? With that said, Feng Yuanlin quietly turned his head away, afraid that his expression would reveal anything. The look in Sunless' eyes changed slightly before it instantly was restored to the dull and inert state. The Infernal Queen's coquettish smile turned increasingly teasing. When Shi Xiaobai heard the question, he stopped thinking and looked up at Pulp Farmer. He began to subconsciously consider Pulp Farmer's question. Matters that happened after Don Li's disappearance? Shi Xiaobai dived back into his memories again. He recalled that when Don suddenly disappeared, his momentary panic and bewilderment caused him to be consumed by angry emotions. The tiny bit of reason that had been awoken by Don's gentle address had vanished. Back then, he saw everything flooded by a scarlet red screen. The lives in front of him had turned into ugly devils. Therefore, when Sunless approached him, it was as though a devil was walking toward him. His instinctive act of killing caused him to strike, stabbing Sunless' shoulders with both hands. If not for the soft sensation of stabbing into the shoulders and the painful grunt that Sunless uttered which instantly awoken him, it would have created a tragedy. Thankfully, he had resisted the wrath in his heart, causing his already exhausted body to finally fall unconscious. Shi Xiaobai remained silent for a moment and told everyone in the room of the situation that happened back then. An apologetic look of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. Sunless reacted upon listening to Shi Xiaobai's depiction of the events. Her heart ached for Shi Xiaobai's tiny bit of consciousness while in that state, but she was also delighted that he had defeated anger in order to not harm her. Most of all, she was worried that Shi Xiaobai would blame himself for injuring her shoulders. Sunless' thoughts were complex, but she did not know how to articulate it. Her eyes wandered around and after a moment of hesitation, she finally extended her hand out to grab Shi Xiaobai's hand and said seriously, "Don't blame you." The warm and gentle touch that transmitted to the back of his hand made him experience the genuine and selfless intentions of a girl. In the array world, Shi Xiaobai, who for the first time had his emotions opened up, knew how valuable these intentions were. His heart warmed up as he smiled gently and whispered, "Got it." Sunless' eyes lit up slightly as a fleeting smile suddenly suffused on her face. It was like an especially mesmerizing cactus flower that bloomed rarely. A green tinge of envy brewed. It was so astringent that it made the infernal queen roll her eyes. Pulp Farmer, who was worried over another matter, did not engage in the fury of a bachelor dog, much less the realization that he was being the third wheel. He suddenly interrupted, "Then, what about the matters after falling unconscious? Do you still remember anything else?" "Matters after falling unconscious," said Shi Xiaobai in surprise. This king was already unconscious, so how could there be any memories? Pulp Farmer's eyes widened as cold sweat immediately oozed out of his forehead. Damn it, he was in such a rush to obtain an answer that he had forgotten such a simple piece of logic. If Shi Xiaobai did not remember that he had woken up during his unconsciousness, such a question was equivalent to telling Shi Xiaobai that other matters had happened after he fell unconscious. A person as clever as Shi Xiaobai would definitely realize this problem. Indeed, Shi Xiaobai quickly wrinkled his eyebrows and asked, "Did something happen after this king fell unconscious? Or could it be that this king did something after he fell unconscious?" Pulp Farmer's expression drastically changed as he cursed inwardly for being a fool. He knew that he had to quickly come up with a reason or fabricate a story to shrug off the matter. However, how could he so easily fool the clever Shi Xiaobai? Pulp Farmer's mind was a mess as he could not think of a solution instantly. He broke out into a sweat from his anxiousness. Feng Yuanlin was also worried by the side, but with his dull brains, how could he come up with a solution? But Shi Xiaobai finally noticed the strangeness and as though he thought of something, his pupils constricted suddenly. With a slight change in expression, he uttered, "Could it be? He slapped you 3 times. Ah. Shi Xiaobai turned his head toward Sunless. Sunless locked eyes with Shi Xiaobai and gradually lifted her left hand and pointed at Pulp Farmer. She said without any expression, "When you fell unconscious, your vital signs had vanished. He was so frightened that he slapped you 3 times. Pulp Farmer was confused. When did he slap Shi Xiaobai 3 times? Why was Sunless slandering him? Just as the surprise thought rose in his mind, Pulp Farmer saw Shi Xiaobai's suspicious and panicking expression gradually relax. With a flash of brilliance, Pulp Farmer immediately realized why Sunless had suddenly fabricated this lie. As he had slapped Shi Xiaobai thrice, he was afraid that Shi Xiaobai still had a memory of that happening despite being unconscious. Therefore, he had asked such a strange question. Sunless had helped him fabricate an excuse. Pulp Farmer was relieved and he immediately felt like prostrating himself before Sunless in admiration. Indeed, the person that could fool Shi Xiaobai was also a freak with an equally high intelligence. After realizing this line of thought, he hurriedly added to corroborate Sunless' explanation, sorry. It wasn't intentional. Back then, the situation was intense. Feng Yuanlin nearly cried from panic. Pulp Farmer was followed the code of brotherhood as he dragged Feng Yuanlin into it as well. Feng Yuanlin exclaimed. With his intelligence, he obviously had not fully understood the situation. He only knew that Sunless had suddenly slandered Pulp Farmer and Pulp Farmer had suddenly slandered him. Was this the prelude to a slander exchange? Feng Yuanlin was afraid that he would wreck Sunless and Pulp Farmer's plans, so he bit the bullet and tried inferring. Since they were having a slander exchange, shouldn't he say something as well? But who could he slander? Feng Yuanlin racked his brains with all his might as a stroke of brilliance suddenly flashed in his mind. He said loudly, right. The situation back then was too nerve-wracking. Everyone thought you were dead. Brother Pulp Farmer slapped you thrice, and I nearly cried from panic. Also, Sunless gave you mouth-to-mouth resuscitation in order to save you. At that moment, Feng Yuanlin found himself extremely clever. He had perfectly complemented the grand plan of a triangular slander. Sunless, who suddenly took an arrow in the knee, had her breathing falter for a moment. With a stiffened expression, she wanted to explain, but she could not expose the lie at that moment. She could only swallow her words, but the embarrassment in her heart prevented her from looking into Shi Xiaobai's eyes. However, her right hand was still adamantly holding on to his. Pulp Farmer lowered his head in guilt and pretended that it had nothing to do with him. However, he secretly gave Feng Yuanlin a big thumbs up in his mind. This support of intelligence was really fucking well done, sick. The infernal queen, who was watching the brouhaha by the side, burst out into laughter. Her feminine laughter could not cease at all. When Shi Xiaobai realized the situation, he was at a loss whether to laugh or to cry. He said, "It seems like all of you need to be a bit more careful after this king falls unconscious." Pulp Farmer was delighted. Shi Xiaobai had been fooled. A triangle was indeed the most stable shape. Sunless was relieved as well. Regardless, concealing the truth was all that is needed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486, time for this game of chess to come to an end. Chapter 486, time for this game of chess to come to an end. Translator, Sitalan editor. The group began joking about the terrible turn of events after Shi Xiaobai fell unconscious. Soon, Pulp Farmer made an excuse to leave, to which Feng Yuanlin parroted so as to leave with him. They had intruded by rushing into the room mainly because they were worried about Shi Xiaobai as well as to confirm if Shi Xiaobai remembered if he had accidentally killed Speechless. Now, with Shi Xiaobai completely fine and clueless about what had happened after he fell unconscious, there was naturally no reason for them to risk staying behind. After Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin left, Shi Xiaobai lowered his head to ponder over Dawn. Although the guess that they were on the same world line was better than the outcome from before, it still could not satisfy him. The silly notion that he could still meet up with her again made him begin to rack his brains. Sunless was a bit mindful of how Shi Xiaobai would view the matter of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation that Feng Yuanlin came up with. But the typically non-vocal her did not know how she should probe. Therefore, she could only become the usual silent beauty. The infernal queen languidly lazed on the sofa as she shook her beautiful and exquisite leg that seemed to have a luster like beautiful white jade. A coquettish smile hung on her lips as her eyes held a teasing hint as though she was planning something. The room immediately turned silent once again. Rumble. Suddenly, a strange sound groaned. Shi Xiaobai immediately blushed because his stomach had growled. After sleeping for 3 days, the energy he had received from eating the Infernal King's sword had basically been digested. As a result, he had the infinite appetite of the power of Tao Tai reappearing, giving him the innate feeling of hunger. Sunless looked up at Shi Xiaobai and immediately, a look of realization flashed in her eyes after a moment of surprise. She thought to herself that it was true that she was bad at caring for others. She had failed to realize that someone who had been unconscious for 3 days would be hungry after you woke up. If it were a more considerate girl, she would definitely have realized this and prepared in advance. "I'll get food." Sunless hurriedly stood up and walked out the door. Shi Xiaobai gaped and wanted to tell Sunless not to bother. He had lots of food everywhere around him. But as he thought that the food around him were actually candles or other furniture, it would undoubtedly make Sunless worry for him even though candles were not much different from fried chicken to him. Therefore, he could only swallow his words. With Sunless leaving, it immediately left Shi Xiaobai and the Infernal Queen remaining in the room. Shi Xiaobai turned his head to glance at the Infernal Queen. Before the battle royale between the 3 kings, he had once spent 10 days with the Infernal Queen in the chamber they were in, alone. Although they were playing board games most of the time, the Infernal Queen had never ceased using a coquettish attitude to attempt to seduce him. Didn't she seem a little different today? The Infernal Queen was half-slumped on the sofa. The garments she was wearing could hardly conceal her figure. Her wanton and slothful posture was filled with a fascinating charm. However, the smile on her face was different from the seductive smile from before. It had more of a teasing and jesting vibe. She locked eyes with Shi Xiaobai, narrowing them into a beaming smile without saying a word. Shi Xiaobai thought for a moment before choosing not to make conversation. He hesitated for a moment and turned his head. He got off the bed and quickly walked toward the Infernal King's study desk. He was hungry. Very hungry. The appetite of Tao Tai could no longer wait. Before Sunless brings in food, it's best to find something to eat first. Shi Xiaobai remembered that he had found the celestial jade that was of the same grade as the transcendent fruit and the Infernal King's sword in the Infernal King's desk. Only energy at the level of the celestial jade could curb his hunger. Shi Xiaobai began rummaging through the Infernal King's drawers and he would occasionally find some items that were like jade. However, they were all ordinary items. The amount of energy they contained was only slightly higher than rocks. However, Shi Xiaobai was too hungry to be picky, so he began eating them. The Infernal Queen was accustomed to seeing the ridiculous scene of Shi Xiaobai eating anything. She silently watched him with a faint smile. A strange glint was hidden in her eyes as though she was planning something. "There is one thing that I'm not sure if Darling still remembers?" Suddenly, the Infernal Queen broke the silence. "What is it?" Shi Xiaobai's mouth was filled with food as he responded in an intelligible manner. "More than 10 days ago, Darling had exposed my fake identity of being Infernal Queen and you had questioned my true identity. Back then, I gave Darling 3 chances. I said that I would definitely confess as long as Darling can correctly identify my true identity." The Infernal Queen hung her trademark coquettish smile on her face as she said, "Darling had guessed wrong twice back then but decided to leave the 3rd chance aside. Darling has yet to use it up till today." The matter that happened more than 10 days ago was quickly recalled by Shi Xiaobai when the Infernal Queen raised it. Based on the Infernal Queen's weird actions, such as the lie about the red mole underneath his armpit, the aphrodisiac perfume in the room, the flaws in her words as well as the strength that he could not see through, he had exposed the Infernal Queen's fake identity. He had guessed that the Infernal Queen might be a fake existence created by the assessment program, an outsider from outside the tower, or the level lord. Therefore, he had slyly used 2 chances to guess at 3 identities. But unfortunately, they were all wrong answers. However, the Infernal Queen who was immersed in the guessing game had made an exception for Shi Xiaobai's slyness and gave him a 3rd chance. Shi Xiaobai had nearly forgotten the matter, but he never expected the infernal queen to suddenly raise it. "You wish for this king to use the third chance now?" asked Shi Xiaobai with a raised eyebrow. "No, I just want to tell darling the correct answer now." The infernal queen's mouth suffused a teasing smile. Shi Xiaobai was surprised as he saw the infernal queen begin to slowly open her charming red lips. "My true identity is..." The gentle and loving pupils in her eyes swirled with a strange glint. The infernal queen had suddenly acted erratically and she was about to reveal her true identity. "Assessment program." Shi Xiaobai's expression changed as he suddenly said the answer out first. "Darling has indeed guessed it a long time ago." The smile on the infernal queen's lips turned increasingly teasing. Shi Xiaobai shrugged his shoulders and said calmly, "It was just a guess. You aren't an outsider, but you managed to make this king feel a threat that surpasses a level lord. Furthermore, you aren't created by the assessment program and also not the level lord, but you possess the powers to replace the infernal queen's identity. To possess this strength and privilege at the same time, together with the elimination of the three aforementioned possibilities, other than being that assessment program, this king can't think of a second answer." However, this king did not have any decisive evidence, so there was no way to confirm the logical guess. Therefore, this king did not choose to use the third chance. But now, you have forced this king to use it, so this king naturally said the answer in his heart. But this king never expected that you really are the assessment program, not. Shi Xiaobai had no expression, but his eyes were flickering with a wise and far-sighted glimmer. Sigh. The infernal queen suddenly wiped the smile off her face and shook her head with a sigh. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. "Shi Xiaobai, why are you still making up such a shoddy lie at this point in time? A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Since I have taken the initiative to show my hand, it is time for this game of chess to come to an end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 487, Stick It In Forcefully. Chapter 487, Stick It In Forcefully. Translator, Citalan Editor Adat. Shi Xiaobai, up till now, why are you still making up such a shoddy lie? A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Since I have taken the initiative to show my hand, it is time for this game of chess to come to an end. After the infernal queen wiped away her faked coquettish smile and dropped the endearing darling, her eyes turned sharp and cold. Shoddy lie? This king does not understand you, not to mention the game of chess you are talking about. Shi Xiaobai had a puzzled expression as a surprised glint flashed in his eyes. The infernal queen suffused a cold smile and said, "That matter can deceive those bunch of fools, but can it be kept from me?" "Which matter?" Shi Xiaobai wrinkled his eyebrows. "Heh, it looks like you plan on playing the fool till the very end." The infernal queen's eyes flashed a look of disappointment. She had appreciated Shi Xiaobai's intelligence during their chess games and his unwavering principle and mindfulness of not being seduced by her beauty. However, Callie's submissive love that did not match her stature and the matter that happened not long ago made her understand what it meant to be a hypocrite. "Fine. Since you insist on not talking about it by playing the fool, I'll make it such that you have nothing to say." The infernal queen's eyes were ice cold as she said with a sneer, "Do you remember that not a long time ago, you had inquired about the infernal king's mandate?" Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly and nodded. He had indeed asked the infernal queen about the infernal king's mandate. Hence, he knew about the vendetta between the first-generation infernal king and celestial king. He had also gleaned the information that the infernal king's mandate was to kill the reigning celestial king. The infernal queen's sneer intensified as she continued, "You are very smart. After using 2 opportunities, you had already guessed that I was the assessment program. You knew that although I was targeting you, I still had to obey the rules of being a program. I can designate you as the infernal king, making you lack the identity of a Braveheart so that you are unable to clear the level by becoming champion at the Braveheart martial arts tournament. However, I have no way of completely severing the path to you gaining the program's recognition, but those trial takers that were designated Bravehearts matched their identities by either becoming the champion at the Braveheart martial arts tournament or killing the Infernal King. Therefore, you logically guessed that for a trial taker with the identity of Infernal King to obtain the program's recognition, it is to complete the Infernal King's mandate. Hence, you had asked about it. Shi Xiaobai's expression changed slightly as an alarming glint flashed in his eyes. However, it was quickly mollified as he shook his head and said, "You are overthinking it. This king isn't that smart." "No, you were much smarter than I imagined, but..." The Infernal Queen said with a sneer, "You knew that I was targeting you, but you continued asking me because you were confident that you could infer the correct answer from a wrong answer. And with me being able to easily think of that, I would give you an answer that would seem exceedingly close to the true answer to confuse you. When you play chess, you would often think 10 steps, 20 steps, or even further ahead of time. It was the same this time. You had guessed from the beginning that I will give you an answer filled with half-truths." Shi Xiaobai could not help but laugh as he said, "Sorry, but you are really overthinking it." The Infernal Queen sneered and continued her monologue, "My answer was filled with half-truths. In the history of the transcendent world, this generation's Infernal King had nearly united the three domains. Finally, he was killed by the joint efforts of the Celestial King and the Hexstar Bravehearts. Therefore, for a trial taker with the identity as Infernal King to gain the program's recognition, the Celestial King has to be killed to complete the Infernal King's mandate, or the Hexstar Bravehearts have to be killed. The lives of the 6 leading figures of the Age of Bravehearts would be ended ahead of time. Regardless of which one is killed, it will prevent the joint forces of the Celestial King and the Bravehearts. It would then change the ultimate destiny of the Infernal King. Although I concealed the latter, I had informed you of the former because I had considered an additional step." When Shi Xiaobai heard those words, his expression changed and he began frowning. He recalled that in Transcendence, Pulp Farmer and company were received as the Hexstar Bravehearts. That identity had been deliberately designed. Shi Xiaobai said with a wry smile, "Aren't you going overboard with your targeting? You designated this king as the Infernal King, designated speechlessly as the Celestial King, and the rest as the Hexstar Bravehearts. You made it such that this king has to kill Speechless or the other 6 in order to gain the program's recognition. What difference does this have from completely severing this king's ability to clear the level? I originally thought that doing so would completely cut you off from clearing the level." A mocking smile suffused across the Infernal Queen's lips as her gaze turned slightly cold. She said, "But I never expected that you would guess that the answer I gave was real and had ruthlessly completed that matter." Shi Xiaobai frowned. "What do you mean? With things this clear, is there a need to feign stupidity? Since you are forcing me to expose it, I will not beat around the bush any further." The corner of the Infernal Queen's mouth suddenly turned odd as she said, "Shi Xiaobai, 3 days ago, you feigned unconsciousness and took the opportunity to kill the Celestial King, completing the Infernal King's mandate. What a great strategy and scheme, that." Shi Xiaobai's pupils constricted slightly as his expression turned austere. "That joke is getting overboard." The Infernal Queen said with a smile, "Do you think that anything you do can deceive me? Unfortunately, even if you do it perfectly, even if you can really fool my eyes, it is absolutely impossible for you to fool the rules of the program." Shi Xiaobai said coldly, "What are you trying to get at?" "I only want to tell you that I can't withhold it any longer. The program's rules have already determined that you have completed the mission. I have used all my privileges only to be able to delay it, but there is no way to stop the final outcome. You have succeeded. You won. I have lost this game of chess. The Infernal Queen's expression was one of indignation and her gaze was burning with fury. However, there was a strange smile by the corners of her mouth. Finally, it transformed into the usual coquettish charm. "As you wish, the world to the 8th level has its legs opened up for you." She curled her finger and licked her red lips as she said seductively, "So, come on in. Stick it in forcefully. As the important conversation was happening in the Infernal King's chamber, another important conversation began in the woods outside the Infernal Palace. In a trial in the woods, the lush canopy blocked out the sun. Other than the chirping of sparrows and the gentle rustle of the wind, as well as 2 sporadic footsteps, there was no other noise. A girl in azure clothes was walking in front at an appropriate speed. A youth in a Taoist outfit was following behind with a hesitant expression. Lu Yu was puzzled. He had rushed to the Infernal King's chambers when he received news that Shi Xiaobai had awoken. On the way, he had encountered Sunless, who had gone out to bring food in. He never expected the scene to develop to what it was now. Why would Sunless invite him out alone? Was there something she wanted to discuss? From Lu Yu's impression of the azure-dressed girl, she was a person who seldom took the initiative to converse with others. Up to date, he had not even spoken to her at all. He never expected that the first word he received from her was follow, but. With Sunless' personality, other than an urgent matter that needed to be done, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. No, it was not only so. This matter definitely had something to do with swords or Shi Xiaobai. Could it be? When Lu Yu's thoughts came to that point, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Seeing Sunless walk into the deep depths of the forest without a word, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. He laughed dryly and spoke out first. Benefactor Yi, are you planning on discussing with this penniless priest about hiding the matter from Benefactor Shi Xiaobai? Suddenly, Sunless, who was walking in front, came to a halt as she slowly turned to her side and gave him a nonchalant glance. The look in her pupils appeared somewhat cold. You lied, said Sunless suddenly. Lu Yu's pupils constricted slightly as his expression changed. But instantly, it returned to its original calm. Lie? Lu Yu said in confusion, when did this penniless priest lie? Oh? Is Benefactor Yi referring to the matter of hiding the truth from Benefactor Shi Xiaobai? If hiding that truth is considered a lie, this penniless priest has indeed made an outrageous lie, but... Sunless suddenly interrupted him. Shi Xiaobai's hair did not turn silver. The bright sunlight seemed to suddenly freeze over at that instant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488, A Fate That the World Can Only Watch from the Side. Chapter 488, A Fate That the World Can Only Watch from the Side. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Lu Yu's expression immediately turned stiff as beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead. Just as he was about to say something, Sunless said coldly, on the way back, Shi Xiaobai's hair had always been black. Lu Yu said with a wry smile, Benefactor Yi, why are you saying this? How are you so sure? Sunless said with a deadpan expression, I was watching him constantly. Lu Yu was slightly dumbfounded before he immediately understood what she meant. Her eyes had been staring intently at Shi Xiaobai on the way back. Without parting her eyes from him, she had not seen Shi Xiaobai's hair turn silver during that fateful period. With Sunless' personality, it was definite that she would place all her attention on the unconscious Shi Xiaobai even if with an injured shoulder that would emit pain with every step. Lu Yu sighed before saying, Benefactor Yi must be mistaken. This penniless priest previously mentioned that Benefactor Shi Xiaobai's hair only turned silver for an instant. It was so short that this penniless priest even suspected that it was a mistake. Even if you were staring at him the entire journey, there might be instances you miss when you blink your eyes. This penniless priest really did not lie. Benefactor Yi, you must have seen wrong, but... Sunless said affirmatively without any emotions, I do not blink. Lu Yu was surprised as he examined her carefully. He realized that Sunless' glazed eyes looked glazed not because they seldom revealed emotions, but because she never blinked. She actually did not need to blink? What sort of darn special effect is that? Lu Yu smiled wryly inwardly. He knew that she wasn't joking. She had really managed to stare at Shi Xiaobai intently without blinking once on the way back. It could be said that she did not miss a single instant. What a terrifying girl. Lu Yu sighed and said, "You might have seen wrong, or it might have been a mistake of this penniless priest. Benefactor Shi Xiaobai's hair might not have turned silver and this penniless priest could have been mistaken, but there is absolutely no reason to lie. Furthermore, with you staring at Benefactor Shi Xiaobai all the time, you should know better than this penniless priest as to what had happened, right?" Sunless glanced at Lu Yu with an emotionless expression and said, "I saw it, but I didn't see everything. At that moment, you happened to block my vision. It was as if you did it on purpose." Lu Yu's expression changed as he said in a deep voice, "Benefactor Yi, your words seem a bit too harsh. This penniless priest had been hit by Benefactor Shi Xiaobai's elbow, lost control of my body and had accidentally blocked your vision. Everything was just a coincidence. This penniless priest knows you are worried about Benefactor Shi Xiaobai, but how can you malign this penniless priest in such an unreasonable manner?" Lu Yu's expression appeared agitated, as though he was expressing his indignation. Sunless calmly glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "I did not tell you when you blocked my vision. Yet, you seem to know it better than me?" Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He cursed in his heart. He had been anxious and he had neglected such a simple logical line of thought. Wasn't this equivalent to him giving an unsought confession? Sunless said coldly, "You had indeed lied, but..." Lu Yu pretended to remain calm as he said in a deep tone, "You claimed that this penniless priest was lying, but why would this penniless priest lie? What reason is there for this penniless priest to lie? You want to hide a particular truth." Sunless' eyes were dull but they emitted an overbearing glimmer. She said, "There are two possibilities for this truth. First, you are helping Xiaobai hide the truth. Xiaobai was awake when he killed Speechless. Second, you are lying for yourself. The person who killed Speechless wasn't Xiaobai, but you. You pushed the blame on to the unconscious Xiaobai." It was a rare moment for Sunless to say such a long sentence. Furthermore, she had used her words to express the logic extremely clearly. Obviously, she had been pondering over the matter for some time. She might have been having mixed feelings about this for the past 3 days. Lu Yu smiled wryly in his mind. He knew that Sunless was very intelligent, but he never expected her to be another monster with a freak intelligence. What seemed like a perfect plan had apparently been seen through by her. Lu Yu's mouth suffused a bitter smile as he said, "Out of the two possibilities, it's likely you are more willing to believe in the latter, right?" Sunless said, "From my point of view, the possibility of the former doesn't exist." Sunless obviously did not believe that Shi Xiaobai would deliberately feign unconsciousness to kill Speechless. Therefore, from her point of view, everything was Lu Yu's scheme. He had sneakily killed Speechless and then pushed the blame on Shi Xiaobai. Although it was unknown how Lu Yu had managed to do it, that was the only possibility Sunless had come up with. Lu Yu sighed and said, "Benefactor Yi already has an answer in her heart. It appears like it is beyond dispute for this penniless priest." Lu Yu knew Sunless' personality. Nothing he said could change her mind. "Benefactor Yi, what do you plan on doing?" Lu Yu looked at the area around him. At that moment, they were on a forest trail with no one around them. It was a place that few people passed, so it was apparent that Sunless had deliberately led him there. But what was she planning to do? Kill him? It was clearly impractical. He was no match for Sunless, but he could escape with the exit command. Use her strength to force a confession from him? He could similarly use the exit command to escape the calamity. Was she planning to use her mouth to exhort him to confess? Sunless was obviously not that naive. Then, what did she want to do? What is she trying to do? Keep lying. Sunless made known her intention as she calmly said, "I wish that you do not tell anyone the truth. Do not expose a single flaw. Keep this a secret forever." When Lu Yu heard her, he was first shocked before he quickly understood Sunless's intentions. Sunless did not believe that Shi Xiaobai would feign unconsciousness to kill Speechless. However, she had no evidence that could reject such a possibility with 100% certainty. Hence, this possibility still existed, even if it was 1%, 0.01%, or a trillionth of a percent, it was still possible. And in order to completely stem out this possibility, the only way was to hide the truth forever. She would rather let the true murderer escape scot-free than let Shi Xiaobai take any risk. That was Sunless's intention. Lu Yu was astounded, but he felt respect and fear for her. To Shi Xiaobai, Sunless was definitely the cutest girl in the world. But to others, Sunless could become a most terrifying enemy at any time. Her reason was too unreasonable. This penniless priest is innocent. Benefactor Shi Xiaobai is not at fault either, but this penniless priest cannot tell the truth for now. Lu Yu sighed and said solemnly, "There will come a day when the truth will be revealed. Now, what this penniless priest can do is to first say, sorry." Sunless glanced at Lu Yu nonchalantly before she silently turned around and walked out of the woods. Regardless of the truth, the outcome she wanted was for Shi Xiaobai to not be harmed. At that moment, a familiar voice resounded in the sky and spread throughout the world. The person to clear the transcendental world is born. Participant, Shi Xiaobai, has been sent to the 8th level. The remaining 7 trial takers will be forcefully expelled in 30 seconds. The person to clear the 7th level had been born. Shi Xiaobai had obtained the assessment program's recognition? How did he do it? Sunless eyes flashed a hint of surprise as a guess arose in her mind, but she immediately wiped it away. Lu Yu turned to glance at the infernal king's chamber as he sighed secretly. Was everything finally about to end? The world of the 8th level. Shi Xiaobai descended with a golden beam of light. He had arrived in a world that only a few mighty figures in human history had reached. Before the system's voice that conventionally introduced the world to the 8th level sounded, a familiar fiery voice rang in Shi Xiaobai's mind. Absolute choice completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a B-level reward, Psionic Offensive Skill, 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. The corners of Shi Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly as he remained expressionless. His eyes were somewhat dull. The way the Absolute Choice announced its completion was identical to the Absolute Choices that required him to save Little Fatso and Chen Lingsuan, as well as preventing Callie from raging. It was a choice without any hints. As he recalled, the content of the choices was: Choice 1, complete the King's Mandate, B-level reward. Choice 2, end the Age of Bravehearts, B-level reward. Choice 3, leave the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, no reward. When the Absolute Choice suddenly appeared, it left Shi Xiaobai completely dumbfounded. He did not know what Choice 1 and 2 really meant. At that moment, he finally understood what the 2 extremely well-concealed choices represented. Completing the King's Mandate was to complete the Infernal King's mandate by killing the Celestial King, which also meant killing Speechless. Ending the Age of Bravehearts meant killing the 6 leaders that came to the Age of Bravehearts, the Hexstar Bravehearts, which also meant killing Sunless, Pulp Farmer, and the rest. These 2 choices were cruel for Shi Xiaobai and they were difficult to complete. And it was because of the cruelty of the 2 choices that there was a 3rd choice that allowed him to avoid everything, leaving the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. If Shi Xiaobai had known the true meaning of the 3 choices when they first appeared, he would not have hesitated to choose option 3. And because of that, the Absolute Choice had deliberately used text to do a few layers of concealment. Everything was in order to push the story to the present situation. With the story developing to the present moment, the Infernal King had killed the Celestial King. Shi Xiaobai had killed Speechlessly. It was set in stone. The cruelest situation. Shi Xiaobai's expression was deadpan as his eyes glazed over. He had been silent for a very, very long time until the Infernal Queen slowly approached him from afar. She smiled coquettishly as she walked with a seductive gait. Every step she took left an ice lotus blooming at her feet. She produced lotuses with every step, but they withered nearly instantly. In another world, Callie watched the scene with a pair of cold eyes. A blob of darkness suddenly appeared in front of her as she raised her elegant hand, prepared to extend it into the darkness. If she wished, she could easily penetrate the darkness and snap the infernal queen's neck. But eventually, her fingers came to a stop just as it was about to touch the darkness. Her constantly changing expression eventually transformed into a hint of melancholy and a light sigh. Callie looked at Shi Xiaobai quietly before she muttered to herself, "Sorry. Only your fate is something that even the world can only watch from the side, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 489, What did Little Pervert experience? Chapter 489, What did Little Pervert experience? Translator, Citalan Editor. Shanghai City, 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, Main Auditorium. The auditorium was not packed like it was half a month ago. With a large majority of rookies eliminated, the various organizations had left together with their personnel. Furthermore, the 8 rookies that had entered the 7th level had spent more than 10 days in that world. No one knew when they would come out, so they no longer waited so patiently like before. Other than those reporters that were adamant about their professionalism, hoping to gain first-hand news, there were only a few people left in the auditorium. They were either waiting for the rookies to come out or for there to be any changes to the trial stone monument. Rico, Motzi, and Kevin were one of the few people left. They were sitting at a corner in the auditorium with tensed expressions. It was obvious that they were somewhat nervous. They were waiting. However, they were not waiting for news of Shi Xiaobai and Mu Yuesheng. Instead, they were waiting for something equally important. Motzi and Kevin looked distraught and there was a faint unease in their eyes. In a particular skyscraper in Shanghai, there was a meeting ongoing that determined their future in a certain way. It could even determine their destiny. Even though they knew that they were inferior to an Mo and Zhou Chuchu, or that there were many rookies who were more qualified than them at clinching those 2 spots, they still had that bit of thirst in them to participate in the collective training. They remembered that just before leaving Steel City, Shi Xiaobai had walked right in front and spoken high spirits, "All 4 will enter the top 10. Let's go, set off with this king." At that moment, it was treated as a joke or just fool's talk. But now, it was suddenly possible for it to be realized. Be it the claim made by Shi Xiaobai or the desire buried deep in their hearts, everything suddenly seemed to have a minute chance of being realized. Even if it was just a tingling bit of hope, they hoped to grasp it. But there were countless people, countless discussions, and objections that were trying their best to open their hands and break their fingers one by one. At the young age of 13, how could they have the courage to retort against the excellencies from the various organizations, the biased pressure against them or the prejudice shown to them by all the people of the country? They did not have the courage. Even if they had, it would be useless. The only hope they had was to rest their hopes for a miracle to happen in that meeting, right? Rico sighed inwardly. She empathized with the pressure the 2 were feeling. They were indignant about giving up, but they were powerless to not give up. It was not a pressure they could withstand at that age. She patted Kevin on the shoulder and held Motzi's hands. She said gently, "Don't worry. My dad is one who can't stand for unjust matters. He will not succumb. Chairman Jiang is also well known to be honest and upright. He will definitely be fair. Furthermore, I invited Teacher Wunpun over. There's no fear that those bunch of bastards will be unreasonable." Rico had hidden the last sentence in her heart as she consoled them. "Furthermore, the points the both of you received to enter the top 10 were not based on luck. The progress you have made has given me a shock. It's definitely not clinging onto a powerhouse as those wretches claim. Don't worry, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. Reality will eventually smack them in the face." Humph. Rico's words alleviated Kevin and Motzi's expression slightly, but their hands were still trembling from nervousness. Motzi forced a smile that was uglier than a cry as she nodded. Kevin seemed to suddenly think of something as he frowned slightly. He turned his head toward Rico and whispered, "I believe Division Minister Minamiya. If not for him, it would have been over a few meetings before. But, is doing so really appropriate? Those people that are participating in the meeting aren't people to be trifled with. I heard that Brute Axe Boar, Zhang Meng will be participating as well. What if, ... When Rico heard what Kevin said, she looked at him in surprise. At a moment of such great importance, he was able to consider the about others. This excellent quality was extraordinary. Although there was a saying that an absent scholar for 3 days must be seen in a different light, isn't Kevin's transformation too much? Back at the Gaia rookie evaluation, he was the blondie narcissist whose words revolved around the word genius. Now, he had become so sensible? Rico was very curious about the changes that had happened in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. As she looked at Kevin's worried expression, she said with a chuckle, "Don't worry. Rather than that boar, Zhang Meng, even if Thor's Thunder Emperor were to personally be there, they would absolutely not dare to use a show of force because a particular Uncle Baldy is watching by the side." Kevin faltered before realizing moments later that Uncle Baldy referred to the hero, One Pun. Upon recalling the master-disciple relationship One Pun had with Rico, he was immediately relieved. If One Pun was there, it was true that Zhang Meng would unlikely act wantonly. However, to get One Pun, who was busy saving victims all over the globe daily, to spend some time to pay attention to a meeting regarding the rookie collective training, Rico must have spent quite a bit of effort. When Kevin thought of that, he looked at Rico gratefully before saying with a nod, "That's good, but..." After that, he lowered his head and continued worrying about his future. Rico smiled and no longer said a word. She was not an agony aunt who was good at consoling others. She did not know how to straighten Motzi and Kevin's thoughts, nor did she know how to alleviate their worries and pressure. The only thing she could do was probably stay by their side and wait for the outcome of the meeting. Furthermore, she was also waiting for another matter. Rico turned her head to look at the massive stone monument situated in the middle of the auditorium. There had been no changes to the text on the monument. Shi Xiaobai's name was still stuck on the stone monument's 7th level. "All the best, little pervert," Rico thought to herself. She never expected Shi Xiaobai to come this far, much less imagine that Shi Xiaobai could conquer 8-level lords. He had torn through the internet in a blaze within a short period of time. He was trending on the search rankings, and like the rise of a new star, he became a super rookie known by everyone. She still remembered the first time she met Shi Xiaobai. He was just a weak ordinary person, one that had not come into contact with psionic power before. He was powerless against an F-class calamity fiend and could only struggle desperately. He had constantly tried to buy time in order to save a particular fat boy. Furthermore, how long has it been? It hasn't been 3 months. He went from an ordinary person to a super rookie that was the focus of attention all across the country in less than 3 months. If not for Rico witnessing Shi Xiaobai's state from 3 months ago, she would probably have laughed it off as a ridiculous and absurd fake story. Even having seen it with her own eyes and being aware that none of it was a fabrication, she still found it unbelievable and unimaginable. Rico's impression of Shi Xiaobai was a boy with 8th grader syndrome that addressed himself as this king. He was a fool that had once told her about joining Xiaobai's hero squad, so as to save the world with this king. He was a little pervert who had taken advantage of her multiple times during the superpower evaluation. She could not link the Shi Xiaobai in her impression to the present #1 super rookie of the organization faction. Only the heavens knew what experiences the little pervert had had. Ring ring. Just as Rico was having thoughts run wild, the cell phone she clasped tightly in her hand rang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, Yama Minamiya's Bet. Chapter 490, Yama Minamiya's Bet. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Riko hurriedly removed her fingers and looked at the cell phone screen. Her expression immediately stiffened when she realized that it was Yama Minamiya's call. Motsi and Kevin had turned their heads over instantly. When they saw Riko's expression, they guessed that it was Yama Minamiya's phone call. It was definitely the outcome from the meeting. The phone call was to tell them the result. They immediately held their breaths in nervousness. "Don't worry." Riko gave the duo a gentle smile as she pressed answer and placed the phone to her ear. Despite her allaying the duo's nervousness, Riko's heart was pounding. She was extremely nervous. In the unlikely scenario that her dad failed in the negotiations, Motsi and Kevin's spots in the collective training would be rescinded once the rule was changed. What were they to do? No, it was not an unlikely scenario but a high likelihood outcome. Even if she had consoled herself, she could not help but discern the cruel reality. There was the 7 major organizations' joint protest, the Hero Association's secret pressure, as well as the objections and discussions of the people. Regardless of how she thought of it, the changing of the rule was reasonably the final outcome. By sacrificing Motsi and Kevin, as well as Gaia's interests, the rest would receive a favorable outcome. Why would the Senate not do it? If they lost the nomination for the collective training, Motsi and Kevin would definitely be hurt, right? When the time comes, how is she to comfort them and counsel them so as to let them step out of the nadir of negative emotions? Hello? Riko picked up the call. Her voice sounded stiff. She was violent girl as termed by Shi Xiaobai, not some agony aunt. Riko was nervous and worried. She had already begun considering words of consolation and encouragement that she was not proficient at. Yama Minamiya's deep and stable voice sounded into her ears. The meeting is over. The rule will not change. The spots are still the 2 children's. It was simple and direct without any foreshadowing. Yama Minamiya had explained the outcome of the meeting in a narrative tone. "Ah!" Riko exclaimed. Her first thought was that she had heard wrong before being pleasantly surprised. She hurriedly asked, "Won? We won?" "Yeah, we won." Yama Minamiya answered calmly. Against countless objections, they had won. "Ha ha ha, well done." Riko immediately laughed out loudly. She blinked at the duo sitting beside her and gestured with her fist, indicating that they had clinched victory. Motsi and Kevin widened their eyes and were instantly filled with pleasant surprise and disbelief. They were wondering if they were dreaming. Riko beamed and was enjoying an upheaval of emotions. She wheeled Yama Minamiya. "Dad, quickly tell me how we won." It was all thanks to Chairman Zhang. He eventually held his ground against all dissent and objected to changing the rule. "Hence, the result," answered Yama Minamiya. "Just that?" asked Riko. "Just that," answered Yama Minamiya. Riko was surprised but quickly smiled again. Although it wasn't her father holding his ground against all objections, the outcome was already perfect. There was nothing to be disappointed about. Not bad. Grandpa Jiang no doubt lives up to his title as Azure Emperor. He's indeed a just hero to have entered the Hero Hall of Fame. Riko praised. Suddenly, she recalled Kevin's concerns from before. Hence, she asked in a whisper, "Right, I heard that the boar, Zhang Mang, had participated in it. Did he and those unreasonable upper echelons of the various organizations make things difficult for you?" "No." Yama Minamiya used a simple word as a response. His voice was calm and stable. "That's good." Riko immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It seems Teacher One Pun did not need to play a role in it. "Yeah, let's do it this way. When Shi Xiaobai comes out, let's hold a celebration." "I'm busy." "I'll be hanging up," said Yama Minamiya suddenly. While Rico was still in a daze, he had already hung up. Do. Rico was surprised. Why did he hang up just like that? She still had many questions. Strange. Why does it feel like something is odd? Rico lowered her cell phone and knitted her brows slightly. However, when she turned her head to see the exciting looks on the duo sitting beside her, she immediately stopped thinking further. She also beamed happily. Shanghai City, First Hospital, Emergency Ward. The moment Yama Minamiya hung up the phone, he gnashed his teeth and uttered a cry of pain. An old and experienced orthopedic was treating his kneecaps that had been shattered into pulp. Although he had been given a tiny amount of anesthesia, it was still extremely painful. To think that Yama Minamiya was able to bear the pain through the phone call. He had feigned such a calm and stable voice. Even the old doctor could not help but look up to steal a few glances at him. Wonpun was standing by the side as he sighed. He said, "Couldn't you make the phone call after the treatment?" Yama Minamiya ground his teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Those children were waiting anxiously for it, SS." Wonpun shook his head helplessly as he suddenly said with a serious expression, "Those two children might not be able to keep up with the collective training." Previously, under Rico's incessant pestering, Wonpun had taken some time out of his busy schedule to guide Shi Xiaobai, Muyua Sheng, Kevin, and Motzi for a short period of time. Although it wasn't a long period of time, Wonpun had a basic level of judgment of the four. From his point of view, Wen Hejing had a good attitude but her natural endowment was too poor. Kevin was somewhat talented, but he was still greatly inferior to a real genius. Furthermore, he was an arrogant person and biased in his thoughts. Certain thoughts were ridiculous but he did not heed the advice of others. He was the person Wonpun thought the lowest of among the four. Therefore, although he had accepted Rico's request to appear at the meeting, it was only to ensure that Yama Minamiya was fine. He was not concerned with the outcome of the meeting but he was surprised to find Yama Minamiya working so hard. From his point of view, even if the spots of the collective training were held by the two children, it was very difficult for the two of them to keep up with the rest. They might very quickly be eliminated or abandoned. When Yama Minamiya heard that, his expression immediately turned solemn. He looked at Wonpun and said sternly, "Those two children are completely different from how they were in the past. I believe that the present them will not disappoint anyone." Wonpun faltered slightly as he pondered for a moment before saying, "Then it seems I'm the one that has been superficial." Yama Minamiya said with a grin, "No, if not for me witnessing it with my own eyes, I would never believe that a single trial can result in such a tremendous change in the two children. Do not belittle the potential of young people." Wonpun nodded and said approvingly, "At least that child, Shi Xiaobai, has completely exceeded my expectations, but that child is a rookie of my Annihilation Division." Yama Minamiya grinned. He looked rather proud when he suddenly thought of something. He asked softly, "Speaking of which, Wonpun, do you think that child, Shi Xiaobai, will have a chance at reaching the 8th level?" Wonpun faltered as he fell into a moment of silence. He said, "Back then, I was young and rash. I entered the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower at the 7th level of the Psionic Mortal Realm. At the 5th level, I had taken the initiative to search for the level lord and ended up being wrecked and was forced to use the exit command. Therefore, I do not have much concept of the difficulty of the 7th level. However, I know very clearly how strong a level lord is. They at least have the strength at the mid-stages of the Psionic Might realm. To defeat them at the Psionic Mortal realm would require shocking and unprecedented talent. Perhaps only amazing figures like Overlord Jifeng, Sword Immortal Su Taibai, Conquest King Chu Tianchi are able to accomplish it. As for Shi Xiaobai being able to conquer 8 level lords, it proves that he, at the very least, he possesses a shocking talent regardless of how he did it. With such talent, there is a very high possibility of him clearing the 7th level. But the Hero King, a person who history deems as the most likely person to reach the 8th or even 9th level for the first time, had stopped at the 7th level for some unknown reason. It shows that talent and strength might not be sufficient to clear the 7th level. Therefore, I cannot be sure that Shi Xiaobai would be able to reach the 8th level. Pan gave a thorough analysis but eventually gave a vague answer which supported both possibilities. Yama Minamiya could not help but rolled his eyes as he said in a fuming laugh, I believe Shi Xiaobai has 100% chance of reaching the 8th level, and even the 9th. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Pan was surprised. He never expected Yama Minamiya to have such blind confidence in Shi Xiaobai. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, what do we bet on? A strange smile suffused his lips as he said softly, if little Shi were to reach the 8th level, you have to, If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, The Frog in the Well That Looks Forward to the Mighty Eagle. Chapter 491, The Frog in the Well That Looks Forward to the Mighty Eagle. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Auditorium. When Riko saw that Motzi and Kevin's expression looked extremely interesting, she was exhilarated but also filled with disbelief. Motzi had even pinched herself in her delicate cheeks, afraid that she was dreaming. Riko smiled. She understood their euphoria. She too never expected for the miracle to truly happen. The victor of the meeting was Gaia, who had stood alone. She had been considering the methods to console and counsel Motzi and Kevin after the failure of the meeting, but she never expected that they won at the meeting. We won. It's not a dream. The spots to the collective training are yours. They're still yours. Riko announced the result in an affirmed manner to the duo, who still found it unbelievable. Kevin looked up suddenly as he clenched his constantly shaking right hand. His mouth opened up slightly. He had planned to roar and release the nervousness in him, but he swallowed it back down when he realized that it wasn't the right place to do so. They won. He could participate in the collective training. Heavens, is this really a dream or not? Oh yeah. It's awesome. I can fight alongside Lord Shi Xiaobai again. Motzi held Riko's hands as she jumped and danced joyfully. A brilliant smile beamed on her face. Compared to Kevin, it was easier for her to accept matters with such great impact. After all, she was a fat chick that had no ulterior motives or will. Compared to others, she had a heart that was free from care or worries. Kevin was immediately infected when he saw Motzi's cute jumping and cheering. His somewhat stiff face gradually suffused a smile. He had once felt disappointed and hurt by everyone's mockery and doubts. He had even nearly lost the courage to vie for it. He began to have cowardly thoughts of giving up. But at that moment, Yama Minamiya had patted him firmly on the shoulders and said, "Child, the collective training spot is rightfully yours. The present you absolutely has the qualifications to enjoy this privilege. You also absolutely have the ability to shoulder this obligation. So do not be discouraged or dejected. Be brave and fight for it. Bravely prove yourself." After that, Yama Minamiya had stood forward in front of them. He bore the brunt of everyone in order to fight for their collective training spots. It made him reignite his hopes of participating in the collective training. He did not give up, nor could he give up. It was because even though he felt despair from trying to win the nomination, he absolutely did not wish to disappoint the great division minister who stood in front of him. Words could not fully express his gratitude towards Division Minister Minamiya. At that moment, he felt from the bottom of his heart how honored he was to be a member of Gaia. Kevin gradually lifted his head. He felt his eyes turn sour. If he did not lift his head, it was as if something strange would drip down his eyes. He had once thought himself as a genius, but he later discovered that he was only a frog in a well. After seeing the soaring mighty eagle, he was jolted awake. It was not easy for him to climb out the well to discover that the world was so vast and that the sky was so infinite. He wanted to go far and soar high, but he was shocked to realize that he was surrounded by marsh and that he did not have a pair of wings behind him. A boat had fallen from the sky one day in front of him. Countless toads were eyeing that boat, and there were countless swans that believed that he was not worthy. They had mocked him, scolded him, and advised him to scram back to the bottom of his well. The world in the well was not necessarily bad. At least it was warmer than the cold marsh. There had been that instant when he had such a thought. But finally, he decided to bid a final farewell to that desolate well. It was partly because the marsh would bloom untainted lotus flowers. Also, he wanted to see, and he had the desire, an insatiable desire to see with his own eyes, even if it were just a glance, the scenery as seen from that mighty eagle. You're crying. Kevin, you are crying, exclaimed Motsi, who was free from care or worries, while she suddenly pointed at Kevin. Kevin blushed immediately as he raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. He hurriedly said, "It's only sand in my eyes." Motsi smacked her lips and said, "It's just tears of joy. Why do you need to blame the sand?" The blushing on Kevin's face intensified as he opened his mouth in the hopes of giving an explanation. Suddenly, with the sound of a ping, an exclamation was heard suddenly. It gave Kevin a fright. Shi Xiaobai has entered the eighth level. A suited reporter who had been sitting in front of the stone monument had suddenly leaped up from his stool. He had cried out in excitement while staring at the trial tower's stone monument. Rico and company were first shocked before they reacted. They hurriedly turned to look at the trial stone monument in the middle of the auditorium. They saw the 3 words, Shi Xiaobai, on the stone monument. It was covered with a layer of gold and was shining resplendently. It was surprisingly located at the stone monument's 8th level. Heavens! Kevin drew a gasp. He was completely flabbergasted. If it was possible, he wished he could flood a series of thumbs up in the form of 666 in the novel's comments section. Too cool. Lord Shi Xiaobai is just too cool. Motsi leaped up in joy. She was even happier than before when she heard that she had obtained the nomination for the collective training. Rico gulped as she stared at the trial tower's stone monument in a dumbfounded manner. From the rookie evaluation test, the little pervert had continuously created all sorts of miracles. He had been able to give her all sorts of pleasant surprises and inundated her with shock. She never expected that. It was even more exaggerated this time. He had reached the 8th level that only 3 historical figures had ever reached. The suited reporter glanced at Rico and company and realized that he had spoken too loudly. He hurriedly covered his mouth, but after he confirmed that Rico and company were not reporters as well, he heaved a sigh of relief. What a relief! Thankfully they were not competitors, or this shocking news would have been shared with others. The suited reporter recalled the domination the experienced reporters had on him. He could not calm down even after a long time. It was all the fault of his loose tongue. He was easily tricked into providing information to others. Every time he found a piece of important news, he would be tricked and leak the news. Therefore, over all these years, it was not easy for him to become the exclusive news agency to break the shocking news. Eventually, he would always submit to his president exclusive news that was not popular, to the reprimanding of his boss. Hence, he had to guard his piece of news regardless of anything. No, it should be his mouth. He surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that his peers were resting. He was elated that he was the first reporter to receive the news. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492, Breaking. A particular village leader repeatedly climbs a tree to find chickens. Chapter 492, Breaking. A particular village leader repeatedly climbs a tree to find chickens. Translator, Sitalan editor. He surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that his peers were resting. He was elated that he was the first reporter to receive the news. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, President. About that, Shi Xiaobai has entered the eighth level, said the suited reporter nervously and excitedly while holding his cell phone in one hand as he repressed his voice. What did you say? You fool, can't you speak louder? Did you find some retarded news again? How many times have I told you? You should do things in a prim and proper manner, clean and clear. You better watch it if you find trash news like hen climbs a tree or Xiao enters the sea. Humph. The president yelled angrily. In fact, he was rather displeased with the suited reporter. The reporter had no looks or powers. Every day, he would find some unpopular piece of news. If not for his services rendered to the news agency for so many years, he would have long been fired. The suited reporter frowned as he turned his head to the side. He placed the cell phone further away from his ear. To him, the president was lacking in everything. He was lacking in build, heart and tolerance. However, there was one thing that was not lacking in any way. His voice was louder than everyone else. Humph. Do you think it's easy for a hen to climb a tree or a Xiao to enter the sea? How can you call that trash news? What lacking foresight you have. No matter how angry the suited reporter was, he did not forget the original goal for making the phone call. He immediately composed himself and said with a smile by raising his voice. President Shi Xiaobai has reached the 8th level of the trial tower. Ah! Shi Xiaobai has finally reached the 8th level. The president had heard it clearly this time. He had exclaimed first before falling silent for several seconds. Suddenly, he praised with a cheerful tone, not bad. Good job. As expected of our Donglin news agency's future star. Keep up the good work and continue working hard. Your hopes and dreams will be fulfilled and there will be no lack of promotions and pay increments. After the president said those words, he smiled and said to the busy editor-in-chief in the office, Editor Liu, that shall be headlines of the evening paper tonight. Try to get it done in the shortest possible time. This is first-hand news. Ha ha. There definitely won't be any news more explosive than this. Editor-in-chief Liu gave a strong nod as he looked excited. Donglin News Agency was just a tiny news publication agency. The field reporters were mostly the bottom of the barrel after they were eliminated by other news agencies. The news that they submitted to him made him want to kill himself. Every time, he had to showcase his literary talent and come up with some philosophical title, for example, Breaking. A particular village leader repeatedly climbs a tree to find chickens, or could it be that only beauties can enter the sea? No. Watch as a Xiao bravely dives into the sea. But unfortunately, the news itself was considered unsought. Even a philosophical title could not save it. Instead, it earned itself as the infamy as shameless clickbait title. And today, was Donglin News Agency welcoming in a new era? Shi Xiaobai enters the 8th level. It was a matter of national attention. It was a news that could even shock the entire world. If they could be able to publish the piece of news first, Donglin News Agency's reputation would benefit from the situation as well. Without any delay, Editor-in-Chief Liu began to rapidly type on his keyboard while writing the article with verve and flair. Outside the auditorium, the suited reporter had swung his fists. The other reporters ate their meals at regular times or they would return home to sleep when they were tired. As for him, in order to await the piece of news, he had eaten bread and snacks daily. He even laid out a mat to sleep in the auditorium at night. And indeed, just as Providence helps those who help themselves, his hard work had not been in vain. Yeah. A celebration is in order tonight. The suited reporter thought to himself as he began to suffer a dilemma. Should I go to a brothel or a massage parlor? At that moment, there was a brouhaha from the exit to the trial tower. Following that, several medical personnel that was stationed nearby rushed to the tower's exit. The suited reporter watched in a daze at the strange actions of those people. Before he realized that something odd had happened, he had a vague feeling that another piece of breaking news had happened. He quickly ran over and held a female doctor back and asked loudly, "What happened?" The female doctor had panic written all over her face. In her nervousness, she glanced at the reporter and said with a trembling voice, Speechless, Lee is dead. What? Speechless, Lee is dead. The suited reporter did not notice that he had not hung up his phone call and he had accidentally yelled into the phone. Beep. Speechless, Lee is dead. The president was still drinking his coffee leisurely. He had been fantasizing the scene of his newspapers being snatched up by every Chinese citizen. With the sudden yell, he nearly spat out his coffee from shock. When the reporter heard the president's voice, he realized that the call was still connected. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to calm down and looked at the exit of the trial tower calmly. By putting together the abrupt situation, the panic of the medical personnel, the horror of the female doctor, and the commotion at the trial tower's exit, it was very likely that Speechless Lee had died. The impact this news was likely more shocking than Shi Xiaobai's entry into the 8th level. After all, Speechless Lee came from a mysterious large family clan. He was a descendant of the Lee family. President, this piece of news shouldn't be wrong. Speechless Lee has really died, said the suited reporter. Great. Well done. The president was extremely shocked. He did not have the time or effort to praise the suited reporter for his extraordinary performance. At that moment, Editor-in-Chief Liu, who was preparing the headline article, asked, "President, is there a need to change the headline?" Of course it needs changing. The person who died is Speechless Lee. The president was first to bellow before he realized that something wasn't right. He said softly, "That's not right. Shi Xiaobai has reached the 8th level. That is the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's 8th level. There have only been 3 people in history that have succeeded doing so. This is a huge matter that will go down in the history books. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai is recently one of the most popular people trending on search engines. This matter might not lose to Speechless Lee's death in terms of explosiveness, but..." Editor-in-Chief Liu wiped the sweat of his brow as he asked, "Then what should be done?" "There can only be one headline." The president wrinkled his brows as he began weighing the importance of the 2 pieces of news. Immediately, he had a headache and found it difficult to compare. In frustration, he shouted at Editor-in-Chief Liu, "You are the editor-in-chief. You do it as you see fit." Editor-in-Chief Liu was left helpless. This was the first time he realized that having too many pieces of useful news had its pains too. Being an editor-in-chief sure was an arduous profession. It's so much better being a president. Editor-in-Chief Liu grumbled inwardly, but he began racking his brains, as usual, to resolve the problem that the news agency's president had given him. There were 2 big pieces of news, but there was only one headline. Who should be the headline? Suddenly, Editor-in-Chief Liu's eyes lit up. Damn, I'm stupid. Can't I just merge the 2 articles into one? At that moment, Editor-in-Chief Liu felt that he was truly intelligent. He chuckled and with a flash of brilliance, began tapping his keyboard. He wrote the title for the headlines for the evening papers. Shi Xiaobai ascends to the 8th level. Speechless Lee descends to hell. The number 1 junior has changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493, Bunny Chow and Handsome Chen. Chapter 493, Bunny Chow and Handsome Chen. Translator, Citullin Editor. Beijing City, Peihua University's Dragon Summer Stadium. The academic tournament that had lasted nearly a month had finally ended half an hour ago. Although the contestants at the stadium had long left the scene, the audience outside remained without any intention to leave. They were still immersed in the exciting final round. The blood in their bodies was stirring with no way for them to calm down. How astonishing! I completely can't believe that it was a battle among psionic mortal realm rookies. Probably ranked tournaments at the psionic soul realm, or even psionic might realm, aren't as exaggerated as this, right? I almost slunk away after being frightened by Bunny Chow. How can that girl's magic be so terrifying? I had a nagging feeling that she could tear apart the stadium at any time. However, that boy called Chen something was also rather impressive. He seemed invulnerable and unmovable. He resembled a humanoid monster. He was engaged in a stalemate with Bunny Chow for more than 10 minutes. If not for Bunny Chow's mental energy turning perversely strong, allowing her to constantly cast magic without any signs of exhaustion for more than 10 minutes and then use some unknown trump card, the outcome would have been impossible to predict. A middle-aged man exclaimed with praises in the audience stands. He had an excited expression as he reminisced the stunning match half an hour ago. The stadium grounds in front of him that was filled with marks of the aftermath seemed to indicate how astounding the battle had been. Pooey. 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 The outcome has not been decided. Didn't you see Bunny Chow looking relaxed during the match? She was casting spells in an unhurried manner. Furthermore, she was eating meat buns in satisfaction at the same time? That's clearly because her opponent was too weak, so she had been perfunctory with him. She just did not wish to show her true strength too early. It was to create certain highlights in the match. She had the interests of the audience in mind. Bunny Chow had only turned slightly serious eventually. That Adonis, Chen something did not even have the ability to put up a resistance. A freckled boy sitting beside the man retorted in disagreement. As a university rookie that had paid attention to the academic tournament selection, she had long had a gauge. From the beginning, he was certain that Bunny Chow, who was ranked on par with Speechlessly as the North Chow-South lead duo, would clinch final victory. It was even possible that it would have been a wipeout in every match, but he never expected the final match to last more than 10 minutes. Her opponent was an Adonis that was completely unknown previously. And what he found completely unacceptable was that many people like the middle-aged man beside him had equaled the Adonis with Bunny Chow. From a long time ago, Bunny Chow was a female goddess in his heart when he was still in middle school despite lacking in several aspects. Bunny Chow could only be considered to have delicate features, and she had a terrible fashion sense by always wearing long pants under a short skirt. Although she had lived on campus for 3 years, she would often get lost but choose to travel afar. Recently, she had become obsessed with meat buns for some unknown reason. Despite her having an enviable S-class superpower and mind expanse, she was infatuated by magic. She only studied magic despite it being an era filled with psionites and espers. She became a proud oddity. Well, the more she was described, the more like the word nut had to be added to the words female goddess. In short, the freckled boy adored Bunny Chow because she was truly strong. She was so strong that she made her peers question life. Even Speechlessly, who was ranked alongside her as North Chow Southly, was absolutely not stronger than Bunny Chow from his point of view. Hence, although Bunny Chow wasn't pretty and she had a poor sense of fashion, odd personality and various flaws, it did not stop her from becoming the freckled boy's female goddess because her breasts were really big. That's not right. It's because she was really very strong. Ahem. Anyways, the freckled boy was extremely displeased that the Adonis, who looked as though he led a substantial life, could be comparable to his female goddess, Bunny Chow. However, the moment he said those words, a female classmate sitting beside him could not remain happy. Bullshit. Bunny Chow looked more like she was the one using all her strength, alright? The stadium was almost torn down by her, but handsome Chen was completely unscathed. If not for Bunny Chow using some technique at the end, causing handsome Chen to run out of the arena for some baffling reason, it would hard to determine who was the victor. Humph. Handsome Chen must have felt that it was meaningless to drag it out any further, so he had deliberately lost. The girl glared angrily at the freckled boy. After that, she took out her cell phone to check the information of the final match. she muttered to herself, strange. Handsome Chen is so handsome, but why can't I remember his name? Oh, there you have it. Chen Ling Tsuan. Oh, I must remember my male god's name this time. The freckled boy stared at his female classmate dumbfoundedly as he said with a stiff smile, Lingling, aren't you a fan of Bunny Chow? The freckled boy was stupefied. The female classmate sitting beside him was someone he had been constantly trying to pursue. As the both of them were Bunny Chow's fans, it was not easy for him to obtain 2 tickets. He had hoped to find an opportunity to confess to her in the euphoria after the end of the tournament. Why did it suddenly become like this? Pooey. Don't call me Lingling. Are we that close? The girl glared coldly at the freckled male. The freckled boy opened his mouth, about to say something when his female classmate scoffed coldly and said, Don't speak to me. It's affecting my memorization of my male god's name. As the girl spoke, she coldly turned her head away, leaving behind an arrogant back view of her head. The freckled boy felt extremely aggrieved as he said sulkily, Isn't he just an Adonis? The girl immediately turned around and gave him a cold glare of, Never talk to me in the future. The freckled boy sulkily shut his mouth. By the side, a middle-aged man tried his best to hold back his laughter. Having almost failed, he shook his head and reflected. This is what youth, a loser, is. The sun was hottest at high noon. Most of the audience in the audience stands were sweating buckets. However, few left the stadium because there was not only a prize presentation ceremony after the final match, there was also the collective training expedition that many looked forward to. Although the officials had spent an additional half an hour to finish up their preparations as per normal, the audience did not lose their passion. The rousing atmosphere was still as feverish as ever. It was partly because they were still reminiscing the lingering charm of the intense battle from before. And the other reason was that the audience was looking forward to the gathering of the 10 rookies who would participate in the collective training as academic faction representatives. The audience discussed the final match, the 10 rookies, or the male gods or female goddesses in their heart to kill time. Dang! 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 Suddenly, a rousing tune sounded and was spread throughout the stadium through the broadcasting system. A yellow-browed elder walked out of a passageway. As he strode to the center of the grounds, everyone stopped their discussions and cast their gazes at the old man. He was Peihua University's principal Jin, and also one of the leaders of the academic faction. He was considered one of the most esteemed figures in China. The audience involuntarily shut their mouths and even held their breaths in a daze. The yellow-browed elder was hunched and his footsteps were hobbled. However, every step he took to the middle of the stadium appeared as though a 100-meter-tall behemoth was striding through the lands in everyone's eyes. A repressive feeling that surged in every direction suddenly arose spontaneously. It made their breathing turn something to be taken with great care. Only when the yellow-browed elder came to a stop did the strange sense of pressure disappear abruptly. The elder stood alone in the middle of the stadium. He had a benevolent and kind countenance as his eyes squinted into a smile. He looked harmless. However, not a single one of the audience dared to break the silence at that moment. Day. At that moment, a series of footsteps could be heard from the passageway. It sounded extremely clear in the dead silence. As the audience turned toward the source of the noise, they saw the boys and girls that they had been eager to see walking out of the passageway. The person right in front was an extremely handsome silver-haired youth. His hands were in his pockets as a faint smile suffused on his lips. Under the illumination of the sun, it made people involuntarily exclaim, "What an Adonis!" Ah. The boy-crazy girls in the audience stands had already collectively reached an orgasm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494, This Child is a Dragon. Chapter 494, This Child is a Dragon. Translator, Sitalan Editor Adat. As the fanatics were roaring with os for the silver-haired youth in waves, an old man threw up his hands and began ing on a concealed platform in the corner of a stadium as well. The old man was obviously extraordinary. He was more than 2 meters tall and had an imposing build. He wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt and blue colorful beach pants. He even wore flowery slippers at his feet in a bid to look fashionable. It did not seem to match his age that filled his head with white hair. Although he was wearing shades, his facial features were cut sharp. One could still see inklings of an extraordinary handsomeness in his youth. However, on the left side of his face, there was an ugly blade scar that went from his eye down to his mouth, making him look rather threatening. However, the most noticeable feature was the scarlet-red goatee he had. The red-goateed old man held a cigar in one hand while he waved his other hand high in the sky. With a deep baritone voice, he was going ah. It sounded dissonant amid the orgasmic screams of the boy-crazy girls. Thankfully, the platform was rather far off, so few people saw such a wincing scene. Standing beside the red-goateed old man was a middle-aged man. He had turned his head away, and hung an embarrassed expression of "I do not know this old man" that his shades could not hide. He had a tidy, crew haircut that resembled a safety helmet. He was a standard height of 1.7 meters and he wore a standard suit. However, he looked like a child when standing beside the mighty and gargantuan red-goateed elder. The middle-aged man in shades very cleverly hid behind the red-goateed old man in a bid to avoid the constant piercing stares from the nearby audience stand. Only when the fanatics stopped their screaming did the old man cease. The man in shades heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "This great man that could be said to control all of China was indeed extraordinary." Compared to all the fancy schlocks, he was so much fancier and cheaper that it rendered people speechless. The old man with the red goatee turned around and asked, "Little Lee, what's the name of this young man that is as handsome as I was back in my day?" The man in shades hurriedly tumbled out from behind the old man and gave him a standard military salute and said loudly, "Lee reporting, sir." However, his first few words were drowned by the tumultuous roaring from the crowds. "Fuck your reporting." The red-goateed old man hurriedly cut him off and gestured for silence. He looked at the audience stands in a guilty conscience manner before turning back at the man in shades and said solemnly, "Punk, are you trying to expose my identity? Remember, we have to keep a low profile in public. Don't call me sir." "Yes." The man shrunk his neck back and answered softly. He thought to himself, "Sir, so you actually know that there's a need to keep a low profile. Isn't that act of yours from before attention-seeking? The man with shades complained inwardly, but he did not reveal it on his face. Instead, he replied solemnly, "See, Your Excellency, the silver-haired youth that is as handsome as you when you were young is called Chen. The man wiped the sweat from his brow and took out a stack of information without a trace. He took a nonchalant glance and with a cough, he said, "Your Excellency, this youth's name is Chen Lingsuan." The red-goateed man nodded. He had already turned to look at the silver-haired youth, so he had not noticed the man's tiny gesture. He said softly, "Read the information you have obtained." "Yes, S." The man in shades hurriedly curbed his habitual address, but the price he paid was him nearly biting his tongue off. As he endured the pain, he looked at the information in his hands and tried to recite it with emotion. According to our investigations, Chen Lingsuan was not a rookie of the academic faction. He had pulled strings to enroll in an autonomous university just after news of the two-faction collective training was announced, hence, he obtained the qualification to enter the selection tournament. He is quite a mysterious person. His exact identity is unknown, but compared to comparison analysis, there was a rookie in Gaia's Annihilation Division this year named Chen Lingsuan as well. He had coincidentally disappeared, so there is a very high probability that the two of them are the same person. The Chen Lingsuan in Gaia had a strength that was at the bottom of the barrel. He had a very insignificant presence and almost no rookie in the division has any impression of him. If not for detailed records, his disappearance might have been no different from him evaporating into thin air. And this quality is something that matches perfectly with the Chen Lingxuan in the selection. However, the difference in strength between the two Chen Lingkuns is like heaven and earth. At the selection tournament, other than having a hard time battling Bunny Chow, he had held back in every other match. He did not use his full strength even while battling Mu Yaotian. His offensive skill and movement technique are somewhat special. It does not seem to be in the scope of the psionic cultivation system. A highlight is his immense strength. It's like he has the strength of a dragon or an elephant. And the most outstanding thing is his body composition. It's completely invulnerable. His skin is as hard as steel and psionic power can't harm him at all. Ancient internal strength leaves him unscathed. Even mid-grade magic can't hurt him much. He has an extremely high resistance against the 7 elements: water, fire, wind, earth, lightning, light, and darkness. According to certain estimations, Chen Lingxuan might have cultivated a long-lost body tempering technique. Furthermore, his level is extremely high. On the surface, he is at the 10th level of the psionic mortal realm, but based on his physical constitution, he probably has the strength to fight an expert at the psionic soul realm. It's like he's a humanoid monster. After hearing the introduction, the old man looked at the silver-haired youth with a ruminative look. He habitually stroked his funny-looking goatee with his right hand. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curved up as a glint seemed to suffuse from under his shades. He said with great certainty, "This child is a dragon." "Ah!" the man in shades exclaimed. The information did not mention anything about that. Wait, what did his superior say? Dragon. Dragons were rare and they bordered on being legends. Yet, his superior had said that the silver-haired youth was a dragon. Furthermore, it was a dragon that was in human form? But with his judgment, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a mistake. In that case, the man's expression changed as he could not help but ask, "Sir, should this matter be?" As the man in shades nearly blurted out the old man's identity due to his shock, he immediately shut up when he received the red-goatee elder's warning stare. The red-goateed elder sucked at the cigar in his mouth before spewing a cloud of smoke. With a chuckle, he said, "So what if he's a dragon? Isn't he a citizen of China? Pretend that you didn't hear this. In the event this child becomes an evil dragon, I'll slay him personally." "Yes." His subordinate nodded. The only person in China who could so easily mention the slaying of dragons was probably this old man, right? Talk about the next one. In what way did the elder who was sucking at the cigar in delight and spewing clouds of smoke look like he had the capability of slaying a dragon? The man with shades hurriedly looked down at the stadium. The silver-haired youth had been the first to enter the stadium. A host who came moments later had simply introduced the battle results of the silver-haired youth. Only when the introduction was over did the second rookie walk out of the passageway. It was a muscular youth with red hair and intricate features. He strode into the stadium with eyes blazing. He was staring intently at the silver-haired youth with eyes burning with a fighting spirit that could not be concealed. Quite a number of the audience in the stands were cheering for the red-haired youth. However, he turned a deaf ear to it. Neither did he lift his arms to acknowledge the audience. Instead, he walked straight in front of Chen Lingxuan and said solemnly, "After this is over, can you fight another match with me?" The red-haired youth's voice happened to transmit through the host's microphone, leaving the audience stunned before they broke out into another uproar. The red-haired youth was regretfully defeated by the silver-haired youth in the semifinals. It was unexpected that he had regained his fighting spirit so quickly to issue another challenge. People in the audience who were familiar with the red-haired youth shook their heads as they laughed involuntarily. They revealed an, as expected, expression. The man with shades looked at the red-haired youth and similarly a smile suffused on his face. He said to the red-goateed man, "Your Excellency, this red-haired youth is Mu Yaotian, a scion of the famous Mu Global Enterprise that is based in Shanghai. He is also this selection's second runner-up." He is currently studying in Haydn University and has the title of Haydn University's Rookie King. Other than that, he has a rather interesting nickname as well, Challenger Mu. According to our investigations, Mu Yaotian has matriculated for less than 3 months, but he has already challenged 3rd years and 4th years more than 10 times. His opponents are basically exponents at the psionic soul realm. There were even some psionic might realm experts. He already possesses the strength that is capable of fighting an exponent at the psionic soul realm, but he has been tragically defeated under the hands of psionic might realm experts. But interesting enough, despite the numerous failures in battles, Mu Yaotian has never shrunk back. After tending his wounds for 2 days, he would come out again to challenge others the moment he recovers. He eventually forced his seniors at the psionic might realm to collectively avoid him. They would turn and run whenever they see him. The old man held onto a cigar and spewed out a thick cloud of smoke while hanging a smile on his face. It was unknown if he was appreciating the excellent taste of the cigar or if he found the red-haired youth's personality interesting. As the man in shades looked at the red-goateed man's expression, he smiled and continued, Mu Yaotian's talent and strength stand out when compared to other rookies. As he has awakened the offensive A-class superpower, command over sand, hence his cultivation path is focused on his superpower, while the psionic cultivation system is a secondary focus. He's considered a psyker that leans towards superpowers. His superpower development has already reached the 2nd stage. There are few people in the psionic mortal realm that are his match. As a challenge fanatic, Mu Yaotian has no lack of competitions he has participated in at a young age. He is often the champion of small provincial competitions, but once it becomes a national competition, he would often encounter Bunny Chow or speechlessly. Either he gets eliminated early or he would last all the way to the final round but become first runner-up. Even at this year's Beijing secondary school exams, he had oddly ranked 2nd as well. Therefore, he is publicly recognized as runner-up infinity. At this tournament selection, if not for Chen Lingsuan's sudden appearance, Mu Yaotian might have probably clinched first runner-up. It feels as though he was born in the wrong era. However, the more setback Mu Yaotian encounters, the braver he becomes. He has no inkling of runner-up infinity. He shows no jealousy, fear, or respect for opponents that have defeated him. Instead, he would challenge them again and again. While the introduction was undergoing, Mu Yaotian had pleaded for a battle, but the silver-haired youth appeared lazy to bother with him. Even the host was standing by the side, awkwardly introducing Mu Yaotian's battle results. The old man nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. He's a good seedling." After the host finished introducing Mu Yaotian, the next rookie walked out of the passageway. Immediately, a deafening roar sounded from the audience stands. Princess Xiao Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495, I have a Vidra body defending book. Chapter 495, I have a Vidra body defending book. Translator, Sitalan editor. The person who entered to the cheers of the audience was a beautiful girl. She wore a pure white long-sleeved blouse, a blue-plated skirt, white knee socks and black boots. It was a simple get-up, but it fully showcased her skin that rivaled snow and her exquisite disposition. Pink long hair draped across her shoulders as a calm and collected smile hung on the corners of her lips. She was beautiful and graceful, demure and elegant, tall and slim, just like a noble princess. The eyes of the old man with a red goatee suddenly lit up as he held his goatee with his right hand. He said with a chuckle, "Isn't this Xiao Lingtian's granddaughter? She's already so grown up after not seeing her for a few years. Tell me, with that ugly mug of Xiao Lingtian, how is he able to have such a lovely granddaughter?" The man in shades was slightly surprised, but he immediately responded with an awkward smile, "Maybe it's because his wife has better genes?" The red-goateed old man's eyes glared before saying with a hearty laugh, "No wonder." The man in shades secretly wiped the cold sweat off his brows. Although Xiao Lingtian was a businessman, his wealth could rival a country's. He had a lot of say and power in China. Only the old man with the red goatee had the status to dare speak sarcastically of Xiao Lingtian in such an unbridled manner. The man in shades lowered his head and looked at the information in his hand. He hurriedly switched topics by saying, Xiao Xiao, Battle Arena Corporation's chairman, Xiao Lingtian's only granddaughter. Her parents died in an accident a few years ago, hence, she's the only legal successor to the Battle Arena Corporation. Due to her outstanding good looks, impressive family background, and the excellent result of being third in Beijing's entrance exams, she has been labeled Princess Xiao Xiao by the people. A few months ago, Princess Xiao Xiao had participated in a private virtual game competition organized by the Battle Arena Corporation. She encountered the assault of the Church of Virtuality's Arch-Cardinal and had nearly gotten into trouble. She luckily survived it and from then onwards, began cultivating arduously. Her strength has improved significantly and in 2 short months, she had grasped the basics of Azure Descendants Bao. Furthermore, her superpower greatly augments her archery skills. Her strength is rather imposing and she had successfully reached the semifinals during the tournament selection. Although she was defeated by Bunny Chow in the semifinals, her performance was still considered astounding. The red-goateed old man nodded slightly and extolled, to be able to pull the Azure Descendants Bao at this young age isn't simple. The host was equally not stingy with his praise of Xiao Xiao when he introduced her. This nation's princess had always been popular in China. She was both outstanding and hard-working, so although she was just a freshman, she had already the vague indications of being a celebrity hero. As the audience listened to the host's introduction with their eyes trained on Xiao Xiao, a fat, bald monk began walking slowly out of the passageway. This fat monk, who did not follow the rules, was of a large and plump build. He had a round face, bald head, and big ears. His eyes were narrowed into a thin line as a smile beamed on his face. He was like the laughing Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, that gave off an inspiring vibe. The fat monk was wearing a martial outfit. Behind the martial outfit rode a large zhu. It clearly did not match his body as his rotund tummy was exposed for everyone to see. The layers of cellulite would tremble with every step he took, making it look rather humorous. The host's face turned ashen as he quickly ended his praise for Xiao Xiao and turned his head to introduce the fat monk that walked in. Interesting. The red-goateed old man bit on his cigar and began looking at the fat monk with a ruminative look. He asked, "Who is this monk?" The man in shades hurriedly said, "Sir, ahem. This fat monk comes from no ordinary background. He is the third son of the Zhu family, one of China's 4 great families. His name is Zhu Xiaobai. Due to certain reasons, he was left in Jilin's Shaolin Monastery and became a monk. He doesn't cultivate using the psionic cultivation system but instead is trained in Shaolin martial arts. He is a warrior monk that focuses on ancient martial arts and internal energy. Although Zhu Xiaobai is a lazy person and is often called Piggy Monk by his senior brothers, his martial talent is rather high. He is adept at Golden Bell and Iron Shirt. His superpower also happens to be the defensive lava rigid body. Therefore, his defense is extremely high. Even exponents at the psionic soul realm would find it hard to cause him trouble. However, his offensive skill and movement technique are weaker. When he was at the quarter-finals, he was kited by Princess Xiao Xiao and received more than 100 frost ice arrow shots before he finally succumbed. But the old man looked at the simpering Zhu Xiaobai and said thoughtfully, "For him to reach the realm of outer aura at such a young age, I can't deny that this fat monk is well endowed. I happen to have the Vajra body defending divine skill. I wonder if this fat monk will want to learn it or not." When his subordinate heard that, he had nearly exclaimed in alarm. Vajra body defending was a lost art of Shaolin. Why is it in your hands? That's not right. There's nothing impossible when it comes to you, but why are you giving it so easily? The man carefully glanced at the old man and said with a stiff smile, "Your Excellency seems to place great importance on that matter?" Obvious bullshit. The red-goateed old man smacked his lips and said with a sneer, "Anything that has to do with my goatee is a matter of life and death importance. Don't tell me that scarlet red goatee of yours is your lifeblood? The man in shades cursed in his mind, but he did not dare to speak further. He thought to himself how Zhu Shiya had truly met an eminence in his life. Why didn't he encounter such a good thing when he was young? Well, that's not right. Wasn't he standing beside such an eminence? Even if he did not get meat to eat, he could at least get some soup to drink sooner or later, right? Wasn't it the good fortune of 3 lives to become the chief's subordinate? Ah! At that moment, the boy-crazy crowd, which had finally come to a rest, suddenly roared once again. Ah! The old man refused to play second fiddle and immediately shouted louder than the maniacs. The man in shades was staring in a dumbfounded manner as he sensed the burning gazes from the audience stands. He hurriedly slipped behind the red-goateed old man and cursed in his heart. The good fortune of 3 lives, my ass. It's clearly the punishment from 10 lives worth of sin. The man carefully probed his head out and looked at the passageway to see the culprit. The person who walked out was a thin youth. He had stylish black hair with a cut face. His facial features were distinct with sword-like eyebrows and brilliant-looking eyes. He had a cold expression and he could not be deemed handsome, but he was very cool. The stylishness he demonstrated during the tournament had destroyed several fanatics that had raging hormones. This person is Wei Long, said the man in shades with a cough. God of assassination, Wei Tai's son. Well versed in the art of assassination. He is proficient at hidden blades and shadow strikes. He has extremely fast speed and he can have astounding bursts of speed. On a certain level, he can restrain Bunny Chow and is the only rookie at the tournament who had a chance of defeating Bunny Chow. Unfortunately, he had encountered Chen Lingxuan in the quarter-finals. He had stabbed Chen Lingxuan in the back but failed to break his defense. Finally, he was punched out of the arena with 1 strike. The red-goateed old man finally stopped his wailing upon hearing his subordinate's description. He stroked his goatee and said softly, that punk, Wei Tai, is actually willing to expose his son. It looks like he can't bear nurturing his son into an assassin and wants to make him a hero assassin. If there is a chance, I can actually help him. His subordinate looked at Wei Long in envy. He thought to himself how lucky these children were. Who said that people born in the same era as Bunny Chow and speechlessly had been born in the wrong era? If not for the 2 children, that matter would absolutely not have happened. This bunch of children would also not have such great opportunities. The host quickly finished introducing Wei Long since there was not much information about him as he was the god of assassination, Wei Tai's son. Tinkle. Chimes were heard from the passageway before a petite young girl in Taoist robes walked out of the passageway slowly. The girl in Taoist robes had elegant features and her black, lustrous hair was tied into a Taoist bun. Her eyes were as bright as the stars and she wore a white Taoist robe with flowery patterns. There was a white brocade by her waist that hung several bells. With each step, her bells would shake incessantly. Tinkle. As the audience looked toward the petite girl in Taoist robes, they suddenly recalled her diligent performance in the arena. Immediately, they broke out into thunderous cheers. The man with the shades also revealed an appreciative look as he said, Your Excellency, this girl is a female disciple of the 3 Clarities Taoist temple. Her name is Petite Yu and she is proficient in Taoist arts. However, it's mostly supportive techniques so she isn't skilled at duels. Despite that, she became a dark horse during the tournament selection by managing to squeeze into the top 8. Like Chen Lingxuan, she had used her affiliations to enter an autonomous university, forcefully gaining the qualifications to participate in the selection. Apparently, it has to do with her senior brother's participation in the collective training selection, so she had pleaded with the old Taoist priest for permission to participate in it. The old Taoist priest thought that it was impossible for her to enter the top 10, considering how she had only cultivated in support of Taoist arts, but Petite Yu had managed to use the 8 Taoist incantations that she was unfamiliar with to defeat one opponent after another. It is apparent how talented she is. The old man nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad." Truly, there were very few rookies that focused on supportive skills. It was not easy for a person to enter the top 10 in the selection tournament based on her own strength. Without holding back, the host similarly spewed out praises for Petite Yu. His praise for her made her blush slightly. She was a shy person, to begin with, so under the gazes of so many people, she was eager to shy away. At that moment, Xiao Xiao, who was standing close to her, gave her a friendly smile. It immediately left Petite extremely touched as she hurriedly moved close to Xiao Xiao. Out of the top 10 rookies for the tournament selection, there were only 3 girls. It was truly a depressing sausage fest. Petite stayed close to Xiao Xiao and immediately, she felt safe. With the two beauties standing close together, it became a beautiful scene. It attracted the gazes of the audience. And at this moment, a rookie walked out of the passageway at an inopportune moment. It made the audience draw a gasp when they turned to look at him. They felt that the change of scenery was too drastic, making them turn their gaze back. It was no wonder the audience acted so. It was because the rookie that had appeared was an intolerable sight to the eyes. He was a stout man. His arms and back were bulging with muscles like a dragon. They seemed to contain immense power, and he had a face that wasn't too much to be described as extremely vicious. A patch of hair that circled the remaining black hair had been trimmed away, and in the middle of his head was yellow hair that stood up like a rooster's crown. His slightly widened eyes seemed to be filled with flames of anger, while a hideous scar went from his forehead down past his right eye. His mustache was a messy scrawl, and a prominent double chin brought out the terrifying weirdness of his face. The man in shades took a glance at his information and his expression changed slightly. With a sigh, he said, "His name is originally Yi Yutian and now, he is taken on the alias, Yi Jiachuan. He was once a wolf cub reared by Seven Duke Wolf." Upon hearing the word Seven Duke, the gaze under the old man's shades changed slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496, An Unmistakable 36E. Chapter 496, An Unmistakable 36E. Translator, Citalan Editor. Why? Is Seven Duke Wolf planning on stepping beyond his authority to interfere with the two-faction collective training? It looks like I'll need to find time to have tea with Seven Duke Wolf and have a chat. The red-goateed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes suddenly turned as sharp as a sword. The man in shades immediately jumped in fright. For the great man in front of him to have tea or chat, it would cause reverberations throughout China once again, despite how lightly he put it. He hurriedly said, "Sorry, sir. I didn't make it clear. Yi Yutian may have been a wolf cub of Seven Duke Wolf, but he has already broken away. His participation in the collective training selection and his final entry has nothing to do with Seven Duke Wolf." The red-goateed old man gave a nonchalant glance at the man in shades and said, "Is it so easy for the Seven Duke Wolf's wolf cub to break away?" The man in shades nodded in reply. With Seven Duke Wolf's style, he would rather slaughter a worthless wolf cub than let it go. Although Yi Yutian is a progeny of the Yi family, his talent is rather ordinary when compared to heartless Yi and his sister. That sly old fox of the Yi family has already disavowed him. So logically speaking, Yi Yutian has no way of escaping Seven Duke Wolf's clutches. But strangely, the Mu family had produced 15 kilograms of glass coral in exchange for Yi Yutian's life. 15 kilograms of glass corals? That isn't a small amount. The red-goateed old man asked, "Why would the Mu family do so?" His subordinate glanced at the information and an odd expression suffused his face. He whispered, "According to our investigations, it was not the Mu family trying to protect Yi Yutian. Instead, it's the oldest daughter of the Mu family, Mohani, who secretly stole 15 kilograms of glass coral from the Mu family's treasure vault. Apparently, Mohani had done so for pederasty." Pederasty. The red-goateed old man lowered his head and glanced at the distant Yi Jiachuan and said with a fuming smile, "Are you kidding me? Sir, you misunderstand. The man in shades panicked in horror as he hurriedly explained, See. Your Excellency, you are mistaken. The reason of pederasty was done so by Mohani not because of the ugly-looking Yi Yutian but because of Chen Lingxuan's brother, Chen Duku. Mohani has been pursuing Chen Duku for 5 whole years to no avail. It recently seemed to bear some fruit, and after knowing that Chen Lingxuan wanted to protect Yi Yutian, Mohani immediately stole 15 kilograms of glass coral to give to Chen Lingxuan. She claimed that it was one of the dowries of your sister-in-law. In short, it's because Chen Lingxuan wanted to save Yi Yutian. The red-goateed old man cursed angrily, Punk, can't you directly say the last sentence? Must you tell such a complicated story? Instead, you missed a salient point. Why would Chen Lingxuan save Yi Yutian? The man in shades gave an embarrassed smile and said, Yes, see. Ahem. Because of 7 Duke Wolf's orders from before, Yi Yutian had taken on the alias of Yi Jiachuan and infiltrated Gaia. He had accidentally exposed his identity during Gaia and Zeus's battle exchange. According to our information, Yi Yutian and Chen Lingxuan happened to be rookies of Gaia's Annihilation Division this year. Chen Lingxuan might have saved Yi Yutian mainly because of their good relationship in Gaia. As for Yi Yutian participating in the selection, it is likely that he had done so to accompany Chen Lingxuan. It was unexpected that he would enter the top 10. When the red-goateed old man heard those words, he mused, Gaia again? If I didn't remember wrong, Shi Xiaobai that has caused quite a stir recently is also from Gaia? The man in shade said with a nod, It's not only Shi Xiaobai. Mu Yuesheng, Wen Hazheng, and Kevin on the organization collective training's name list are Gaia rookies as well. Although Wen Hazheng and Kevin's qualifications are still being discussed at a meeting, it is unlikely that Azure Emperor Jiang would change a rule he set easily, considering his personality. As such, including the 2 from the academic faction, out of the 20 people for the 2-faction collective training, it is possible that 6 of the rookies come from Gaia or were formerly Gaia rookies. Something might be amiss with this matter. Somewhat interesting. The red-goateed old man sucked at his cigar and said, Gaia was a powerhouse in the hero faction 3 decades ago, but it has waned in recent years, eventually becoming second-rate. If not for one pun and Hizith holding up the organization, they would have been devoured by the 7 major organizations who are coveting Gaia's heritage. Who knew that they would cause such a stir this time? Could it be a dead cat bounce? The man in shades closed in and repressed his voice and asked, Is there a need to send Dragon Team to investigate it thoroughly? There's no need, said the red-goateed old man with a shake of his head. I had some ties with Gaia in the past, so I'll let it pass. Yes. The man in shades did not dare speak further. He had no right to sway something the chief had decided. While the duo was discussing the matter, the host had already finished introducing Yi Jiachuan. He had even rushed to introduce the remaining 2 people who appeared. Lu Hu and Zhan Peng. The man in shades hurriedly introduced the last 2 rookies. And in the stadium, the host had already left. The yellow-browed elder that had left the stadium silently walked out once again. With the microphone in hand, he spoke slowly with a thick northeastern accent, but whatever he said was dry and uninteresting about the expedition. The old principal of Peihua University had looked rather impressive when he appeared, but once he began giving a speech, his awe immediately diminished. The audience was also rendered speechless, but they did not dare express it on their faces. However, the red-goateed old man cursed without fear, for Peihua University to dare get illiterate when be its principal, it will be doomed sooner or later. The moment the red-goateed old man said those words, the yellow-browed elder immediately cast his gaze over. Despite only pausing on him for a second, it made the man in shades break out in cold sweat. He could not help but shrink his neck back in fear. A banter between great figures was not something a tiny shrimp like him could withstand, even if it was a gaze. At that moment, the red-goateed old man said suddenly, Why are there only 9? The yellow-browed elder had already begun his shoddy speech, but there were only 9 rookies present: Chen Lingxuan, Mu Yaotian, Princess Xiao Xiao, Zhu Shiya, Wei Long, Petit Yu, Yi Jiachuan, Lu Hu, and Zhang Peng. The man in shades faltered for a moment before he immediately said, Bunny Chow is missing, The old man asked, why isn't Bunny Chow here? His subordinate said with a placative smile, I do not know. Bunny Chow had finished the finals half an hour ago. It doesn't make sense for her lack of attendance. The red-goateed old man shot a glance at the man in shades before extinguishing his cigar. He placed the remaining bit into the pocket on his chest before saying, then, let's go back. Yes. The man in shades hurriedly nodded. With the participation of old Principal Wen in the expedition ceremony that followed, it would probably become rather uninteresting. It was equivalent to going through the boring motions, and there was indeed no value to watching it any further. Just as the man in shades guessed, ever since the yellow-browed elder began his speech, the so-called expedition ceremony became extremely boring. The 9 rookies had only said a few words each, while the rest of the time was dedicated to the yellow-browed elder's reading of his script. He used a northeastern accent to recite it at a tortoise's pace. It was more vexing than a monk's chanting. But thankfully, the expedition ceremony only lasted for half an hour before it came to an end. With the expedition ceremony ending, it also meant that the academic faction selection tournament had finally come to an end. Mu Yaotian immediately began pestering Chen Lingxuan while the other rookies began having various exchanges. Xiao Xiao did not stay behind after she exchanged her contact information with Petit Yu. She ingeniously went around the reporter's ambush and secretly left from a safety exit. The Xiao family's old steward had been waiting for her for some time, and he drove an ordinary-looking private car to fetch his young mistress. Xiao Xiao very quickly left Dragon Summer Stadium by car. On Beijing 3rd Ring Road, the private car was cruising at an adequate speed. A cool breeze entered through the open window, ruffling the girl's long hair. Pink strands of hair fluttered in front of her delicate face that had eyes which were as beautiful as a portrait's. Like the descent of cherry blossoms, it was beautiful and mesmerizing. People in the cars that passed by her car would occasionally be stunned from catching a glimpse of the passing beauty. It nearly caused accidents. Xiao Xiao had her head turned to look at the scenery that was whizzing past the window. Her eyes lost focus as though she was contemplating something. Her expression looked somewhat melancholic. The steward had seen this scene through the rearview mirror and was somewhat puzzled. He thought to himself that his young mistress had not only entered the name list of the 2-faction collective training, but she had also obtained the outstanding result of placing 4th. Why did she look like she had been eliminated? After hesitating for a moment, the steward eventually decided against inquiring. Xiao Xiao sighed lightly as she rubbed the azure descendant's bow beside her. As she caressed the bow's body that seemed as mild as jade, she felt a cool touch that gradually calmed the slightly vexed emotion she was having. She had lost. Twice. She had suffered an utter defeat during her battle with Bunny Chow during the semifinals. During the match for 3rd place, she was barely defeated by Mu Yaotian. The abject defeat she suffered in the first match made her understand the gap between a genius and a freak of nature. The second match, where she was barely defeated, made her realize that she was still lacking in many things. Ever since the encounter in the virtual world, Xiao Xiao understood that there was always someone better. She had been admitted into China's best institute of higher learning, Peihua University, with her placing 3rd at Beijing's entrance exams. She believed that she was outstanding compared to her peers, but after meeting Shi Xiaobai, she had received one setback after another. It also gave birth to her competitive spirit. She began thirsting to become stronger. Therefore, she began pulling her bow and shooting arrows every day. She would repeat the same action without feeling fatigue or loneliness. After day of cultivation, compared to the crimson netherworld she had used in the virtual world, she had grown a lot. And because of that, she had relied on her archery skills that were improving by the day and her unique superpower to allow her to advance without obstruction during the academic faction selection tournament. It only ended when she met Bunny Chow. The semi-final match was a trouncing that had no fancy highlights. Even she found it boring for the audience. Bunny Chow was clearly about the same age as her. She was even half a year younger. Why was the difference in strength so immense? Although she had been defeated in the match with Mu Yaotian for third place, she was only barely defeated. She could discover what was lacking from her failures. From that, she could continue working hard and progress so that she could fight another time. But in the battle with Bunny Chow, it was an abject defeat. She did not even have the chance to fight back. She was unable to gain any experience from the utter defeat she had suffered. She could only summarize the great disparity of that match to 2 points. Bunny Chow was too strong and she was too weak. This was a situation that was more despairing. She did not know how she could defeat Bunny Chow. Even the thought of it was difficult. It was as if her subconsciousness had determined that Bunny Chow was an opponent that could not be defeated no matter how much hard work she put in. She had nearly lost the courage and confidence to attempt pursuing Bunny Chow. After the abject defeat during the semifinals, Xiao Xiao had locked herself in her room and stayed in bed for an entire day before she gradually found her fighting spirit again. But just a while ago, the fighting spirit that she had reignited through great difficulty was extinguished once again. Xiao Xiao regretted watching the final match that had ended not long ago. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes and it was extremely intense. As such, Xiao Xiao realized how nonchalant Bunny Chow was when she battled her. Compared to the strength she showed during the semifinals, Bunny Chow at the final match looked like a fierce tiger that had finally opened its eyes. It was even possible that Bunny Chow did not even use all her strength during the final match. What should I do in order to chase up to her? Xiao Xiao sighed inwardly. At that moment, she had an unprecedented thirst for becoming stronger. Yet, she felt more dispirited and powerless than ever before. Suddenly, a familiar but also unfamiliar figure appeared in the scene outside the window that hurled backward. Xiao Xiao's pupils constricted slightly. Although it was just a cursory glance, the figure she saw was just too special. Xiao Xiao had managed to recognize that person with a glance. With a peculiar bowl cut, she wore a cotton blouse and a red scarf around her neck despite the hot weather. She wore a short skirt but underneath it was a pair of blue track pants. She held a half-eaten bun in her hand as she skipped down the highway. And most importantly, there was a visually estimated pair of proud 36E breasts that could not be hidden at all by the loose cotton blouse. Who else was it but Bunny Chow? Xiao Xiao could not help but shout at her old steward, "Stop the car." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497, The Elusive Big-Boobed Lowly. Chapter 497, The Elusive Big-Boobed Lowly. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Hello. Xiao Xiao disembarked the car and briskly caught up to Bunny Chow as she greeted with an overcautious expression. She was always dignified, but against this same-aged girl, she could not help but feel hesitant. She felt powerless trying to chase after the girl, but the girl also made her fighting spirit soar. Bunny Chow turned her head over and took a bite on the meat bun in her hand. As she chewed, she frowned as if trying to recall. After blinking her eyes, she mumbled, "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Although Xiao Xiao and her surname Xiao repeated twice was pronounced the same, one could tell from Bunny Chow's expression that all she remembered was Xiao Xiao's surname. She had forgotten Xiao Xiao's first name. Xiao Xiao, the second Xiao has an additional water radical. Xiao Xiao wasn't vexed as she replied with a smile. She had heard some rumors of Bunny Chow and she knew that the girl was an oddity among oddities. It was normal for Bunny Chow to not remember her name. Have you seen a bowl-cut girl skipping down a highway while wearing cotton clothes and a scarf on a hot summer day? Have you seen a young girl dressed oddly in a long track pants beneath her short skirt? Have you seen a big-boobed lowly who eats meat buns all day? She eats so much that she would not forget to take a bite on her meat bun even during an intense battle during the finals? That is Bunny Chow. I remember you, said Bunny Chow happily as her eyes lit up slightly while she suddenly pointed at Xiao Xiao. Although she had said, "I remember you," her expression was clearly one of "Ah, I finally remember." You are. Fine, even an opponent at the semifinals can't make you remember? Or is it because I'm too weak? Xiao Xiao was slightly disheartened, but she very quickly calmed herself down. She said with a smile, "Why are you here?" Bunny Chow was the only person who had not appeared during the expedition ceremony. Xiao Xiao had previously believed that Bunny Chow's lack of attendance was because something had cropped up urgently, but who knew that she was just skipping down a highway? Bunny Chow took another bite at her meat bun and mumbled, "I was hungry and came out for lunch. I'm on the way back to Dragon. Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. You had eaten 5 large meat buns during the finals and you were still eating one now. Why are you so hungry? Did you run all the way to Beijing 3rd Ring Road in order to eat lunch? This place is more than 10 kilometers away from Dragon Summer Stadium. Furthermore, there aren't any restaurants on the highway? Also, at least remember the name, Dragon Summer Stadium, or else, how are you returning? Forget it. There are too many things to complain about. I don't even know where to even begin." Xiao Xiao suddenly recalled of rumors that Bunny Chow, who had a poor sense of direction, would frequently get lost in school, but she would still often take long trips. Who knew that the rumor was true? Did true geniuses all have such a personality? The corners of Xiao Xiao's mouth twitched, but she tried her best to maintain a natural smile. She said, "The expedition ceremony has just ended. Everyone at Dragon Summer Stadium has already left." So fast? Bunny Chow was slightly dumbfounded as she quickly stuffed the remaining tiny piece of meat bun into her mouth. Immediately following that, her tiny hand extended upwards as a 6-pointed star runic formation bloomed from her palm. An instant later, a hot piping meat bun appeared out of thin air and fell into her hand. Bunny Chow swallowed the food in her mouth and began to delightfully take a nibble at the meat bun. All of this happened in a blink of an eye as she mumbled, "It ended just as I went to have a meal?" Xiao Xiao gave a helpless smile. "You ran more than 10 kilometers away to have a meal and ate for more than an hour before returning. Not only do you lack a sense of direction, you also lack a sense of time. Furthermore, didn't you just eat a meal? Why are you consuming one meat bun after another? Also, to use such high-grade spatial magic to steal meat buns for eating. Is that really appropriate? Sigh. This won't do. I can't complain anymore or I'll become weird as well." Xiao Xiao felt that the invincible image she had of Bunny Chow was crumbling. She tried her best to maintain her smile as she said, "It has been more than an hour since the finals ended. The expedition ceremony was held for half an hour. However, nothing important was announced. We will be informed of the actual time of the collective training after the organization faction finishes their selection." Oh, that's good. Bunny Chow took another bite at the meat bun. She ate her meat buns one bite after another. Although each bite was a tiny nibble, she was extremely fast. She probably ate much faster than a grown man. Furthermore, after finishing one bun, she would immediately use spatial magic to steal another. How many meat buns would she eat a day? Xiao Xiao could not help but steal a glance at Bunny Chow's belly. Although her ample breasts propped her top high up, it was still possible to tell that the girl's belly was rather flat. Her waist was extremely thin and slender. On another careful look, she immediately realized that Bunny Chow's figure was excellent. It could be said to be petite and exquisite. She was about 1.6 meters tall and she wasn't considered too tall or short. Other than the 2 big bunnies on her chest that were visually estimated at 36 every other part looked slender. Her arms were willowy and her buttocks were perky. Her legs were long and upright. She was not overly meaty or overly slim. Her proportions were excellent. Furthermore, Bunny Chow's skin was exceptional. Redness suffused from her fair skin which resembled a baby's. It was as though its moisture could be squeezed out with a pinch. Xiao Xiao sized up Bunny Chow, and the more she looked, the more envious she became of Bunny Chow's figure. Although her figure wasn't bad, it was quite incomparable to Bunny Chow's, especially that bust size. That's not right. This wasn't the main point. Xiao Xiao jolted awake as she hurriedly gathered her rampant thoughts that had displaced themselves. The important point was Bunny Chow looked petite and cute, so her stomach was definitely tiny as well. How could she eat so many meat buns? Xiao Xiao was baffled, but she did not know how to make an appropriate inquiry. After all, she was not familiar with Bunny Chow. At that moment, the meat bun in Bunny Chow's hand was more than half gone. Noticing how Xiao Xiao had remained silent for such a long period of time, she finally took the initiative to say, "Then I'll be going back." Going back? Xiao Xiao faltered for a moment before immediately asking, "Going back to where?" Bunny Chow chewed on her meat bun and fell into a slight daze. Suddenly, her mouth pouted slightly as she frowned. Her expression was rather cute. After thinking for a long time, she finally blurted out, "See something hotel?" Xiao Xiao said in astonishment, "Caesar Grand Hotel?" Right. The distressed look on Bunny Chow's face immediately vanished as she took another bite on her meat bun. Beaming, she said, "Caesar Grand Hotel. I'm going back. My dad is waiting for me." After Bunny Chow said those words, she waved her hands in a cute bye-bye gesture before turning around to leave. Xiao Xiao hurriedly shouted, "Hold on. Are you planning on walking back?" Caesar Grand Hotel was one of the most famous hotels in Beijing. Therefore, Xiao Xiao knew that Bunny Chow was referring to Caesar Grand Hotel immediately. However, she recalled that the distance from where they were to the nearest Caesar Grand Hotel branch was dozens of kilometers away. And from the looks of it, Bunny Chow was planning on skipping her way back on the highway? Indeed, Bunny Chow stopped and turned sideways and nodded as though it was for granted. She said, "Yeah." Xiao Xiao fell silent. Was she planning to really walk dozens of kilometers? And more importantly, Bunny Chow couldn't even remember the name Caesar Grand Hotel. Could she really walk all the way back herself? Heavens, how is her dad not worried about leaving her to frolic outside? Xiao Xiao was a kind lady, so she naturally could not turn a blind eye to this. She turned around and pointed to her private car that wasn't that far away. She said, "That's my car. Shall we give you a lift?" As Xiao Xiao said that, she turned around once again, but she was astounded to realize that Bunny Chow had vanished. Other than the cars that were shuttling incessantly past her, there was nothing. Where is Bunny Chow? Xiao Xiao was alarmed as she hurriedly surveyed her surroundings. The straight highway allowed her to see kilometers into the distance, and there were no other forks in the road. She had only turned around for a second or two, so how could she vanish from her line of sight? Xiao Xiao spent a few moments searching and even shouted a few times. The people in the cars that passed her gave her a strange look. If not for her beauty, they would probably think of her as a crazy woman or a fool. Xiao Xiao returned to the car with a flushed face. She knew that the direction in which Bunny Chow was skipping towards was at least right, so she hoped that no mishap would happen during that period of time. However, with Bunny Chow's personality and ability to live carefreely to this point in time, it was unlikely for her to suffer any mishap, right? Xiao Xiao could only forcefully repress the worry in her heart. She got her old steward to drive the car away. It is dangerous stopping a car on a highway, so kids, don't try this at home. The private car continued cruising down the highway as a cool breeze entered through the open window. It ruffled the girl's peach-colored long hair, but Xiao Xiao's mind was no longer the same as before. The lonely feelings that came from the realization that there was an unbridgeable gap between her and Bunny Chow were wiped clean. She wasn't envious or jealous of Bunny Chow, to begin with. She only felt that despite putting in her best efforts, Bunny Chow was still able to handle her easily. Therefore, she had felt disheartened from feeling weak. But now, she realized that Bunny Chow was a wondrous oddity. Some of her negative emotions immediately vanished, and replacing them was an intensely burning fighting spirit. It wanted to chase up to Bunny Chow. Some geniuses were irritating to others because although they were extremely talented, they thought very highly of themselves and disparaged others. But there were some geniuses who were extremely cute. They were so cute that they attracted people with the wish to chase up to them. They would become one's target to strive for. Bunny Chow was like that. Shi Xiaobai was also like that. Xiao Xiao could not help but recall the experiences she had in the virtual world once again. Back then, she felt that the little pervert that called himself this king was an unpolished genius that would eventually glow. However, she never expected that in a short period of time, through the collective training selection, not only did he glow, he had turned so radiant that he blinded the titanium dog eyes of several geniuses. When she thought of that, a faint smile involuntarily suffused on the corner of her lips. She took out her cell phone and adeptly opened a web page and entered a discussion forum named Shi Xiaobai Bar. About a month ago, a member nicknamed YR Points Needed for Leveling had set up the board, but it did not gain much attention. Only when Shi Xiaobai suddenly turned viral not long ago did a huge batch of fans surge in. And today, the number of people following the board was no longer small in number. Although it was still far from celebrity heroes, the number of forum fans was closely behind same-age geniuses like Speechlessly and Bunny Chow, who had made a glorious name for themselves at a young age. It could be deemed as him being a phenomenal rookie that had his popularity suddenly surge. Xiao Xiao flipped through a few threads to check on Shi Xiaobai's latest ongoings. The little pervert had been in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's 7th level for more than 10 days. Many people were closely watching it. They were curious to know if Shi Xiaobai, whose conquering of the 8-level lords being an unprecedented shocking matter, would be able to become the 4th trial taker in history to reach the 8th level. But unfortunately, after flipping through a few pages, she did not find any relevant news. There were many threads with fabricated stories. They fabricated fake experiences of Shi Xiaobai. Some were written very realistically, but Xiao Xiao, who knew Shi Xiaobai's character, only smiled inwardly. However, she did not respond to expose them. In fact, she only browsed through the forum as a lurker. She never posted nor replied. She could not understand the mindsets of the flommers on the board and found them uninteresting. Xiao Xiao put down her cell phone and began thinking about how she should greet him when she met him again at the collective training. She wondered if the little pervert still remembered her. Xiao Xiao began rummaging through her thoughts as she looked at the scenery outside the window. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao widened her eyes. "Stop the car. Quick, stop the car." Heavens! What did she see? There was a bowl-cut big-boobed loli skipping down the highway. Heavens, isn't this direction completely opposite from Caesar Grand Hotel? That's not right. Why would Bunny Chow appear in front of them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498, This isn't an illness, but fate. Chapter 498, This isn't an illness, but fate. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Having met Bunny Chow again on Beijing 3rd Ring Road was equivalent to capturing a live big-boobed loli. Xiao Xiao was extremely careful this time as she held on to Bunny Chow, afraid that she would suddenly disappear again. Xiao Xiao spent lots of effort before finally convincing Bunny Chow, who had insisted on going alone. She tried coaxing her with all kinds of deceit before the girl, who had an extremely bad sense of direction, boarded the car reluctantly. The car turned around and headed for the Caesar Grand Hotel branch that was closest to Dragon Summer Stadium. Xiao Xiao and Bunny Chow sat in the back together. As they were not familiar with each other, there was a tiny distance separating them in the middle. After Bunny Chow got into the car, she began silently stuffing meat buns into her mouth. Perhaps she was somewhat unhappy that her tour of getting lost as she wished had been interrupted forcefully. The speed at which she ate the buns was much faster than before. She would finish one big bun in less than 30 seconds. After finishing one, Bunny Chow would immediately use spatial magic without taking a break and steal a new piping hot bun. Although Xiao Xiao was not familiar with magic, she had some general knowledge. Such spatial transference of an object from a great distance away into one's hand was considered an abstruse form of magic. It was a high-grade magical spell that drained a lot of mana. Xiao Xiao was suspecting that the reason why Bunny Chow was able to continuously cast magical spells for more than 10 minutes without showing any signs of fatigue at the finals was that she had repeatedly used such high-grade spatial magic on a daily basis. Every 30 seconds, Bunny Chow would finish eating a huge bun and another would follow. There was no sign of her stopping or resting. Soon, she had eaten nearly 10. Xiao Xiao stared at her in a dumbfounded manner as she could not help but suspect that Bunny Chow was a humanoid monster. If not, how could a human stomach store so many meat buns? Xiao Xiao felt her scalp tingle as she finally could not help but ask, "Are meat buns that delicious?" Bunny Chow turned her head over. First, her eyes lit up as she nodded, but moments later, she frowned and shook her head. After she swallowed the food in her mouth, Bunny Chow mumbled, "Meat buns are very fragrant, but eating too many of them makes them taste bad. However, meat buns are best for filling the stomach." No matter how delicious a delicacy was, the repeated eating of it would make one sick of it. That was an easily understandable point. But what did she mean by meat buns being the best for filling the stomach? Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment before considering how she should mince her words. She said, "Bunny, could it be that you eat so many meat buns, just to fill your stomach?" Bunny chewed on her food as she nodded her head as if it was for granted. Xiao Xiao said with a stiff smile, "You aren't full even after eating so many meat buns?" Bunny nodded and mumbled, "I can't be satiated. My stomach just keeps feeling hungry." A dark cloud hung over Xiao Xiao's head as she thought to herself, "You are indeed a humanoid monster. Have you always been eating so much food?" Xiao Xiao ventured a guess once again. There was no way around it. She was too curious about the matter. An ordinary person would be considered a competitive eater if one did not die from a ruptured stomach after eating so many meat buns. Yet, Bunny Chow was still hungry. There was clearly a problem. Bunny said with a shake of the head, "It wasn't like this in the past. Slightly more than 10 days ago, I suddenly felt very, very hungry. I wasn't filled no matter how much I ate, then it became what it is now, meat buns are just snacks. It curbs some of the hunger, but I have to eat dozens of kilograms of meat to be satiated. Daddy says that I'm almost draining the family of all its money with my appetite." Bunny had said it in a simple manner, but it made Xiao Xiao's scalp tingle. So many meat buns were just a snack? She had to eat dozens of kilograms of meat just to be satiated? It suddenly happened more than 10 days ago? Was it an illness? Furthermore, it was quite serious. Can this illness be cured? Xiao Xiao blurted out her thoughts before she hurriedly covered her mouth. She realized that she had been too rash. Even though Bunny did not seem like a person who would mind, how could she say such impolite words? It's not an illness. What caught Xiao Xiao by surprise was that Bunny suddenly swallowed the food in her mouth before her expression turned slightly serious. She said solemnly, "Daddy said it's not an illness but fate." Xiao Xiao was alarmed. She felt the topic seemed to turn a little too heavy. It's not an illness but fate. Such a saying usually brings with it an undisclosable secret. Was it appropriate for her to probe into Bunny Chow's secret? Xiao Xiao immediately did not wish to continue asking. However, Bunny's expression suddenly changed as she pouted and said unhappily, "I think it's an illness. If not, why would I suddenly be constantly hungry for no good reason? But even Granny Divine Healer can't cure it, so Daddy has given up. He said that an incurable illness is a kind of fate and that I should submit to fate." Xiao Xiao gaped and was momentarily at a loss as to what to say. An incurable illness was fate. Wasn't she being too broad-minded? To think that she had accidentally heard a humongous secret. So she had really come down ill. However, the illness was strange. It actually forced Bunny Chow to eat dozens of kilograms of meat a day to be barely satiated? After all this, where did the food she ate go to? It couldn't really enter her stomach, right? Xiao Xiao's mind was filled with questions, but she eventually did not ask. Although Bunny Chow was free from care or worries and she did not mind talking about anything, she couldn't thicken her skin to dig up her secrets, right? With Xiao Xiao falling silent, Bunny's attention returned to the meat buns. She was eating them in delight, as though there was no hint of her being sick of them. Indeed, Bunny could not extricate herself from the immersion of meat buns. If not, how could an ordinary person choose meat buns as a snack? Xiao Xiao shook her head as she smiled inwardly. She turned to look at the scenery outside the window. There was silence along the way. Xiao Xiao was quiet while Bunny focused on eating her meat buns. After a long while, Xiao Xiao felt restless and habitually took out her cell phone to refresh the forum, Shi Xiaobai bar. Xiao Xiao nearly cried out loudly when she took a glance at it. Shi Xiaobai has finally reached the 8th level. The 4th trial taker in history to reach the 8th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is born. Shi Xiaobai does not let down the masses. The trial stone monument has been updated. Shi Xiaobai's name is positioned at the 8th level. Picture as proof. The peak of China's endgame style. Can Shi Xiaobai be able to prove to the world that endgame styles still work? Stay tuned for this year's World Tournament. Champagne tonight for a celebration. Getting a room tonight for a celebration. Getting KFC tonight for a celebration. Although it's Shi Xiaobai bar, please don't celebrate. Boo-hoo-hoo. My most beloved speechlessly is dead. What could be seen were all threads of Shi Xiaobai's reaching of the 8th level, but intermixed within, there were a few threads about the grievous news of Speechless Li's death. Xiao Xiao began browsing through the threads without stopping as she felt mixed emotions. She did not know Speechless Li, so would not go as far as to feel sad for the tragic news of Speechless Li's death. However, for China to lose a young genius and an opponent she could aim for as a goal, she still felt somewhat repressed being a girl with proper values. But at the same time, the news of Shi Xiaobai reaching the 8th level made her extremely excited. She could not help but clench her fist. Little pervert, well done. Xiao Xiao roared in her heart. She felt her mind shaking and could not help but continuously refresh the forum so as to see the constantly updating threads. Suddenly, a thread with reply counts constantly surging attracted Xiao Xiao's attention. Prediction thread: Shi Xiaobai won't spend more than an hour in the 8th level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, Bunny Learns to Scold. Chapter 499, Bunny Learns to Scold. Translator, Cetalan Editor. It was obvious from the thread's title that the poster was an anti-fan who had deliberately posted to stir trouble. If not, it was a troll who had menacing intentions of trying to get people worked up to get replies. Hence, Xiao Xiao did not click the thread immediately. However, the number of replies in the thread was constantly increasing. Xiao Xiao immediately could not bear it as she clicked it to check it out. The opening poster, OP, had written 3 historical records in the opening post. Overlord Jifeng, 4 hours. Sword Immortal Su Tai Bai, 3.5 hours. Conquest King, 5 hours. These 3 people were historical figures who had previously reached the 8th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, as well as the time they had spent in the 8th level. Yes, even these striking historical figures had only managed to spend a maximum of 5 hours in the 8th level before they were eliminated. Hence, even though Shi Xiaobai had wiped out the level lords, no one believed that Shi Xiaobai could reach the 9th level. What people focused on was how long Shi Xiaobai could stay on the 8th level. They wanted to know if he could break the 5-hour record that was set by the Conquest King. And this so-called prediction thread had declared that Shi Xiaobai would not last more than an hour. It was clear that it was meant to sully Shi Xiaobai. Indeed, the OP of the thread carried on analyzing. Instead of saying it was an analysis, it was more like a forceful account of affairs. The reasons that lacked logic strenuously came up with a conclusion that Shi Xiaobai would not last more than an hour. It was an insult to the intelligence of others. And the reason why the number of replies the thread had were increasing rapidly was that the thread's OP had spent money to hire troll armies to flood the thread with replies that were filled with malicious intent. And the fans of the forum began to protest angrily. They began attacking the OP. Anti-fans of this era would really resort to every conceivable means. Not only did they deliberately stir trouble to play to the gallery, they even managed to think of hiring troll armies. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Xiao found it boring. She stretched out her finger to close the irritating thread. Suddenly, a young voice echoed beside her ear. "What nonsense!" Xiao Xiao turned her head in surprise and realized that Bunny had stuck her head over without her knowing. She was staring at her cell phone screen and her black eyes were twinkling like stars. Xiao Xiao felt helpless. Bunny Chow was indeed a girl that did not know any better. How could she look at the cell phone screen of others without permission? At that moment, Bunny suddenly stretched her finger to point at OP on the screen and said, "This person is spouting nonsense. It's impossible for Shi Xiaobai to not be able to last an hour. He can last at least 5 hours." With that said, Xiao Xiao was immediately astonished. Bunny Chow was certain that Shi Xiaobai would be able to last more than 5 hours in the 8th level. That would be an achievement that surpassed the Conquest King. It would create a brand new historical record for the psionic mortal realm. What did Bunny Chow base on to have so much confidence in Shi Xiaobai? Xiao Xiao blurted a question, "You know Shi Xiaobai?" Bunny immediately shook her head and said, "Nope." Xiao Xiao said in surprise, "Then why are you so sure that Shi Xiaobai can last more than 5 hours? Bunny pouted as her eyes gradually brightened. She said, "Daddy mentioned it just yesterday. He said that a boy about my age named Shi Xiaobai has recently wiped out 8-level lords in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. This matter is something Bun Bun can't do. Daddy also once said that the present Bun Bun is only slightly weaker than the Hero King at the same age but stronger than the Conquest King. Since Shi Xiaobai has done something Bun Bun can't do, he would definitely be stronger than the Conquest King. So he will definitely exceed 5 hours." The logic in this series of words was very simple but very problematic. Furthermore, there were many points that were debatable. For example, how was Bunny Chow's dad so certain that Bunny was stronger than the Conquest King at the same age? Who was Bunny Chow's father? How could he say something in such an exaggerated manner? Why would Bunny Chow completely believe her dad? However, Xiao Xiao did not deliberately consider these questions. Instead, she nodded her head happily and said, "I also believe that Shi Xiaobai can last more than 5 hours, Although Bunny's acknowledgement of Shi Xiaobai was because of an odd reason, it still made Xiao Xiao feel a baffling sense of happiness. Was it because the person she acknowledged was also acknowledged by someone else? In short, Xiao Xiao felt great when she heard a positive evaluation of Shi Xiaobai from Bunny's mouth. At that moment, Bunny suddenly said, "What are you waiting for?" Xiao Xiao faltered and asked curiously, "Waiting for what?" Bunny suddenly grinned and with her eyes twinkling, she pointed at the OP on the cell phone screen and said in a high-spirited manner, "Scold him." Bunny's head drew closer and with her grinning, Xiao Xiao realized that Bunny had 2 cute canine teeth. There were also shallow dimples on her cheeks. For some unknown reason, Xiao Xiao felt that she was infected by Bunny Chow's smile. She blurted out a question, "How should he be scolded?" Xiao Xiao has a good family background, so she carried herself really well and she had almost never scolded others, not to mention being a flamer on the internet. She had never thought of such meaningless matters, so although she felt a baffling impulse because of Bunny's canine teeth and dimples, she was unsure about the act of scolding others. In response to Xiao Xiao's question, Bunny blinked and pondered for a moment with a frown before she exclaimed and shook her head. I don't know how to scold. I've never scolded others before. Xiao Xiao could not help but laugh. She felt that it was only right for Bunny to not know how to scold others. Xiao Xiao imitated Bunny's blinking and said with a playful smile, Then are we still scolding? Yes. Bunny said with a nod, Daddy says that one should be scolded if one does something wrong. This person is absolutely wrong, so there is a need for him to be scolded. Xiao Xiao burst into laughter as she felt that Bunny Chow was greatly influenced by her dad. However, the influence was rather positive and she could feel his painstaking efforts to educate his daughter. However, isn't there a need to teach her some general knowledge? Also, how can you let your innocent daughter run around alone? Then, let's learn from the others? Xiao Xiao suddenly thought of a solution. Despite them not knowing how to scold, there were many experts that knew how to scold on the forum. It was especially evident in that thread. The number of people scolding the OP was not in the minority, so wouldn't learning from them be sufficient? Bunny immediately agreed to Xiao Xiao's suggestion by nodding her head heavily. Xiao Xiao smiled faintly as she scrolled down to the replies from the fans. It was basically a bombardment of the OP. It would have been fine if she didn't take a look, but that look of hers gave her a fright. Xiao Xiao was appalled to discover that there was a technique to scolding the OP. The way some fans scolded the OP was filled with literary art or the charm of literature. For example, I would like to represent China's Research Center for Mental Health to solemnly apologize to everyone here. Due to our negligence, we allowed the OP to escape time and time again. It has brought unneeded trouble and undesirable effects to everyone and to society. Here, I'll express my heartfelt apologies. About the OP's sickness, our research center has always been paying close attention to it. Although the OP is currently not in a stable condition and he might act out at any time, we will try our best even if there is a 1 in 100 chance of curing him. We have the confidence, determination, and persistence to cure OP and help OP escape the clutches of his sickness's demons. At the same time, I wish everyone in the world would do their best to complement our work and create a harmonious society together. Crazy people aren't scary. We should not mock OP. Look, what did I discover? There is an OP that is alone. We can attempt capturing it. One OP can provide us with days of energy. They are rich in protein and a single unit of OP contains more protein than what beef has. However, OP is not easy to deal with. We should slowly approach it from the back. Be careful not to make any noise. I caught it. It's struggling vigorously. We just need to twist its head once and we can then pull its innards out. The other parts can be eaten raw. Of course, if time isn't tight, we can first roast it. It would be much more delicious. Oh, it's crispy in texture and it tastes just like chicken. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, Girls do not know about pounding the meat. Chapter 500, Girls do not know about pounding the meat. Translator, Citulan editor. Xiao Xiao constantly scrolled down as all she saw was scolding passages filled with the charm of literature. Actually, I resisted against stroking the OP's dog head the first time. Because I feel that, hey, you can't make me stroke it at your beck and call. First of all, I want to try it out, but I don't want to say it out either. After stroking the dog head, many special effects will be added. That dog head is very black, very shiny, very soft. But the audience would come out and scold me because there's no such dog head. This proves that the dog head above is fake. Later I learned that it was all organic with no addition of chemicals. So, I stroked it for a month. After a month, it was quite comfortable stroking it. As for now, I'm stroking it every day. I'm still stroking it every day. I even gave it to the poster below me to stroke it together. Come. 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 Everyone, try stroking it. Then I told the director, I'll stroke it when it's time to stroke it. After stroking it, this dog head is still OP's dog head. So don't add any effects. If you keep adding special effects, it wouldn't look like a dog head. I want to let everyone see what it looks like after I stroke dog heads, that after you finish stroking it, you will also look like that. Star. OP, here you are trying to sully others. You made me check several communities and scour through hundreds of threads before I finally found you. The construction foreman got me to tell you to wake up early tomorrow for work. There are 3 cement carts and 2 carts of bricks that need moving. If you don't finish moving them, you won't even be paid for yesterday. Also, Widower Wang from the eastern end of the village asks you, when would you have saved enough money to marry her? If you do not return by the end of the year, she will marry the hunchback living in the western end, but... These somewhat satirical responses were without a single invective, but each would ruthlessly curse the OP. It made them convulse with laughter in a greatly satisfactory manner. Xiao Xiao was relishing the passages and came to a realization that scolding could be that interesting. Bunny's eyes lit up too as she did not even blink. It was as though she had learned a lot. There were a lot of interesting replies that left the 2 girls completely clueless. For example, OP has no thoughts of a perished kingdom, only to pound the meat from day to night. I raise my head to view the bright moon, then I lower my head and pound the meat. If my family and friends in Luoyang ask about my situation, you could say that OP is pounding the meat. If one does not exert oneself in youth, OP pounds the meat. Sitting up in fright on one's deathbed, OP is still pounding the meat. Striving to be outstanding in life, pounding the meat even in death. Since the beginning of time, who has not died, OP's continues pounding the meat. For hundreds and thousands of times, for him I search in the chaos, OP is pounding the meat. This comment left questions sprouting in Xiao Xiao and Bunny's minds. They could not understand why there was a constant repeat of the words OP pounding the meat. Was pounding the meat a form of scolding? However, the duo did not delve deeply into those details as they continued scrolling down. Suddenly, a reply in a different taste made Xiao Xiao draw a gasp. Why were the underwear of a retirement home destroyed? Why did hundreds of sows in the village scream out at midnight? Who is the serial rapist of sows? Was it a human or ghost who knocked on an old nun's door every night? What is the hidden secret behind the accidental pregnancy of hundreds of mummies? Is the distortion of human nature or moral decay behind all this? Is it the explosive outbreak of hormones or out of helpless thirst? Please stay tuned to tonight's Hero Law channel's masterpiece this year, OP's Path of No Return at 8. Let us accompany the camera and walk into the perverted OP's inner world. Xiao Xiao only saw a few of the first few words before her face blushed, hence, she hurriedly scrolled down. However, what she saw next was yearning to violate the OP, hoping to push her down onto a table, and while grabbing onto her ear, hear her choke and press down on her, violating her. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping to trap her in a clothing square, and while others are buying and selling outside, violate her in the lift and hear her crying, dirtying her exercise attire. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping to hide in a closet at the exit after work, and while looking at her yearning but not dare to shout, violating her while she wants to resist but lacks strength. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping to hide her clothes in the gym room, and violating her as she is prevented from leaving and giving medicine to those who want to enter. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping to capture her during luggage festival and push her down in a corner under a curtain, violating her as she becomes afraid of being discovered. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping to caress her on the public bus and letting her tremble with mercy in her orgasmic excitement before violating her. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping to strip her off her underwear and skirt on the balcony she lives in and pressing down on a blanket that is being sunned, violating her as she remains apprehensive of being discovered. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping to suck at her sensitive spots while she makes a phone call and violating her after she pretends to sound calm. Yearning to violate the OP, hoping for her to give a morning blowjob, hearing her muffled sounds as she chases her parents away before violating her under her urge to be faster. Xiao Xiao saw the first line and immediately exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed red as she hurriedly switched off her cell phone screen. She felt that her eyes had been tainted. At that moment, Bunny suddenly asked in confusion, "What does violation mean? Why did that person keep talking about violating OP?" Xiao Xiao's face blushed when she heard that. She muttered inaudibly, but she was unsure how to reply. She noticed that Bunny's eyes were extremely pure, like a baby who wanted to know the answer. Heavens, does Bunny Chow really not know the meaning to violate? Boo-hoo, how can there be such a pure girl? Xiao Xiao secretly decided that she was definitely not telling Bunny the meaning of such an impure passage. She hurriedly switched topics and said, "Nothing. Just something meaningless." "Oh, let's scold the OP also?" Bunny's attention was immediately diverted as she joyfully nodded and said, "All right. I want to scold OP. Let me do it first." Xiao Xiao smiled slightly as she handed her cell phone over. Bunny took it over and began typing out words at an extremely slow speed. Furthermore, she had made several typos. It was obvious that she very rarely typed with her cell phone. It was even possible that she had never used one before. After a few minutes of typing, Bunny displayed the results of her studies. OP is speaking nonsense. Shi Xiaobai will definitely last more than 5 hours. Humph. Signing off, Bunny Chow. Xiao Xiao could not help but laugh when she looked at it. Was scolding someone in such a cute manner appropriate? Also, why did she say signing off, Bunny Chow? Wasn't she afraid that others would criticize her? Xiao Xiao held back her laughter and said encouragingly, "Nicely done." Bunny beamed with pride. It was as though she felt that she had done a good job scolding. She chuckled and handed the cell phone back to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao took the cell phone over and realized that Bunny was looking at her with a look of anticipation. Xiao Xiao gave a helpless smile and began typing on the screen. She began producing the first bitch reply of her internet life. Stroking OP's dog head while smiling. Waiting for 5 hours before Shi Xiaobai smacks OP's face into a pig head. Bunny's eyes lit up as she gave her a big thumbs up. Xiao Xiao also smiled happily. As the Xiao family car was cruising down the highway, a middle-aged man was running in mid-air while following the car closely from behind. This scene made passers-by who happened to see it gape. That was because not only was the middle-aged man running in mid-air more than 100 meters in the sky, he was running very leisurely. It looked like he was walking on flat ground, but he was able to follow the car closely behind. He was never left in the dust. And most crazy of all was that as the middle-aged man ran, he suddenly took out a cell phone and made a call. However, as there was a constant layer of clouds lingering around the middle-aged man, there was no way of discerning his appearance or knowing what he was saying. And in fact, the conversation was also very strange. "Hello, wifey, Bunny. Bunny has learned to curse. What do we do?" The middle-aged man looked nervous as he carefully asked. "Ah. Why would Bunny learn how to curse?" A woman's roar came from the cell phone like a lion's. "I told you to watch Bunny, but you thought nothing of it? You can't even take care of our darling daughter. Do you want to kneel on a washboard?" The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Wifey, I know my mistakes. Listen to my explanation." The woman said angrily, "Don't explain. Any explanation is just a form of concealment. Concealment means fabricating a story. Speak, what else are you keeping from me?" The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he stuttered, Bunny even asked what violation means." The moment the middle-aged man said those words, he closed his eyes as though he was waiting for his death. "Groundless Chow. Don't you dare step into my room tonight." The woman's roar came blaring out from the cell phone as though she was about to flip the sky upside down. The middle-aged man immediately said in a manner too deep for tears, "Wifey, I think it's better if you make me kneel on a washboard. News of Shi Xiaobai reaching the 8th level proliferated throughout China quickly. Every citizen was discussing fervently the amount of time Shi Xiaobai would spend on the 8th level. As for Shi Xiaobai, he was experiencing an inward interrogation. He had stood silently at the beginning point of the 8th level's world, motionless and expressionless. His eyes were slightly glazed over until the Infernal Queen suddenly appeared as she slowly walked over from a distance. The Infernal Queen smiled coquettishly as she walked with a seductive gait. Every step she took left an ice lotus blooming at her feet. She produced lotuses with every step, but they withered nearly instantly. Shi Xiaobai jolted awake and locked eyes with the Infernal Queen before opening his mouth slightly, and he mouthed 2 words. From a distance, the Infernal Queen suddenly made out the 2 words that Shi Xiaobai was about to say from the shape of his mouth. Immediately, her expression changed slightly. The 2 words were "Open Sesame." Also, it was the exit command. Translator's note: this is a passage said by Jackie Chan in an interview on a hair shampoo commercial he did when he was interviewed. It was discovered that it could be taken out of context by changing washing hair to something else, in this case, stroking the dog head, stroke, wash, dog head, hair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 501, It's not something darling can stick it in or retract as you wish. Chapter 501, It's not something darling can stick it in or retract as you wish. Translator, Sitalan Editor. The Infernal Queen was not mistaken. The words that Shi Xiaobai had slowly mouthed were indeed "Open Sesame," which was also the exit command. This was the corresponding exit command for trial takers to exit the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Shi Xiaobai was unaware that he had suddenly gone viral in China and that he was trending on the search rankings. Neither did he know that the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower trial was already the focus of attention of the entire nation. Of course, he did not know that there were numerous Chinese citizens waiting and discussing the amount of time he could spend in the 8th level, or debating whether he could break the Conquest King's 5-hour record. He did not know anything, but even if he knew, Shi Xiaobai would still use the exit command. Why? It was because Shi Xiaobai was in a rush to know the truth. Why did Speechless die? How did Speechless die? Is Speechless really dead? What happened back then? How did he become Speechless murderer? Shi Xiaobai was eager to know the truth to all these questions. Completely opposite to the truth that the Infernal Queen had said, Shi Xiaobai's guess that she was the assessment program was only done through logical reasoning without any evidence. Neither did he guess that the Infernal King's mandate was the condition to clearing the 7th level. And even if he had guessed it correctly, it was absolutely impossible that he would harm or kill Speechless. He had truly fallen unconscious after injuring Sunless, and he had only awakened in the Infernal King chamber. Shi Xiaobai did not know what had happened during that period of time. The outrageous lie that the Infernal Queen described and the astounding conspiracy she believed, blaming him for being a hypocrite, was obviously not true. Even if Shi Xiaobai were to sacrifice himself, he would absolutely not wish to harm his partners. The kingly way that he revered may not be absolute justice, but it was definitely not heartless and full of ingratitude. Therefore, when the Infernal Queen had criticized him with a sneer, Shi Xiaobai had only found it ridiculous and laughable. He only believed that she was trying to stir something up, so he had only responded with a sneer, without making any contentions. However, when he was forcefully sent to the 8th level, the Absolute Choice's familiar and fiery voice had resounded in his mind. Only then did Shi Xiaobai suddenly recall the Absolute Choice that he had nearly forgotten. Upon recalling that completing the king's mandate meant killing Speechless, whose identity had been designated as the Celestial King, the announcement of the completion of the choice meant that he had completed the king's mandate. Shi Xiaobai was alarmed when he realized that whatever the Infernal Queen had said might very well be true. Speechless' death could very possibly be real. It was very likely that he had really killed Speechless with his own hands. If not, why would the absolute choice announce its completion? Furthermore, the attitude of Pulp Farmer and company were odd when he woke up. Upon careful thought, the reason why Pulp Farmer and Feng Yuanlin were probing his memories after he fell unconscious was due to the death of Speechless. They were trying to hide the terrible truth from him. With the aforementioned reasons, Shi Xiaobai had inferred that what the Infernal Queen had said was not a lie. However, why would the unconscious Hin do such a thing? Was it a side effect of the power of corruption that suddenly acted up, causing him to strike Speechless when he was completely unconscious? Or was it possible that in his subconscious, he had a wish to kill Speechless in order to complete the absolute choice, which led to his body innately completing the task while he was unconscious? The former was something Shi Xiaobai was unable to make a judgment on. However, if it was the latter, Shi Xiaobai had just undergone an inward interrogation, and he was certain that it was impossible. Even if the absolute choice were to fail, with time resetting, causing everything that he experienced turn into nothing but evanescent bubbles and making him have to redo everything, it was not sufficient to make Shi Xiaobai abandon his kingly ways. The sacrifice of people, especially the sacrifice of a friend like Speechless, to create an advantageous outcome for him was diametrically opposed to Shi Xiaobai's kingly ways. Shi Xiaobai was willing to repeat everything and choose the third option of leaving the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower than to kill Speechless for such a meaningless reason. Such a subconscious thought absolutely did not exist. Shi Xiaobai was sufficiently confident about that. Therefore, he believed that his killing of Speechless was definitely not that simple. And going along this line of thought, Shi Xiaobai immediately thought of the biggest questionable point in contradiction. Since killing Speechless meant completing the Infernal King's mandate, why was the absolute choice not immediately completed once Speechless was killed by him? Instead, the announcement of the completion of the absolute choice had only happened at the instant he reached the 8th level. Why was this so? What was the difference between the two? Or could it be that there was more than meets the eye? Just as Shi Xiaobai thought of this point, he saw the Infernal Queen appear out of thin air. As she walked over with a coquettish smile that was filled with malevolence, Shi Xiaobai did not hesitate to use the exit command. He had no time to listen to the Infernal Queen's sarcasm, nor did he have the mood to debate with the Infernal Queen. All he wanted to do was to return to the human world to figure out the truth. He had to see Speechless' corpse at the very least and get a clear understanding from Sunless and company as to what had happened back then. Compared to the eagerness to figure out the truth, whatever trial, glory, or opportunities were not worth mentioning. Shi Xiaobai finished reciting the exit command and was prepared to leave the 8th level. But after a few seconds, even when the Infernal Queen had suddenly appeared in front of him at an extremely fast speed, the exit command did not seem to show its effects. "Open sesame." Shi Xiaobai said it again, but nothing came of it. The Infernal Queen suffused a mocking smile as she said with a chuckle, "After spending all your time and efforts to finally reach the 8th level, the first thing you do is to suddenly use the exit command. Darling, why do you always act completely opposite to one's expectations?" But unfortunately, the 8th level is extremely chaste. It's not something Darling can stick it in or retract as you wish. The Infernal Queen suddenly switched styles and addressed Shi Xiaobai as Darling once again. Furthermore, her words were sensuous. Shi Xiaobai could not help but roll his eyes and frown. Despite hanging a coquettish smile on the corners of her lips, there was no hint of sexual intention in the Infernal Queen's eyes. She said, "Darling, are you in a rush to leave this place to destroy some piece of evidence?" "Don't worry." Darling's plan was flawless. If not for the trial's rules, even I would have been fooled by Darling. Shi Xiaobai sighed when he heard what she said. After hesitating for a moment, he decided against explaining anything to her. Firstly, he did not think there was a need for him to explain to her. Secondly, he did not believe that she would believe his explanation. Furthermore, Speechless' death was something that even Sunless and company believed him to be the murderer. Then, it was very likely that it was one of the possible truths. Even if it was not a subjective wish of his, it was still a matter he could not shirk responsibility from if his body had killed Speechless. Therefore, Shi Xiaobai finally chose not to engage in a war of words with the Infernal Queen to prove his innocence. Instead, he asked in a sullen voice, "Why can't the exit command be used? Is it because the 8th level's rules prevent the exit command from being used? Or is it that you are deliberately using your authority to ban the exit command? Boo-hoo, why would Darling choose to malign me?" The Infernal Queen said in a pitiable tone, but her expression was that of jest. She said mockingly, "Darling had suddenly used the exit command and I was shocked as well. How could I react in time? Thankfully, the 8th level rules is that trial takers can only succeed or fail. There is no escape or exit. Shi Xiaobai felt somewhat helpless as he immediately asked, "What needs to be done to be deemed as having failed?" The Infernal Queen covered her mouth as she said laughingly, "Darling sure is strange. Over 10,000 years, countless trial takers have been trying their best to reach the 8th level, but they had failed miserably. As for Darling, you spent so much time and effort to finally reach the 8th level as you wish. Why are you suddenly in a rush to leave?" Shi Xiaobai sighed lightly and said, "No matter if you believe it or not, this king only wants to return to check on Speechless Corpse and clarify the situation with the others before thinking of a way to figure out the truth." "Oh, so that's how it is. The Infernal Queen said with a laugh, "Darling is indeed in a hurry to check if he had left any traces on Speechless Corpse and hopes to destroy them so as to ensure that the truth will remain hidden forever. Darling sure is meticulous. That's right. Darling contemplates each and every move with such deliberation during a game of chess. I know this better than anyone." Towards the Infernal Queen's taunts and jeers, Shi Xiaobai shook his head helplessly. He did not have the mood to continue explaining as he said in a deep voice, "Since you think so, continue thinking so. In short, this king wants to leave the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower now. It doesn't matter if it's a success or failure. Even if you do not wish to tell this king how to leave, at least tell this king what the mission of the 8th level is." The moment Shi Xiaobai reached the 8th level, the Absolute Choice's voice had sounded immediately. Due to the daze and shock from the sudden announcement of the completion, he had not paid careful attention to the rules that were usually introduced whenever one reached a world of a new level. But now, on careful thought, the introduction that he had not paid attention to was only nonsense that did not contain much information. The Infernal Queen squinted her eyes as she said with a coquettish smile, "If it's possible, I really wish to let Darling stay by my side forever, never telling Darling how to leave this world. But helpless I am, for the trials rule forces me to be the guide to the 8th level. It really can't be helped." Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He was truly worried that the assessment program which targeted him without reason would steal its heart and not tell him of the 8th level's mission. If that happened, wouldn't he be stuck in the 8th level forever without knowing how to even fail? Thankfully, there were the trial rules that restrained the capricious Infernal Queen. "What is the 8th level's mission?" Shi Xiaobai asked with a solemn voice once again. "Well, the 8th level's mission is actually very simple." The Infernal Queen blinked and said without feeling abashed after using a tone reminiscent of a cute chick. Her mature and seductive face combined with the cute intonations she used made Shi Xiaobai feel a deep sense of malevolence. The Infernal Queen even drew out her tone to keep him guessing before she said with a chuckle, "The 8th level's mission is very simple. It only requires the completion of a choice." "Ah!" Shi Xiaobai exclaimed. "Why is it another choice?" Now, Shi Xiaobai would feel his scalp tingle and feel extremely uncomfortable whenever he heard the word choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, The Endless Historical Story. Chapter 502, The Endless Historical Story. Translator, Sitalan Editor Adat. Although he felt his scalp tingle and his body felt discomfort, it was something he had to ultimately face. Hence, Shi Xiaobai could only bite the bullet and ask, "What choice?" The Infernal Queen said with a coquettish smile, "No rush. Before talking about the choice, let me tell darling a story. Shi Xiaobai waved his hands and said, you can cut out the story. This king doesn't have the patience at this moment in time. The infernal queen blinked her eyes and said, if the story isn't told, there's no way to tell the choice. This is also a rule. Darling, are you trying to make things difficult for me? Shi Xiaobai rolled his eyes and said, since it's a rule, why do you need to ask? Just go straight to the story. The infernal queen blinked her eyes once again and said, but the story is somewhat long. I'm afraid darling might lose his patience? Since the choice can't be revealed without the story, this king has to listen to it even if he lacks patience, right? Shi Xiaobai felt extremely speechless. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss as he said in enlightenment, are you stalling for time? The infernal queen stuck her tongue out and said cutely, oh no. I've been discovered. The cute expression of a young girl on that gorgeous but sensuous face of maturity made Shi Xiaobai immediately feel a deep sense of malevolence. Furthermore, the infernal queen's lack of technique at stalling time had rendered Shi Xiaobai very speechless. Shi Xiaobai tried his best to calm down as he said in a deep tone, quick, tell the story. If you drag this on any longer, readers will be cursing you till the cows come home. The infernal queen blinked her eyes as she continued saying with a cute expression, what is darling talking about? Why can't I understand a single thing? Shi Xiaobai felt his scalp tingle as he shouted, story. Quick, tell the story. This king wants to listen to the story. Darling should have said so earlier. The infernal queen once again said in a malicious cute manner, since darling is so eager to listen to the story, I'll undertake the difficult task of doing so, alright? However, the story is a bit long. Darling, you must be very, very patient. Shi Xiaobai looked up into the sky and felt extremely distressed and upset. He could already predict that the infernal queen, who had targeted him maliciously, would act shamelessly by showcasing her skill at padding out her story. She would be able to pad a story that could be done in a few hundred words into one that needed a few thousand words or even more than 10,000 words. The word padding is truly chief of all evil. Sigh, tell the story properly. No, speak properly. Please. Shi Xiaobai lowered his head to beg for mercy. Since you are so sincere in your pleading, this queen will temporarily let you off. The infernal queen gave a complacent smile and once again changed her form of address. Following that, with a coquettish smile, her expression turned slightly aloof. The speed at which she changed her expression left Shi Xiaobai somewhat astounded. The aloof infernal queen seemed to truly switch into storytelling mode as she said with flair, first, you need to understand one point. The world in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's 7th level might be a world created by a program, but it is also a world that has truly existed in the past. It's a real world called Transcendental World. That means that Leonis, the Gatekeeper Giant and the Infernal King you replaced, as well as the Celestial King and the Hexstar Bravehearts, are all figures who really existed in history. The world of the 7th level that the lot of you arrived in, is at a particular point in time of the Transcendental World's long history. Of course, the arrival of you and your partners would result in various changes in the replicated historical scene. However, these changes are not the things that had truly happened in the past. And the story that this queen will be telling next is the true history of the Transcendental World. Shi Xiaobai gaped slightly. He had previously heard of the fact that the world of the 7th level was a world that had truly existed. Therefore, he was not too astonished. But didn't she say she was telling a story? Why did it become a historical lecture? How long would the depiction of the history of a world take? Shi Xiaobai felt an ominous sense of foreboding, but he knew that only soft tactics worked on the little bitch that was the infernal queen. The more he spoke back, the more deliberate she would be in her actions. Hence, he only nodded in silence. The infernal queen continued acting aloof as she looked at Shi Xiaobai in a deadpan manner. However, the sly smiling intent in her eyes could not be concealed. She said rigidly, the story traces back to 30,000 years ago. The transcendental world was a desolate world that had yet to develop. Back then, the lands were infertile and desolate. It was a world filled with hunger and illness. For food and land, various races engaged in unending wars. To kill or be killed was the main theme of that era. But in this period where blood flowed like rivers, a towering tree filled with vitality suddenly appeared. Some said that the towering tree was a tiny sapling that grew into its towering appearance within a day. Others said that they had witnessed the towering tree fall from the sky. There were even others who said that the towering tree had burst out from the ground and that it came from the deep abyss. How the towering tree appeared remains a mystery to this day, but the appearance of the towering tree had brought extremely clear changes to the desolate world. The desolate land suddenly became brimming with life. Plants grew quickly and wild animals multiplied in great numbers. The cold and vile weather that remained constant in the desolate world turned for the better as it welcomed its first spring. The appearance of the towering tree solved the problem of hunger. War did not cease immediately, but it was alleviated. Various races finally began attempting to step into the realm of civilization. And the one that developed the fastest was the Daya clan, whose land was closest to the towering tree. It could even be said that they had metamorphosized. The Daya clan was nourished by the towering tree and it gradually became the strongest race in the desolate world. Due to the favor they received from the towering tree, they added the words transcendence to the tree. They changed the name of their clan to Transcendence. The infernal queen finally paused after saying so much in one go. Shi Xiaobai was rolling his eyes inwardly. He had guessed that the infernal queen would drag out the story to talk about the so-called history of a world, but he had never expected for her to begin from the point of a desolate era when races had yet to fully develop, despite the story containing quite a few shocking pieces of information. He had already guessed that the towering tree was the Transcendence holy tree. However, he never expected that the Transcendence holy tree had such a great history. Furthermore, the fact that the Transcendents were originally the Daya clan left questions in Shi Xiaobai's mind. That was because he had once seen a historical treatise in the Infernal King's chamber. In it, it mentioned that the first Infernal King and the Celestial King were princes of the Daya clan. And the two princes of the Infernals and the Celestials had fallen out, eventually leading their own divisions of the Daya clan. But in the history mentioned by the Infernal Queen, the Daya clan had become the former version of the Transcendence? What was going on? Shi Xiaobai was puzzled, but he did not ask a thing. He knew that if he were to ask another question, the history lecture would go on for endless days. He did not wish to invite death unto himself. The Infernal Queen had deliberately stopped for a long time, but after realizing that Shi Xiaobai had not posed any questions, she continued, "The towering tree is the Transcendence holy tree that you saw when you came to the 7th level's world." However, at that point in time, the Transcendence holy tree had already been besmirched with too many toxins. It was no longer as divine as it was at the beginning. But 30,000 years ago, the Transcendence holy tree was like a miracle of God. The Daya clan, that was closest to the Transcendence holy tree, were green-skinned dwarves initially. But after receiving the favor of the holy tree, they gradually began to possess extraordinary power. At the Braveheart martial arts tournament, you had seen Leonis and Moya transform themselves into larger forms and their physical attributes had increased several-fold. They called it the first, second, or third form, but in fact, that is the transcendental 9 transformations ability the Transcendence holy tree had given them. In the first batch of Transcendence, there were even some of the strongest that could reach the 7th transformation, but by the time of the world of the 7th level, the Transcendence holy tree had already lost most of its divine might. Reaching the 4th transformation was enough to crown Leonis king. Imagine, every transcendent, who had suddenly been given the transcendental 9 transformations in the desolate era, had the ability to use Leonis's 4th transformation. So how powerful would the Transcendents be? Therefore, in a few short decades, the Transcendents became the strongest race in the lands. They were deemed the best of all other races. As such, the desolate world gained its name, Transcendental World. The Infernal Queen was copious and fluent as she spent more than a few hundred words to finally explain the origins of the transcendental world. And clearly, the so-called history story had only just begun. Shi Xiaobai felt his scalp tingle. Although the Infernal Queen wasn't bad at telling stories and she had managed to communicate the dignified importance of history, he was in no mood for a history lesson. Furthermore, it was a history lesson of a world of other races. It rendered him very speechless. Shi Xiaobai tried his best to maintain his calm and pretended to appear patient. He could not let the Infernal Queen see his impatience or the little bitch would surely go from bad to worse. The Infernal Queen paused for several seconds once again as though she was waiting for him to pose questions. However, after seeing Shi Xiaobai maintain his silence, she found it pointless and nearly shattered her aloof image. She had managed to forcefully maintain her facade as she continued saying rigidly, "The Transcendents established transcendence and controlled the transcendental world. The other races were made subjects and the lands ushered in 3,000 years of peace until one day." When Shi Xiaobai heard that, his eyes lit up slightly. He thought to himself that his strategy of pretending to be patient and not pose any question was correct. Hey, the story has been pushed forward by 3,000 years. That's not right. To have 3,000 years pass by from 30,000 years ago, wouldn't that mean there's still another 27,000 years? There was still another 27,000 years of history to go. Why the hell would this king be happy for? The Infernal Queen was unaware of the mental gymnastics that Shi Xiaobai was undergoing, but she still delivered a very sharp, fatal blow. Until a particular day that was 27,000 years ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, What's wrong with enjoying sufficient foreplay before the climax? Chapter 503, What's wrong with enjoying sufficient foreplay before the climax? Translator, Talon Editor. Until a particular day that was 27,000 years ago, Transcendence entered the greatest civil war it had ever had in its 3,000 years of history. The reason and events of the Civil War were rather complicated and interesting story, but since Darling doesn't have the patience, I won't go into detail. The Infernal Queen suddenly gave up her aloof act and switched back to her ambiguous address as a coquettish smile suffused the corners of her lips. It was as though she had discovered her conscience. An important civil war that she could have padded with hundreds of words had been skipped? Shi Xiaobai was surprised when he heard that, but he was not overjoyed. Instead, he looked inquisitively at the Infernal Queen. Why did he not believe that she would be in any way considerate? Indeed, a cunning smile flashed in the Infernal Queen's eyes. She said, "That's because the story that follows will be even more complicated." Shi Xiaobai rolled his eyes and responded with silence as always. If he objected toward the Infernal Queen's playfulness, it would only waste more time. Indeed, the Infernal Queen seemed to be bound by the rules and could only pause for a moment. She continued, "The civil war that happened 27,000 years ago was the most important turning point for the Transcendents or even the entire transcendental world. The civil war caused Transcendence to splinter. Following that, nearly half of the Transcendents left Transcendence collectively, moving to the south of Transcendence to establish a new country. As it was a distance away from the Transcendence holy tree, the new country was called Daya, and the residents of Daya began calling themselves the Dayans. There were always tiny conflicts between Transcendence and Daya, but both parties possessed the ability of the Transcendental 9 transformations. Hence, no one acted out in full force, afraid that a third party might benefit from their internecine struggle. As such, more than a century passed until an unprecedented disease swept through Daya. The Infernal Queen chuckled at that point as she continued, "In the historical story that follows, Darling has already read it, right? Shi Xiaobai nodded when he heard the question. Back when he had asked the Infernal Queen about the Infernal King's mandate, she had pointed out a history book for him. It had details that connected with what the Infernal Queen had just said. When Daya experienced an unprecedented infectious disease, Prince Diaba was infected, he was quarantined in a sealed-off space with a large number of other infectees, which he called Hell. With his strong will, Diaba managed to survive Hell and later led the devil-like infectees who had survived to establish the infernal domain of the future. And on the other side, Diaji also began to establish the nascent state of the celestial domain. Later, when the infernal king, Diaba, realized that the sickness was conspired by his elder brother, Diaji, he was immediately incensed. Therefore, the first infernal king and the celestial king had an irreconcilable vendetta. Hence, all ruling infernal kings had the mandate of killing the ruling celestial king. That was the history written in the tiny book, but it was a rather simple description of the events. It felt like quite a bit of details were missing. The scale of the infection gradually increased, with more than half of the people infected. Due to the dire circumstances, the uninfected citizens were forced to abandon the infected land and collectively move to the north. There, they established a new kingdom. And more than half the citizens that remained in the south died. However, there was a tiny portion who survived. The Dians, who were infected, experienced various transformations to their bodies. They were originally green-skinned dwarves, but not only did their skin turn black after the infection, they would be covered in wrinkles, making them look extremely ugly. Numerous thorns and horns would grow around their body, making them look like devils. Therefore, after Diaba re-established his kingdom to the west, calling it the country of devils that come from the burning hells, he renamed the Dians to the Infernals, and called himself the Infernal King. The Infernal Queen chuckled and continued, and on the other side, the Dians that moved to the cold north did not escape the calamity. The infection spread once again, and this time, it could not be stopped. But strangely, the symptoms of the infected Dians in the north were unlike the originally southern Dians. Instead of having their skin turn black and ugly, it was the complete opposite. In the north, their green skin gradually turned white after the infection. Their short statures also grew taller and they began to become better looking. A pair of pure white wings grew on their backs, making them resemble the legendary angels. Hence, the northern Dians considered the infection as a metamorphosis. They were willing to endure the pain that came from the infection, and similarly, after more than half their people died, brand new Dians were born. After hearing Diaba term himself the Infernal King and his establishment of the infernal domain, Diaji began terming himself the Celestial King. He renamed the northern Dians to the Celestials and called his kingdom the Celestial Domain. A civil war that resulted in rifts among the Transcendents eventually split into the Transcendents and Dians. Following that, an infection caused the Dians to split again into the northern and southern factions. Due to the effects of the infected surroundings, the southern Dians turned ugly like infernal devils before moving to the west, while the northern Dians transformed into entities as beautiful as angels. Hence, the birth of the Infernals and Celestials. This was the matter that the Infernal Queen had spent voluminous hundreds of words on depicting. In fact, it could have been finished in about 100 words, but unfortunately, the narration of a story is not an expository list of bullet points. There would always be some necessary or unnecessary details added that would pad the story, making it bloat up. But in short, 27,000 years ago, the three major factions, Transcendence, Infernal Domain, and the Celestial Domain entered its nascent establishment. And most shocking of all, the three races in three countries came from the same root. They were all the same weak green-skinned dwarves of the Dia clan. However, the Infernal Queen's story clearly did not end here. She continued, the infection between the Celestials and Infernals had not only changed their bodies. It had also made them completely lose the favor of the Transcendent's holy tree. They were no longer able to use the transcendental 9 transformations, hence, the Infernals and Celestials were no longer powerful enough to fight the Transcendents. They could only be deemed as subjects and hide the fact that they were actually Dians as well. But due to the enmity between the first Infernal King, Diaba, and the first Celestial King, Diaji, the Infernals and Celestials began a war that lasted 2 centuries until the third Celestial King that was inclined toward peace used his will of the king to forcefully retreat and surrender his troops. He signed a submissive one-sided deed with the infernal domain that had the unfair clause of the Celestials being isolated forever. Furthermore, with Transcendence intervening, the war between the Infernals and Celestials finally came to an end. The transcendental world finally returned to the peaceful situation of Transcendence ruling over all. 27,000 years ago, the Transcendents, who were favored by the Transcendence Holy Tree, were still the strongest race in the transcendental world. The Infernal Queen continued, but after thousands of years passed, with the celestial domain isolating itself, it weakened the stage on which history unfolded. As for the Transcendence Holy Tree, it gradually weakened over the millennia. The Transcendence King also weakened from a warrior with the 7th transformation to the 6th or 5th transformation, until the Infernal King's strength gradually exceeded the Transcendence King's. The Infernal King that could not bear the boredom began committing atrocities in the world. However, he did not dare offend Transcendence, hence, there was no war between the two races. However, it also gave rise to bravehearts that were determined to slay the Infernal King. So, the transcendental world became one in which the celestial domain had hidden away, the infernal domain gradually becoming stronger by the day, and transcendence weakening by the day. As such, another 7,000 years passed until a day 20,000 years ago. Shi Xiaobai was astonished when he heard that. 7,000 years passed just like that? Although it had only proceeded to a point 20,000 years ago, it undoubtedly made Shi Xiaobai feel excited. Heavens knew that the story of the Infernal Queen was as long and ugly as a foot-binding cloth. The crux of the issue was that she had been laying the foundations of the background story without reaching the interesting climax. How could anyone endure that? However, Shi Xiaobai knew that in common story narration, a story required a cause and development before it could reach a climax. Expounding the boring details was a necessary process for the final excitement. However, as a listener or a reader, one is unable to understand the difficulties of a narrator. They only have one thought, that the laying of foundations isn't as nice as the climax. Laying of foundations is boring filler. Laying the foundations is just padding the story. After one round of climax and into the next bout of foundation laying, one would even suspect if the narrator had changed. Why was the difference in excitement so huge? But in fact, it was not the narrator's problem, but the problem lied in the story itself. The little bitch that was the Infernal Queen loved foreplay. She kept dragging out the climax for the listener, readers. Well, women come in all shapes and sizes. It was not as though no woman likes to have sufficient foreplay before climaxing. The Infernal Queen was just one person that went to the extremes. However, the story had finally been pushed forward 7,000 years. It was also proceeding to another stage in the foreplay, just like moving from the top to the bottom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, Here Comes the Climax. Chapter 504, Here Comes the Climax. Translator, Cetalan Editor. The historical story of the world from 20,000 years ago was also what was replicated in the 7th level. The Infernal Queen had not only pushed the story forward by 7,000 years, she had also silently pushed the story to its second stage. Now, it was finally the true history that began describing the 7th level's world. Shi Xiaobai turned slightly attentive. If the story the Infernal Queen was telling him had anything worth his concern, it was undoubtedly the historical period replicated in the 7th level. If the trial takers had not intervened, what direction would the story lead to? What would happen to King Leonis, the gatekeeper giant, Field Marshal Osimo, the true Infernal King, Infernal Queen, and Celestial King? The Infernal Queen seemed to realize something as she suddenly said with a chuckle, about 20,000 years ago, at a particular year's Braveheart martial arts tournament, the Infernal King had disguised himself as a Braveheart and participated in the tournament at Transcendence. In the end, the tiny precarious boat of peace capsized. The cheeky words left Shi Xiaobai slightly surprised. The Infernal King had faked his identity as a Braveheart to participate in the Braveheart martial arts tournament? Why was the plot so familiar? Shi Xiaobai immediately began to anticipate the story's development. The Infernal Queen gave a sly smile and did not go straight to the main plotline and instead asked, "Darling, you have stayed in the infernal domain for a period of time. You must have heard of some hair-raising wails from every corner of the infernal domain at dawn every day, right?" Shi Xiaobai was also used to the Infernal Queen's wicked habit of keeping and building suspense. He helplessly nodded. The wails at dawn were indeed hair-raising. Furthermore, it filled every corner of the infernal domain as if every infernal was screaming in pain at the same time. In the beginning, he had believed that a calamity had befallen, but he later found out that it was a daily occurrence in the infernal domain. The Infernal Queen said, "That is the side effect left behind by that infectious disease. Every day at dawn, the infernals would experience a burning sensation that they cannot bear. It would result in them wailing for more than half an hour. There had even been countless infernals that had committed suicide because of this torture over millennia. In fact, the Celestials, who had similarly been infected, had a similar side effect. However, the Celestials would only feel an extreme bone-biting chill at dusk. Similarly, it was excruciatingly painful. The infection was indeed unprecedented. It had not only created the Infernals and Celestials, but it had also inflicted them with suffering on a daily basis. What sort of infection could result in such exaggerated effects? Shi Xiaobai pondered in his heart, but he did not raise any questions. However, he slowly opened his mouth and finally broke his silence. What did the Infernal King do at the Braveheart martial arts tournament? Shi Xiaobai was more concerned about that matter. And from his point of view, that was the main plot of the historical story. However, the Infernal Queen had insisted on being draggy on subplots. It had left him impatient. Darling sure is impatient. That's right. Darling would want to know if the Infernal King who he had acted as had done the same as he did. It's only to be expected. The Infernal Queen chuckled and said, "The true historical Infernal King had disguised himself as a Braveheart, and not only did he clinch the championship of the Braveheart martial arts tournament, he had gone one step further. He had killed King Leonis at the finals." Shi Xiaobai was astonished. The Infernal King had killed King Leonis? No wonder the tiny boat of peace capsized. The Infernal Queen said with a chuckle, "Back then, the Infernal King was affected by the deep-rooted belief of every past Infernal King, the Transcendents were still the strongest race in the world. Therefore, despite him committing atrocities, he had never dared to offend the Transcendents. He believed that his battle with the Transcendents King Leonis would result in defeat or even an abject defeat. He never expected that the toxins accumulated in the Transcendents' holy tree had long resulted in their decline. King Leonis could only barely reach the fourth Transcendent transformation. The Infernal King was unaware of the fact that King Leonis was that weak, so he had accidentally killed him. As the Infernal King did not know that King Leonis was too weak, he had not held back and ended up killing King Leonis? So be it the replicated history or the true history, King Leonis was actually such an aggrieved existence. Shi Xiaobai could not help but chuckle. Although he was listening to the same story, listening to the original historical story and a similar adapted story felt completely different. Shi Xiaobai immediately wiped his smile away. He felt a lot better. How should it be put? If you can't prevent it, you might as well enjoy it? The Infernal Queen was very pleased with Shi Xiaobai's reaction. She turned even more excited as she continued narrating the story. The Infernal King had not only killed King Leonis from his infiltration of Transcendence. He realized the truth that the Transcendents were declining. More importantly, when Transcendence ushered in a new dawn, he felt a cool, refreshing feeling, relieving the burning pains that he suffered and endured every morning. The pain from the burns was greatly reduced and the time he had to endure it was cut short. The Infernal King discovered the power of the Transcendence Holy Tree's favor. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he had vaguely guessed at the future development. With the weakening of Transcendence exposed and that the fact that the Transcendence Holy Tree could reduce the excruciating torment the Infernals endured on a daily basis, the Infernal King was bound to covet the Transcendence Holy Tree. Furthermore, the Infernal King was never one to stay within his confines, or why would he have disguised himself as a braveheart? Indeed, what the Infernal Queen described next was how the Infernal King began planning to invade Transcendence after returning to the Infernal Domain. Furthermore, there were wise people among the Infernals who posited a guess: could the infection that transformed the Daians be an after effect of them separating from the Transcendence Holy Tree? It was very likely, and it could explain the strange illness that had plagued the Infernals and Celestials. As such, the Transcendence Holy Tree became even more important. The Infernal Domain planned on invading Transcendence with full force, conquering their land and taking the Transcendence Holy Tree for itself. However, there were celestial spies hidden in the ruling upper echelons of the Infernal Domain. Therefore, the Celestial Domain learned that the Transcendence Holy Tree could stop the chilling pain that plagued the Celestials for millennia. Immediately, the Celestial King broke the agreement of staying isolated. Similarly, he sent his troops to attack Transcendence. The Infernal Queen said, although the Infernals and Celestials had an enmity that spanned generations, under the allure of the Transcendence Holy Tree, they decided to join forces to clean out the Transcendence before discussing the splitting of Transcendence. And at that moment, King Leonis was dead. Transcendence was in chaos, so how could it withstand the combined invasion of the Infernals and Celestials? But seeing as Transcendence was about to fall, the Transcendence Holy Tree suddenly bestowed its power onto 6 Transcendents, making them much stronger. They became the Hex Star Bravehearts. Later on, the Celestial King had suddenly betrayed his alliance because of the shocking power that the Infernal King and the Infernal Domain had shown. He joined forces with the Hex Star Bravehearts and killed the strongest Infernal King. However, the Infernal King had given his all to inflict a mortal wound on the Celestial King. Such a turn of events greatly weakened both the Infernals and Celestials. The Hex Star Braveheart's birth and the sudden betrayal of the Celestial King resulted in Transcendence, which was certainly doomed to survive. It also, unfortunately, resulted in the strongest Infernal King to die in combat. And this historical fact was the reason why the 7th level had designated the clearance condition for Shi Xiaobai, who had been designated as the Infernal King, to kill either the Hex Star Bravehearts or the Celestial King. It was because, with any of these two killed, the fate of the Infernal King fate would change. But what really happened historically was that the strongest Infernal King had died in battle 20,000 years ago. The Infernal King died in battle while the Celestial King was left seriously wounded. He died a few days later as well. As such, the Infernal King, Celestial King, and King Leonis were all dead. All 3 races lost their leaders. But the war continued on. The Infernal Queen temporarily inherited the throne while Field Marshal Osimo became Celestial King. As for King Leonis's illegitimate son, the Gatekeeper Giant, he forcefully ascended the throne and became the new Transcendence King. The deaths of the 3 kings between the 3 races made it irreconcilable between each other. As they contended for the Transcendence Holy Tree, the conflict did not come to an end. Due to the betrayal of the Celestial King, none of the 3 races joined forces again. Instead, it formed a 3-sided conflict and a long war between the 3 domains began. After the Infernal Queen finished narrating the piece of history, she suddenly sighed. The war continued on in such a manner for 5,000 years. The 3 domains restrained each other in a delicate balance so no one managed to clinch the final victory. The war seemed like it would continue on endlessly, if only the war could continue on like that, but unfortunately, the war between the 3 domains came to a sudden end, 15,000 years ago. Shi Xiaobai was slightly surprised. Another 5,000 years? From the looks of it, the Infernal Queen was truly narrating the historical story and not deliberately making things difficult for him? Furthermore, why did the Infernal Queen say words like, if only the war could continue on like that? Why did she show such a despondent look? What happened? Shi Xiaobai could not help but fulfill his obligation as a listener. He responded to the narrator to let her know that he was listening and thinking. That was the greatest respect a listener could give to a narrator. The Infernal Queen's emotions seemed to improve greatly as a light smile suffused her lips. But soon, she sighed and said softly, 15,000 years ago, 3 towering trees descended. Like the Transcendence Holy Tree, no one knew how the 3 towering trees appeared. They had appeared overnight in the transcendental world, and the distance between the 3 trees was rather far from each other. They formed a triangle. This astonishing turn of events left Shi Xiaobai slightly alarmed. He asked, another 3 Transcendence Holy Trees? Could it be that the heavens did not wish for the war to continue, so it had dropped 3 Transcendence Holy Trees and left them far apart so that each of the 3 races had one each so as to end the bitter war? But if that was the case, why would the Infernal Queen show a despondent look? It was as though she was one of the characters involved. Why would the appearance of the 3 holy trees make her feel despondent? The matter was probably not that simple. Indeed, the Infernal Queen shook her head and said with a sigh, they were not Transcendence Holy Trees. The 3 holy trees that appeared were completely different in appearance. They were also completely different from the Transcendence Holy Tree. Be it the color or shape of the leaves, the thickness of the trunk or the thickness of the crown, they were all different. These 3 holy trees were similarly engraved with a name like the Transcendence Holy Tree. However, the words were not written in the language of the transcendental world. So no one knew what were the names of the 3 holy trees. However, when the 3 holy trees descended into the transcendental world, the Transcendence Holy Tree seemed to be robbed of its nutrients. It withered rapidly, and in a short span of 3 days, all of its leaves withered and fell. 10 days later, it collapsed into an abyssal hole that seemed to lead straight to hell. From then on, the Transcendence Holy Tree perished. Shi Xiaobai drew a gasp of air. The 3 unknown holy trees had robbed the Transcendence Holy Tree of its nutrients. So it came with unkind intentions? However, the Infernal Queen shook her head and said, initially, the 3 races believed that the 3 trees were devilish trees, but later they attempted approaching it and realized that the 3 holy trees contained a divine power. By being in the vicinity of the 3 trees, the side effects of the infernals and celestials not only weakened, they even disappeared. At that moment, the 3 races felt like they were welcoming a long-awaited rain after a drought. They celebrated and viewed the 3 holy trees as the renewed lives of the Transcendence Holy Tree. Furthermore, the 3 holy trees were situated far from each other, so each of the 3 races could control one. Hence, the 3-corner war that lasted for 5,000 years came to an end. A peace agreement was signed. The 3 domains of the Transcendence, Infernals, and Celestials ushered in the most beautiful and peaceful time 15,000 years ago. When the Infernal Queen mentioned of the beautiful and peaceful time, there was no smile on her face. She sighed heavily and said softly, but that period of peace was just too short. Shi Xiaobai could not help but ask, what happened? What unforeseen event could have happened under this peaceful situation that would make the Infernal Queen reveal such a despondent expression? Shi Xiaobai finally embraced his role as a listener and began to be concerned about the direction of the story. With the story progressing this far, he had a nagging feeling that something should happen. The Infernal Queen remained silent for a much longer time than before. She slowly opened her mouth to say, the 3 races did not know that the words engraved on the 3 holy trees were in fact derived from a race known as humans. The 3 holy trees were named World, Time, and Fate. The 3 races did not know that the mistaken peace of theirs only lasted a short period of a month. A month after the 3 holy trees appeared, huge tree holes appeared on the holy trees' trunks. The alien race that came from another world came out from the holes in the trees like maggots. Like a flood, they surged into transcendental world. When Shi Xiaobai heard that, his eyes stared widened as an ominous foreboding arose in his heart. He gaped and said, it can't be. That's right. The Infernal Queen's eyes turned cold as a sneer suffused her lips. She said, 15,000 years ago, humans invaded. Shi Xiaobai smiled bitterly. He finally knew what was coming. The Infernal Queen was done with her foreplay, and the climax to the story that she had been laying the foundation to had finally arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, Massacre. Chapter 505, Massacre. Translator, Citalan Editor Adat. 15,000 years ago, humans invaded. The Infernal Queen's eyes turned slightly cold as a sneer suffused her face. She said coldly, it was an invasion that had been in the planning for a long period of time. The formidable human army charged out from the holy trees like a flood and immediately began slaughtering the three races in the transcendental world. Back then, humans used so-called magic in battle chi. Their strength was also not to be underestimated. Coupled with the exaggerated numbers they had in the sneak attack in the depth of the night, the three races were already retreating in defeat by the time they realized what was happening. They failed to put up a fight. Shi Xiaobai was surprised. He was familiar with various novels telling of the human world being invaded. This was the first time that he heard of humans scheming to invade the world of others. Momentarily, he was unsure of his thoughts. There was a tinge of anger in the Infernal Queen's voice as she continued, even the Infernal King, Celestial King, and the Transcendent King were unable to withstand the suppression of tens of thousands of mages and hundreds of thousands of chi-empowered cavalry in a tag-team battle. The armies of the three races were crushed and the citizens of the three races fled. However, the humans continued in their pursuit. Under the hands of the humans, countless infernals, celestials, and transcendents were burned in infernos, frozen in ice, buried alive under boulders, struck by lightning, torn to shreds by hurricanes, or left riddled with holes under the cavalry's stabbing. Blood flowed like rivers in the celestial domain, infernal domain, and transcendence. Tragic cries were heard everywhere. The aftermath left mutilated corpses of the three races strewn across the land. There was not a single whole body in sight. This tragic situation lasted for an entire day, and the outcome beat any war in the 15,000-year history of transcendence. Humans slaughtered the natives of the transcendental world like they were butchering cows and sheep or the reaping of rice. It was cold and heartless, void of all humanity. The Infernal Queen severely rebuked the brutality of the human invasion. In a completely lopsided war, if the powerful aggressor showed no mercy, the tragic situation of the receiver was obvious. Shi Xiaobai was once an Earthling, and also Chinese. Hence, he knew that China had historically suffered a war that was a lopsided suppression. The Nanking Massacre that was still being denounced up to today was one such example of a completely lopsided war. Shi Xiaobai hated such wars that were devoid of humanity. However, he was uncertain if the history the Infernal Queen was depicting was the truth. Furthermore, it was difficult for him as a human to be immersed into the role of the transcendental world's natives. Therefore, he maintained his silence calmly and did not express his views on the history as depicted by the Infernal Queen. The Infernal Queen glanced at Shi Xiaobai and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes, but soon, she quickly restored her calm. She continued once again, the massacre lasted for 3 full days. The fugitives that managed to escape the massacre tried their best to flee, without daring to even stop for a breather as the human army was in close pursuit. And around then, the three races realized that the placement of the 3 holy trees was deliberate. The human troops that invaded from the 3 points formed a triangle as they constantly closed in. It forced the fleeing fugitives to run toward the middle of the triangle, which was where the Transcendence Holy Tree previously was. Transcendence. The 3 holy trees were engraved with human text, named World, Time, and Fate. As for the human army, they crossed worlds through the hole in the holy trees. Furthermore, by relying on the location of the 3 holy trees, they surrounded the 3 races and slowly closed in towards where Transcendence used to stand. All of this sounded like it was a planned invasion. But why would humans do so? Shi Xiaobai was puzzled, but he was unable to judge if the history she mentioned was true or false. Hence, he curbed his curiosity and did not ask any questions. The Infernal Queen fell silent for a few moments and looked at Shi Xiaobai lightly. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes, but soon, it returned to the cold and seductive look. Finally, she said in a solemn voice, "The Transcendence Holy Tree had long withered when the 3 holy trees descended. It had turned into an abyssal black hole, so the old location of Transcendence no longer had the Transcendence Holy Tree. There was only a black abyss bigger than a lake. Its depths were shrouded in darkness and appeared bottomless. It was as if it led to an abyssal hell." The humans had forced the remnant stragglers of the 3 races to the old location of Transcendence and finally forced them to jump into the abyssal black hole. They did not accept surrender, imprisonment, or pleading. The humans were devoid of humanity as they slaughtered every member of the 3 races in the transcendental world. When the Infernal Queen reached this point, she suddenly gnashed her teeth and said with anger burning in her eyes, 15,000 years ago, the transcendental world became the human world up to this day. Shi Xiaobai's heart leaped. The final piece of information was too astounding. The present human world was the transcendental world? The humans had invaded and wiped out the 3 races. Following that, they became the ruling species of the transcendental world? Shi Xiaobai fell silent for a moment. In fact, he had many questions regarding the last parts of the story, but he could not judge the veracity of the Infernal Queen's words. After all, he had crossed worlds. He did not even know the history of the human world. If he were to retort or question her claims, he would only end up being misled by the Infernal Queen. Shi Xiaobai hesitated for a long while but eventually gave up on expressing his views on the last part of the story. He sighed and asked, "Are you done with the story?" The Infernal Queen gave Shi Xiaobai an odd glance as she nodded. The coldness on her face suddenly vanished and replacing it was the coquettish smile. The speed at which she changed expressions was peerless. The Infernal Queen chuckled and said, "Darling sure is weird." Shi Xiaobai pricked up his eyebrows. "Weird?" "Yes." The Infernal Queen squinted her eyes as she said with a smile, "Over the past 10,000 years, including Darling, there have been 4 people at the psionic mortal realm who have reached the 8th level. Hence, this is the 4th time I am recounting this story. However, Darling's reaction is what leaves me most puzzled. I remember that the first was a bore. When he heard that humans invaded, he cursed with all sorts of invectives. I could not help but teach him a lesson. The second person was quite a refined person, but he was quite argumentative. Every time I finished a tiny portion of the story, he would pose a huge bunch of questions that made me have to answer them all. Before I was halfway done with the story, I was left dry and hanging in my body and mouth. The third person was an ambitious man that did not engage in scheming. He constantly mentioned of his ambition to conquer the world in an unbridled manner. When he heard my narration of the invasion of humans, he began arguing with me, using the fake history fabricated by humans. He kept saying that the world he wanted to conquer was the human world and not some transcendental world. I argued with him and ended up spending the longest amount of time. As for Darling, Darling has remained silent from beginning to end with an occasional comment or two. You did not even say a word when you heard about the human invasion. Does Darling not have any questions? Does Darling not have any doubts about what I said? Or does Darling have unwavering trust in the history as fabricated by humans? Darling is too weird. Shi Xiaobai gaped and was unsure of a response. He naturally had his questions and doubts for the history the Infernal Queen had mentioned. However, he did not even know the history is fabricated by humans, so what was there for him to retort or doubt? Having crossed worlds, and as someone who did not like reading, Shi Xiaobai knew very little about the human history of the world he had entered. The history that the Infernal Queen had narrated was actually the first history that Shi Xiaobai knew of the human world. The 3 people that the Infernal Queen had mentioned were likely Overlord Jifeng, Sword Immortal Sutaibai, and the Conquest King. The 3 were famous figures in human history. They identified strongly with the human world, so they were obviously familiar with the history of the human world as natives. They naturally could not help but use the human history of 15,000 years ago to argue with the infernal queen. However, Shi Xiaobai was different from them. It was impossible for him to use Earth's history to argue with the infernal queen, right? Wouldn't that be like ducks speaking to chickens? Shi Xiaobai was embarrassed to mention that he did not have an inkling of human history, so, with a deadpan expression, he said in all seriousness, "This king only lives in the present." Living in the present and not under the shadows of history. There was no need to worry too much about things like history. The infernal queen said with a laugh, "Then, darling has saved me from wasting time speaking." Shi Xiaobai nodded and hurriedly changed the topic of conversation. "Since the story is done, can you tell this king what the choice of the 8th level is?" When he said the word choice, Shi Xiaobai felt his scalp tingle. The infernal queen smiled slightly and did not answer directly. Instead, she said, "Has darling ever wondered why this land of trials is named the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower?" Shi Xiaobai faltered slightly, and after a moment of thinking, he said in a probing fashion, 9 Revolutions Transcendental and Transcendental 9 Transformations sound rather similar. Both have the words transcendental. Could it be that the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was built by the Transcendents? Darling is indeed very smart, complimented the infernal queen. The 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was constructed by the Transcendents over 3,000 years. But it was done in various stages due to the wars, so it was never completed. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he frowned slightly. Although he did not know anything about human history, Mu Yuesheng had once introduced the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower to him and the rest. He still had an impression of it, so he asked, "Isn't the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower an advanced technological product left behind by aliens who had invaded the human world?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, What are rules? They never existed from the beginning. Chapter 506, What are rules? They never existed from the beginning. Translator, Citalan Editor. Aliens? Advanced technological product. The infernal queen scoffed and said, "If we are talking about aliens, to the transcendental world of the past, humans are the true aliens. As for the land of trials, it is indeed an advanced technological product to present-day humans. However, to the transcendental world's 3 races from 15,000 years ago, using spatial powers to open up an alternate space and use nomological powers to create a trial program was only a process that was dependent on time. Back then, humans who were adept at magic and battle chi could easily do it too. However, the human world experienced 3 calamities in the next 15,000 years. Every time, they faced annihilation, so civilization constantly declined. Most of the battle chi and magic systems were lost, so they lost all knowledge of spatial and nomological powers. Hence, they began to believe that the land of trials with alternate spaces in them is an advanced technological product left behind by aliens. Now, humans are laughably weak when compared to their ancestors from 15,000 years ago. If any one of the 3 races of the transcendental world had survived, it would be extremely simple for them to win back the transcendental world. The 3 calamities caused human civilization to wane. This was an easily understandable logic, but how powerful was the civilization from 15,000 years ago? Even an amazing existence like the land of trials could be constructed through the powers of man? He had believed that the human world was a world with advanced martial developments, but compared to 15,000 years ago, it was only lowly? However, the world of the 7th level had replicated the history from 20,000 years ago. Why was the difference so great in just 5,000 years? Just as such thoughts arose in Shi Xiaobai, the infernal queen had guessed his thoughts. She said softly, "Darling must be wondering. Since the 7th level's world has the historical background of the transcendental world from 20,000 years ago, why would the difference be so great in just 5,000 years?" But has Darling ever realized that this land of trials is meant for the training of the realm of mortals? Oh, it's also the psionic mortal realm that you people call in the sonic cultivation system. Then, in the replication of that history, advanced things like spatial and nomological powers naturally would not appear. If not, the trial takers would be crushed. Even the three kings like King Leonis had his strength greatly decreased. The historical King Leonis would be someone even the strongest expert in the present-day human world would not be able to defeat. In short, the 7th level only replicates a historical background, but the strength and development have been tweaked. Many things that people in the mortal realm cannot reach would be hidden or deleted. Shi Xiaobai was enlightened after such an explanation. Regardless of the veracity of the Infernal Queen's account of history, how could King Leonis, the strongest warrior of a race, be defeated by him at the psionic mortal realm? Furthermore, there were many suspicious points in the world of the 7th level. It was very likely that the strength and development of the trial had been decreased. However, it was impossible for him to judge how true the words of the Infernal Queen were. Shi Xiaobai was not foolish enough to fully believe her. Any matter could be twisted into something different from the biased subjectivity of the narrator, not to mention the Infernal Queen, who spoke in a way that left people guessing. Shi Xiaobai did not ask further and returned to the topic at hand again. After saying so much, what is the choice? The Infernal Queen squinted her eyes and gave a coquettish smile. Again, she did not directly answer him and instead said with a chuckle, although the land of trials is not some advanced technological product, the construction of an intricate land of trials like the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is also quite a momentous task. The Transcendents had spent 3,000 years without finishing it. 15,000 years ago, when the humans invaded, they had just finished renovating the 7th level. Therefore, the construction of the 8th and 9th levels trials was actually not completed. However, when the humans forced the Transcendents to the old location of Transcendence, the Transcendent King threw his inheritance into the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower with all his might before his death. Therefore, the 8th and 9th levels exist. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he had roughly guessed where things were heading. The Infernal Queen did not leave him hanging as he said, with Darling's intelligence, you must have guessed it. Yes, the Transcendence King's inheritance is on the 9th level. And the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower was originally meant to be a land of trials to train the younger generation of Transcendents. Hence, the Transcendent King's inheritance has only one goal now, to choose the Transcendent King's successor. When Shi Xiaobai heard this, he pricked his brows up and said, since humans are the enemy for annihilating the Transcendents, wouldn't there be some contradiction in choosing a human trial taker as the successor to the Transcendent King? The Infernal Queen said with a nod, indeed. The Transcendent King originally hoped that a successor could be chosen from another species other than humans so as to continue on the bloodline of the Transcendents. But other than humans, there have been no other species that have cleared the 7th level. And after the 3 calamities, other than the remnant humans, all other species were wiped out. So, a successor can only be chosen from a human trial taker. Shi Xiaobai frowned and said, choosing a successor from the enemy? The Infernal Queen said, it's not a simple process. By accepting the inheritance of the Transcendent King, the bloodline of the successor would be replaced by the bloodline of the Transcendents. Therefore, the 3 human trial takers that previously reached the 8th level had rejected it. Shi Xiaobai scoffed and said, perhaps no one is willing to become a green-skinned dwarf. Considering your personality, you would try your best to conceal such an expensive price and entice the trial taker with the power of the inheritance, right? Darling sure understands me, said the Infernal Queen said with a coquettish smile. If it's possible, I'll definitely use all sorts of blandishments to make trial takers that are qualified enough to thirst for the Transcendent King's inheritance. Unfortunately, the acceptance of the inheritance has to be voluntary. There is to be no resistance. Furthermore, the transformation would happen during the acceptance. If I were to conceal the truth, the successor would resist out of shock while receiving the inheritance, and that would not only lead to the successor's death, it will also destroy the inheritance. That is an outcome I do not wish to see. Hence, there is a need to find a willing human who is talented enough to reach the 8th level. Shi Xiaobai rolled his eyes. It's no wonder there has been no success for 10,000 years considering the stringent conditions. Shi Xiaobai did not believe that a genius who could reach the 8th level would choose to become a monster like a green-skinned dwarf. No, there is something inaccurate with Darling's words. The Infernal Queen said with a light smile, by accepting the Transcendent King's inheritance, one's strength will immediately rise to the peak of the world. To a rookie at the psionic mortal realm, such strength is quite an enticing thing. At least, under my enticement, the ambitious guy that wanted to conquer the world had deliberated for an hour before he gave up reluctantly. That was the price to pay. By becoming a transcendent, one could obtain tremendous amount power. A human who desired strength in an absurd manner might accept it. However, any human who could reach the 8th level would be an extremely talented person with a bright future ahead. Such an act was very unlikely. At least, Shi Xiaobai was not foolish enough to become a green-skinned monster for strength. Shi Xiaobai said softly, "You know very well that this king will not agree to it." The Infernal Queen said with a nod, "That's right, how can I not understand Darling's disposition? So, didn't you see me cut out the promotion of the heritage powers of the Transcendent King?" Shi Xiaobai glanced at her nonchalantly and expressed his commendation for her. She was not foolish enough to do something pointless. He said, "Since you know it, why aren't you letting this king leave?" The Infernal Queen chuckled and said, "There are necessary steps that need to be adhered to. After all, that is what the rules say. Furthermore, I still hold a sliver of hope that Darling might suddenly have a brain aneurysm and agree to it." The corners of Shi Xiaobai's mouth twitched as he said in a speechless manner, "Don't hope for such impossible wishes to be true. Since the steps are done, let this king go. There is still one final step." The Infernal Queen smiled and suddenly said seriously, "Shi Xiaobai, do you choose to clear the 8th level's trial or fail?" That was the 8th level's choice? Shi Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. There was no pressure with the choice. He looked seriously at the Infernal Queen and said affirmatively, "This king chooses failure." Ah! A look of pleasant surprise suffused the Infernal Queen's face as she said loudly, Darling, you actually chose to clear the level." Ah! Did I hear wrong?" Shi Xiaobai was stunned and immediately felt a dark cloud over his head. He said solemnly, "You have indeed heard wrong. This king chooses to fail." Really? The Infernal Queen seemed to respond in pleasant surprise as though they were speaking different languages. Did I really not hear wrong? Does Darling choose to clear the level? Ah, I'm truly pleasantly surprised. Shi Xiaobai was puzzled and did not know what craziness the Infernal Queen was up to. But immediately, he realized something as his expression changed drastically. "You are doing it on purpose." The Infernal Queen continued saying happily as if she had not heard him, "That's great. My mission has finally ended. I'll send Darling straight to the 9th level." Just as the Infernal Queen's words faded away, a golden beam of light fell from the sky and covered Shi Xiaobai in it. It was the golden transmission light. Shi Xiaobai's expression changed drastically. "How can you take such liberties? It doesn't abide by the rules." Heavens, why did the Infernal Queen ignore the 8th level's rules? Filled with questions, Shi Xiaobai was lifted up by the golden beam of light and with a whoosh, he was sent to the 9th level. The Infernal Queen gradually wiped away the smile from her fake act. With a sneer, she muttered to herself, "What are rules? They never existed from the beginning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 507, The crop from the field is as large as your guts can yield. Chapter 507, The crop from the field is as large as your guts can yield. Translator, Sitalan Editor Adat. Shanghai City, 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower, Main Auditorium. In less than an hour, the auditorium that had been empty got flooded with people. The news of Shi Xiaobai entering the 8th level happened to break just as the meeting deciding when Hajing and Kevin's future ended. Before they could leave, they rushed over here upon confirming the news. Even Jiang Tianyu, who was in charge of the organization's selection, was present. Therefore, the auditorium was bustling with people with quite a great commotion. The auditorium quickly reached its maximum capacity. Reporters from the various major publishing agencies swarmed here like bees, but with the auditorium so full that even some members of the upper echelons were left without a seat, how could it allow entry to these reporters? Under orders from a few members of the upper echelons, the security outside the auditorium began chasing people out. Reporters from various news agencies were chased out amid grumbling. There was no other way to go about it. People sitting in the auditorium were powerful celebrities of various organizations. They were not people that minor reporters like them could offend. Furthermore, they were used to such treatment after years in the trade. They could only stay outside the auditorium as they tried to catch wind of anything that happened in the auditorium by pressing their ears to the walls. Reasonably speaking, all the reporters would have been chased away, but there was an exception. The person was Donglin News Agency's suited reporter. He was also the first person to have discovered that Shi Xiaobai had reached the 8th level. The reason why the suited reporter was able to stay in the auditorium was not that he had gained first-hand news. In fact, such important news in the world of reporting was meaningless to the upper echelons of the organizations. It was not a reason to permit his stay. The reason why he could stay in the auditorium was that he was clever enough and he had prepared ahead of time. Why did the suited reporter wear a formal suit? That's right, it was to prepare for this moment. The suited reporter had already hidden his camera when the upper echelons of the various organizations came. Furthermore, he had sat in all seriousness and did not look sideways. With his formal attire, none of the security or members of the upper echelons had identified him as a reporter. I'm truly too clever. The suited reporter gave himself a thumbs up. Looking at the swaggering reporters from big newspaper agencies being chased out of the auditorium while he, an unknown reporter from a tiny publishing house, stayed behind in broad daylight, was an awesome feeling. However, the suited reporter knew that he could not just simply sit there. Now, with all the reporters being forced out of the auditorium, it was already impossible for him to obtain first-hand news of Shi Xiaobai's future circumstances. He had to do something while inside the auditorium or it would become meaningless. The suited reporter carefully surveyed his surroundings and noticed that many of the upper echelons of the various organizations were conversing in whispers. No one noticed that he was an unfamiliar face. The suited reporter secretly stretched his hand into his pocket and took out his cell phone. Pretending like he was checking something, he quickly stole a glance to his left and right. When he realized that no one was paying his action any attention, he quickly tapped on the phone screen. In less than 3 seconds, he had opened the voice recording app. With a whoosh, the reporter placed the cell phone back into his pocket. Throughout the entire process, his heart was pounding like a drum. It felt like it was about to leap into his throat. The crop from the field is as large as your guts can yield. For the suited reporter to record the ongoings in front of so many organizations' upper echelons, it was no doubt an audacious act. Phew! The suited reporter heaved a sigh of relief as he turned his head to speak to a slightly plump man beside him. Hi there. I'm Bravel Chen from Donglin Organization. The plump man glanced at the reporter and said with a furrowed brow, Donglin Organization? Sorry, I might be out of touch, but I have never heard of a Donglin Organization. You also look a little unfamiliar to me. The reporter was feeling flustered, but he maintained a composed facade. He laughed out and said, How can you be out of touch? The Donglin Organization is just a third-rate organization. It's only right that Big Bro has never heard of it. I have to count my lucky stars for I managed to come here quickly because I happen to be in the vicinity. If not, how could I be able to be in the same auditorium as all of you? It's also natural for Big Bro to find me unfamiliar. How can a person like me have the qualifications to mix with the likes of Big Bro? Isn't it rare for me to have a chance to strike up a conversation with Big Bro? By using a cheap trick of placing the other on a pedestal while belittling himself, the suited reporter delighted the slightly plump man. In turn, the man gave a satisfied smile and found the person enlightened. Although he was a trivial figure from a tiny organization, he knew his boundaries and knew flattery. He had a future. Little bro, don't belittle yourself. Although you are an unimportant person from a third-rate organization, who knows if you can soar into the skies one day? The man nonchalantly said some pleasantries as he suddenly thought of something. He lowered his voice and said, "Do you know Wen Hajing and Kevin? They are two trash rookies from a second-rate organization, but because of Shi Xiaobai, they managed to soar into the sky, transforming from sparrows into phoenixes. They even managed to get the spots for the two-faction collective training. It's absolutely, ha." The man's eyes were filled with anger and indignation. He had just participated in the meeting with the other upper echelons of the organizations and he was still unrelenting about its outcome. The suited reporter abhorred his words and felt disgusted. So what if they were unimportant people? Were unimportant people supposed to be mocked by you? The reporter felt disgruntled, but he could only respond with a forced smile. He secretly pondered over the man's words. The outcome of the meeting had yet to be publicly announced. From the sound of it, Wen Hajing and Kevin's side had won. This was an astounding piece of news. Having reaped a harvest the moment he probed, the suited reporter was emboldened. He fell silent for a moment before mustering his courage to say, "Big bro, it's rather boring waiting here. Shall we have a chat to kill the time?" Now, every citizen in China is talking about how long Shi Xiaobai can last in the 8th level and if it's possible for him breaking the Conquest King's 5-hour record. What does Big Bro think about that? The man glanced at the reporter and hesitated for a moment before whispering, "My surname is Senator, everyone calls me Fatty Senior. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Senator, stop calling me Big Bro." It sounds frightening. The reporter feigned an expression of pleasant surprise and said, "Brother Sen." Fatty Sen gave a satisfied smile and beckoned the reporter to inch closer with his hand. Then, he lowered his voice and whispered into the reporter's ears. How long Shi Xiaobai will last in the 8th level is not something that can be easily discussed. It's now the concern of the entire country. If one makes a verdict of it without thought, who knows if an unscrupulous reporter would secretly record it? Everyone here is famous. When the time comes, the material can be reported on the news, and if the prediction is wrong, it will be a smack in one's face. That would be bad, so the discussion of this matter has to be done carefully. The reporter smiled inwardly. The unscrupulous reporter that is secretly recording is just beside you, you stupid pig. The reporter felt complacent and faked a serious expression. He gave a solemn nod and said sternly, "Brother Sen can express his views. My mouth is tight. We are just having a discussion. There won't be a third person who will know of this." Fatty Sen gave a satisfied smile as a tinge of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Finally, his emotions of wanting to get it out of his chest defeated the fort of being careful. Fatty Sen whispered into the reporter's ear, "If I must say something, Shi Xiaobai will definitely not last 3 hours in the 8th level. He will definitely hold the lowest record in history." Fatty Sen had suffered at the meeting and nearly peed his pants because of Wen Pun's gaze. He hated Gaia to the core, and by association, hated Shi Xiaobai too. Although Fatty Sen knew that it was a baseless conclusion and that it was possible for him to be figuratively smacked in the face, it was a private discussion with Brabble Chen. There wouldn't be a third person knowing of it, so what if he besmirched Shi Xiaobai? Fatty Sen vented the unhappiness in his heart and planned to fabricate some reasons to sully Shi Xiaobai. However, Fatty Sen never expected that Brabble Chen would suddenly stand up with a roar after hearing his words and said with a loud voice, "What? Brother Sen, you actually believe that Shi Xiaobai will not last 3 hours on the 8th level?" The reporter had hoarsened his throat for a shout that stood out in the auditorium that was filled with whispers. All the members of the upper echelons turned their heads over in surprise, making the spot where the suited reporter and Fattison the center of attention. Fattison nearly fainted. What happened to his mouth being tight? Didn't he say it was something only the two of them would know? Do you fucking wish that everyone in the auditorium would know of it? Fattison hurriedly grabbed the reporter and shushed him with a hand gesture. He even signaled with his eyes for him to quieten down. However, the reporter seemingly did not notice his gestures. As though he had lost his mind, he shouted once again, "Brotherson, although a little brother like me calls you Brotherson out of respect, such words of belittlement is something I cannot agree with. Everyone knows that Shi Xiaobai has conquered 8 level lords. This is something that is unprecedented and would never happen again. Even Jifeng, Su Taibai, or the Conquest King could not do it. From my point of view, Shi Xiaobai can at least break the Conquest King's record by staying more than 5 hours. But, Brotherson, you actually said that Shi Xiaobai won't even last 3 hours. 3 hours. Brotherson, how can you have such a bias?" The reporter looked agitated and his words were harsh but very logical. Furthermore, his voice overwhelmed the whispers in the auditorium. Immediately, he attracted everyone's gazes. Fattison was too deep for tears as he wished he could smack the suited reporter to death. His face flushed red as he noticed that everyone was looking at him. He was momentarily at a loss for an explanation. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded. "Little brother, there is something wrong with your words. It's true that Shi Xiaobai has conquered 8 level lords in an unprecedented manner, but how can you say that Jifeng, Su Taibai, and the Conquest King couldn't do it? Everyone knows that conquering a level lord does nothing when it comes to the clearing of a level. Furthermore, by leading the pack constantly, it is hard for them to encounter a level lord. It is only because the trio did not attempt to conquer the level lord. It does not mean that they are unable to do so. Indeed, it might be a bit rash to say that Shi Xiaobai can't last 3 hours, but to say that Shi Xiaobai will definitely last 5 hours to create a new record, that's way too assertive. Under a rational analysis, is Shi Xiaobai really stronger than the Conquest King when he was at the psionic mortal realm?" The person who had spoken was a suited man. Fattison's eyes lit up as he felt pleasantly surprised. The suited man that suddenly appeared was the main driver of the enticement and the threatening of Yama Minamiya at the meeting. The suited man was probably still holding a grudge after the meeting, so he could not help but vent his unhappiness here. The suited reporter, Brabble Chan's eyes lit up. He was even more pleasantly surprised than Fatty Senator. He had been waiting for this. He reached his hand into his pocket to touch his phone. His phone still had its voice recording function switched on. The suited reporter took a deep breath and despite the glares of everyone and the suited man, he said loudly, "From my point of view, Shi Xiaobai at the psionic mortal realm is stronger than the Conquest King. What evidence do you have to say that Shi Xiaobai might not be stronger than the Conquest King? Come on, express your views. All of this is priceless material for the news." Today's Brabble Chen was very brave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, The Upper Echelons That Harbor Evil Schemes. Chapter 508, The Upper Echelons That Harbor Evil Schemes. Translator, Cetalan Editor. No one knew that the young man that seemed to lose his mind was a reporter from a small publishing house, nor did they know that he had faked insanity. If the upper echelons of the organizations knew the reason for Brabble Chen's audacious behavior, they would have likely beaten him to the point of debilitation. However, how could the upper echelons guess the truth? They only believed that it was a private matter of discussion that was made known by a rash fellow. Furthermore, the suited man that had represented the upper echelons had stood forward. Then, this matter was something that no longer needed hiding. The matter of how long Shi Xiaobai would last in the 8th level or if he could break the Conquest King's record was not only discussed by the masses, the members of the upper echelons were even more concerned. It was because it determined how many chips were needed in order to headhunt Shi Xiaobai. They believed that a second-rate organization like Gaia was unworthy to match an excellent rookie like Shi Xiaobai. He was only a glistening pearl hidden under the dust before he had been pulled into a rock pit by Gaia. The upper echelons of the 7 major organizations believed that the offer they would give Shi Xiaobai would be far better than Gaia's. Gaia would remain helpless when they headhunted Shi Xiaobai. The crux of the matter was the competition with other organizations and how much they had to pay for Shi Xiaobai. And because of this, due to the anger toward Gaia from the meeting, they had also hated Shi Xiaobai by association. However, they did not dare say it out in public, afraid that the others would use it against them, causing Shi Xiaobai to have a bad impression of them. The members of the upper echelons sensibly discussed in private. However, they never expected that the person with the greatest schemes had suddenly stood forward. The suited man was famous for being an intellectual in the underhanded organizations. No one expected that after Brabble Chen's instigation, the suited man had begun analyzing the situation in a long monologue, that evidence that Shi Xiaobai might not be stronger than the Conquest King? The suited man gave a nonchalant smile and said, "In fact, I have done some research on the Conquest King's history. He was born with divine strength, giving him a chance at competing with Overlord Ji Feng. Furthermore, the Conquest King had a rare agility to his movement technique. He was extremely fast, and when in danger, he had a lot more means than Ji Feng. This is likely the reason why the Conquest King had managed to create the record of 5 hours. Although the trio had not revealed any information about the 8th level, the trio had left it in defeat after a few hours. Therefore, it is speculated that the 8th level has an extremely dangerous test of great difficulty. As for Shi Xiaobai, how long can he last? In fact, many of the rookies that had participated in the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower have interacted with Shi Xiaobai. From them, we have gathered quite a bit of information regarding Shi Xiaobai. At the 2nd level city defense, Shi Xiaobai had once destroyed the rookie's main city before leading everyone to launch a counteroffensive on the demon city. This was indeed quite an astounding matter, but from the description of the rookies, Shi Xiaobai had only managed to do it with his crab steps that was at a passable proficiency level and some scheming. He did not have the strength to completely crush the rookies. At the 4th level, although Heartless Yi had been defeated by Shi Xiaobai, according to Heartless Yi, Shi Xiaobai was strong, but he had also engaged in quite a bitter battle to defeat him. At the 5th level, everyone had witnessed Shi Xiaobai's battle with Sen Yuan. Although Shi Xiaobai's performance was excellent, he did not possess the strength to completely crush Sen Yuan. After a bitter fight, he had managed to send Sen Yuan in retreat before being knocked unconscious by the black-robed blood person. He had only managed to reach the 6th level under everyone's protection. At the 6th level, Shi Xiaobai might have shattered an obstructing diamond monster with one punch, but it took him half an hour. If it were the Conquest King or Overlord Ji Feng, they might not have even taken that long. From the above descriptions, Shi Xiaobai might be strong, but he does not seem to be equipped with a strength that can completely overwhelm people at the same cultivation realm. How he had conquered the 8th level lords and passed the 7th level is something unknown. As for the other 6 rookies that reached the 7th level and speechlessly, who had unfortunately been sacrificed, they were taken away by their respective organizations the moment they came out. Up to date, none of us have any way to decide if Shi Xiaobai had done it with his own strength or if he had used some unknown means. However, from the information gleaned from the eyewitness accounts of the various trial takers, Shi Xiaobai does not necessarily have true strength. At least, from my point of view, Shi Xiaobai might not be able to last 3 hours, not to mention 5. The suited man was clearly prepared. It was not done on a whim, as he concluded with the information he obtained from the various rookies. Each step of his analysis was reasonable and evidenced. It made the various members of the upper echelons surprised. They thought to themselves that his speech was somewhat reasonable. Although Shi Xiaobai had shown impressive strength on the surface, it was not as astounding as the Conquest King when he was at the psionic mortal realm. Although there was a possibility of him hiding his strength, it was not very possible. If not, why would he faint on the 5th level and nearly face elimination? Could it be that Shi Xiaobai had really used some unknown means? At that moment, the middle-aged woman from Zeus spoke out. Shi Xiaobai did not only have a tough fight on the 4th level. I'm one of the personnel in charge of Zeus's delegation. I asked Heartless Yi myself. He said that he was just one strike inferior to Shi Xiaobai. Furthermore, Shi Xiaobai had paid a non-trivial price to defeat him with that one strike. The middle-aged woman's eyes hid a viciousness. In fact, Heartless had only said that he had nothing to say about his defeat after using all his strength. Afterward, he refused to comment. However, the middle-aged woman's hatred for Gaia was too intense, so she did not mind lying to sully Shi Xiaobai. Everyone immediately entered a flurry of discussion and felt that the matter was actually not that simple. At that point, someone asked, "Right, isn't Miss Sunless Yi, who entered the 7th level, from Zeus? What is her take on the matter?" The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, "Sunless was taken away by Senior God of Swords the moment she came out. We didn't have the chance to question her, but her expression didn't look good. This is the first time I saw Sunless reveal such an expression. I guess that Sunless must be feeling disgruntled about not being the person to clear the 7th level, but..." The middle-aged woman was already in a frenzied state by attempting to dissect the expression Sunless had when she exited the tower. She sneered and said, "Why would Sunless be indignant? It's likely because she was not convinced by the strength that Shi Xiaobai had shown. So, from my point of view, Shi Xiaobai will not only fail to break the Conquest King's records, it would be a miracle if he manages to last 3 hours to create the lowest record." With the solid account and evidence from the middle-aged woman and the suited man, the members of the various organizations piled on as they began to doubt Shi Xiaobai's results. According to Tom from my organization, Shi Xiaobai was nearly stopped when he tried to destroy their city at the 2nd level. If not for Shi Xiaobai's sudden appearance, catching them off guard, the outcome might have been different. I don't believe in some hidden strength. That's right, Dick from my organization had even protected Shi Xiaobai at the 5th level. Back then, Shi Xiaobai had fallen unconscious after his battle with Sen Senyuan and the black-robed blood person. If not for Dick and the others protecting him, he would have been eliminated. If Shi Xiaobai really has the ability to defeat level lords at the Psionic Might realm, there's no way for him to be forced into such a pathetic state while hiding his strength, right? According to Harry from my organization, the 6th level's rule was to slay the dragons. Only 7 Bravehearts would be able to reach the 7th level. And the 7 names did not include Shi Xiaobai. It is unknown what was the method that Shi Xiaobai had used to break the rules to become the 8th person to clear the 6th level. Do you think if it's possible that Shi Xiaobai had discovered a bug? Although the assessment program is produced by a highly advanced civilization, there are bugs in any program. Shi Xiaobai might have accidentally found a bug? It's possible. If Shi Xiaobai found some important bug, it can explain his accomplishment of such fascinating matters without appearing to have immense strength. In short, I still don't believe that a second-rate organization like Gaia can produce such an unprecedented rookie. Isn't this digging out gold from a shithole? It's way too fake. The crowd turned into a cacophony as their words turned harsher and more outrageous. It was unknown who spoke up again about predicting Shi Xiaobai's time spent on the 8th level. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss without hiding their thoughts. I believe Shi Xiaobai won't be able to last 3 hours. Although I find what you say very reasonable, I believe Shi Xiaobai can last more than 3 hours. However, 4 hours would be a bit of a stretch. If I say that he can last for more than 5 hours, would it be me playing to the gallery? 5 hours? Don't even think about it. I believe he will perhaps spend 2.5 hours. It would be not bad if he took half the time of the Conquest King. All of you are really looking down on Shi Xiaobai. What if he really exceeds 5 hours? Don't even bother about such a minute possibility unless he had hidden his strength in the past 6 levels so much so that he was nearly eliminated. I believe he can be considered to have proven himself if he can last 2 hours. The auditorium immediately broke out into a dissonance of discussion. It was as though the members of the upper echelons had lifted the seals on their mouths as they began discussing the length of time Shi Xiaobai would spend on the 8th level. In fact, it was also a way to vent the humiliation they had suffered during the meeting. Since everyone was participating in it, there was no need to be afraid that the other organizations would use it against them when vying for Shi Xiaobai. Furthermore, the more they belittled Shi Xiaobai, the cheaper it would be to headhunt him later. Just like at an auction, the more one showed disinterest to a treasured item, the more unlikely the price would be raised higher. Everyone harbored their evil schemes as they discussed recklessly. Suddenly, wah! 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 A sharp ear-piercing sound suddenly overwhelmed everyone's voices. They could not help but cover their ears. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, None of you should harbor the thoughts of running. Chapter 509, None of you should harbor the thoughts of running. Translator, Citalan Editor Adot. It sounded like something vibrating at a speedy pace. It was a sharp sound emitted from the friction of air that nearly burst the eardrums of many. The crowd traced the source of the sound and looked over. In a corner, a girl with a single pigtail was looking at them in a deadpan manner. She held two pieces of metal in her hand and they were vibrating rapidly, grinding against each other to emit the sharp, ear-piercing sound. The girl had bright eyes and beautiful teeth. She looked gorgeous and exuded a pure and youthful air. She was much more beautiful than so-called school belles. But in the eyes of the upper echelons of the various organizations, the girl was like a devil. She was emitting a sharp sound that left them dizzy. It was unbearable. The members of the upper echelons covered their ears as they hurriedly ordered the girl to stop. The girl remained expressionless, but she did not stop. A fat man standing closest to her had burning flames in his eyes. Just as he was about to rush over to teach her a lesson, he was held back by a person standing next to him. It was unknown who had shouted. "That's Riko Minamiya. Yama Minamiya's daughter, WindWithoutTrace's student." This shout left the infuriated members of the upper echelon break out in cold sweat. They hurriedly shut their mouths. Yama Minamiya and WindWithoutTrace were two names that made them panic from the bottom of their hearts. The heavens knew how WindWithoutTrace had crippled Zhang Mang after Yama Minamiya was slightly taught a lesson, but as for Riko Minamiya, she was not only Yama Minamiya's daughter, but she was also WindWithoutTrace's student. If they were to teach Riko Minamiya a lesson, what would be the outcome? Everyone felt a shudder run through their backs as they entertained the thought for a moment. The fat man's face was drained of its color. He did not dare take another step forward and instead hid. Seeing everyone quieten down, Riko stopped using high-frequency vibrokinesis, causing the harsh noise to come to a sudden halt. Everyone had ugly expressions on their faces, but none of them dared to reprimand her. Only the suited man was rather composed. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Miss Minamiya, you did so probably because Shi Xiaobai is a rookie of Gaia. You do not wish to hear others discussing him, but isn't it a bit improper for Miss Minamiya to do something like that? Or could it be that Miss Minamiya has another opinion and wants everyone to quieten down to hear a few words from you? Could it be that Miss Minamiya has some special reason that makes her believe that Shi Xiaobai can last 5 hours?" From beginning to end, Riko only stared at the crowd in a deadpan manner. Only when the suited man asked did she suffuse a sneer and said, "Certainly, I believe that how long Shi Xiaobai lasts in the 8th level is not important because he will reach the 9th level." Riko was very angry and furious. She was so infuriated that she wanted to punch the faces of the organization's upper echelons. She was not angry over their slandering of Shi Xiaobai's strength. In fact, she knew that what the crowd said wasn't wrong. Shi Xiaobai had not shown an impressive strength in the first 6 levels, but he was not hiding his strength. It was because Shi Xiaobai's strength was only so. But he had also managed to reach the 8th level later and accomplished fascinating matters. There was only one reason: Shi Xiaobai was improving. He was becoming stronger at an unbelievable speed. Rico, who understood Shi Xiaobai's rate of improvement, believed that it was possible for Shi Xiaobai to metamorphosize in the trial. Therefore, Rico would not be angry over their ignorance. What she was angry about was that the crowd was discussing the length of time he would spend on the 8th level. No one, not a single person, had mentioned a possibility, however minute it may be, that Shi Xiaobai might perhaps clear the 8th level and reach the 9th level. Rico was upset that the crowd had ignored this possibility from the beginning. They had assassinated Shi Xiaobai's endless potential with their words. Hence, Rico finally could not bear it any further. Even if she were to be ridiculed, she would boast about Shi Xiaobai. However, the moment she said those words, she was met with the laughter from the entire auditorium. Even though they were afraid of one pun, everyone could not help but roar with laughter after hearing Rico mention that Shi Xiaobai could reach the 9th level. Miss Minamiya. The suited man could not help but shake his head. He said with a laugh, "Miss Minamiya, do you not know of the words that Overlord Jifeng, Sutaibai, and the Conquest King had said?" Although the three of them were unwilling to reveal the ongoings on the 8th level, they had said the same sentence: no human can clear the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's 8th level. The person that can clear it is not human. Does Miss Minamiya intend to imply that Shi Xiaobai is not human? This was the reason why the Chinese citizens and the upper echelons of the organizations had eliminated the possibility of Shi Xiaobai clearing the 8th level, and they had skipped to discussing the length of time he could last on the 8th level. That was because the three famous historical figures believed that humans could not clear the 8th level. It was obvious how difficult it was. Rico naturally knew of these sentences, but she still felt disgruntled for Shi Xiaobai. She stubbornly said, "What the trio can't do doesn't mean that others can't do. What people from ancient times think impossible doesn't mean it will remain an impossibility for the present or future. No one can deny Shi Xiaobai's limitless possibilities." No one. Everyone shook their heads in hilarity. They only believed that the girl was having an unreasonable tantrum. Some of the members of the upper echelon immediately laughed, as they would not cause trouble for themselves by being bystanders. "If Shi Xiaobai were to reach the 9th level, I'll be vegetarian for 9 months. How difficult is eating vegetarian food? If Shi Xiaobai were to reach the 9th level, I'll abstain from sex for 9 months. If Shi Xiaobai were to be able to do it, I'll call him brother and apologize to him by offering him tea myself. I'll call him daddy and kowtow to him in apology." Ha, all of you are going too far. If Shi Xiaobai were to do it, I'm a little timid, so I'll bet less. If Shi Xiaobai were to do it, I'll run naked around the hero sacred grounds 3 times. Wow, your bet is really nothing. To run naked around the hero sacred grounds, aren't you afraid of being imprisoned for decades? I'll bet something small as well. If Shi Xiaobai were to do it, I'll publicly pee on the Conquest King's statue. Everyone laughed in an unbridled manner. Many of them were indeed not too sure about the length of time Shi Xiaobai could spend in the 8th level, but they were certain that Shi Xiaobai would not be able to reach the 9th level. Even the impressive Overlord Jifeng, the most realistic sword immortal Sutaibai, and the most ambitious Conquest King, who wanted to be the king of all humanity, had said that humans could not clear the 8th level. Hence, the difficulty in clearing the 8th level could not be described as being as difficult as ascending the heavens. It was more appropriate to describe with impossible. Everyone could not stop their laughter when suddenly, a deep voice abruptly sounded. "Shi Xiaobai has reached the 9th level." The sound was deep and heavy, but it was definitely not loud. However, it had managed to reach the ears of everyone despite the din. "What joke are you?" Someone subconsciously mocked, but suddenly found the voice familiar. It sounded like Azure Emperor Jiang Tianyou's voice. Immediately, he felt his heart thump as he stiffly turned his neck over. Everyone seemed to subconsciously notice something amiss as they turned to look at the gigantic stone monument in the middle of the auditorium. On it, the word Shi Xiaobai had already moved up from the 8th level. It was already at the highest spot on the stone monument and emitting a dazzling golden luster. Gulp! The auditorium resounded with gulping sounds. Immediately following that, there was silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Rico was also dumbfounded, but she quickly forced a composed look. With a cold TSK, she said, "Those who mentioned eating vegetarian or abstain from sex, and those who want to address someone as brother and daddy, as well as those who want to run naked around the hero's sacred grounds and pee on the Conquest King's statue, I have remembered them all. None of you should harbor the thoughts of running." Rico felt that countless buzzing of the flies had been smacked to death in one shot. The refreshing feeling was indescribable. If Shi Xiaobai were here, she probably could not stop herself from kissing Shi Xiaobai on the forehead with a loud smack. Heavens, little pervert really was empowering. And at the other corner of the auditorium, the suited reporter, Bravel Chen, could not control his upheaval of emotions. He carefully took out his cell phone and glanced at it before quickly hiding it back in his pocket. The recording was still ongoing. Wow. He had a windfall. Bravel Chen had only hoped to spark a debate and smack the faces of a portion of people. He never expected that other than Rico Minamiya, everyone else had been smacked in the face. If this recording were to be uploaded, it would definitely be one of the trending searches in a matter of days. How much was this recording worth? Bravel Chen only felt his hands trembling. He nearly yelled. How does wealth come to the rich? How does one distinguish himself? Nothing else is needed, only bravery. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, XXX without a word. Chapter 510, XXX without a word. Translator, Citalan Editor. Shanghai City, Caesar Grand Hotel, Jade Moon Restaurant, VIP Suite. Wow, fried sweet and sour pork, 8 treasures crystal cakes, and golden roasted goose. They are all Bun's favorite dishes. I'm going to begin eating, Bunny Chow cried out in excitement as she stretched out her tiny, milky white hand at lightning speed toward the roasted goose on the table. Ahem, Bunny, a middle-aged man sitting at the table said in a loving manner. As though she received a jolt of lightning, Bunny came to a pause. Her tiny hand was still holding to the goose leg that she had just torn off. She gulped and looked pitifully at the middle-aged man before lowering her head to steal glances at the goose leg in her hand. She looked just like a greedy young child. Seeing Bunny's pitiful expression, Xiao Xiao could not help but laugh. Xiao Xiao, sorry about that. This girl is really too insensible. She doesn't follow any rules. The middle-aged man turned his head toward Xiao Xiao and apologized. Uncle, you must be joking. Bunny is very cute. Is there a need for such a cute girl to follow such meaningless rules? Xiao Xiao gave a faint smile and turned toward Bunny and said, Go ahead and eat. I'll be beginning as well. As Xiao Xiao spoke, she grabbed a piece of sweet and sour pork using a pair of chopsticks and placed it into her bowl. Bunny's eyes lit up and let out a cheerful cry before relishing the goose leg in her hand. A blissful and childlike smile suffused her face. Eat slowly. Drink some soup. Don't choke. The middle-aged man gave a helpless smile. Scooping a bowl of soup, he placed it in front of Bunny. Xiao Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man and was feeling extremely shocked. Bunny Chow's father was Groundless Chow. This was something that Xiao Xiao was still able to accept. After all, it was all in the genes. It was normal for Bunny, who was like a phoenix, to have extraordinary parents. But why did the middle-aged man in front of her not look anything like Groundless Chow? Groundless Chow was one of the top 10 S-class heroes of China. He had a title just like Superman Wen Pun, Queen Mu Xian, and Thunder Emperor Zhang Qi. As for Groundless Chow's title, it sounded the most domineering. It was Tyrant. This was the first time Xiao Xiao was meeting Groundless Chow in person. However, as a citizen of China, she definitely knew of matters regarding the top 10 S-class heroes. As for Tyrant Groundless Chow, he was frequently involved in fantastic stories. For example, he would reduce a high-ranking political official's mansion to ruins with a punch, or beat his hero peers beyond recognition without a word. A certain boss of the organized crime had only secretly cursed him once but ended up being pursued to the ends of the world by Groundless Chow. In the process, dozens of branches were destroyed by Groundless Chow. Groundless Chow's irascible and oppressive image was well known to everyone. Stories of him doing XXX without a word was known by all, with differing opinions. Xiao Xiao often saw news regarding Groundless Chow in the papers, and she would at times nod in approval and praise his deeds, but at times, she would also shake her head and criticize him for his unreasonable and groundless acts. Her impression of Groundless Chow was tyrannous and haughty. He did things without abiding by good or evil, as it was all dependent on his mood. It was extremely apt to give him the title of Tyrant. However, the middle-aged man in front of her was affable and refined. With a smiling look in his eyes, he was dressed in white and wore a simple pair of black-rimmed glasses. He looked like a scholar and a well-learned person. He did not look anything like a tyrant but more like a teacher of the people. Furthermore, from the love and affection that he showed Bunny, it was more apt to call him a loving father. Xiao Xiao was feeling astonished, but she maintained a demure and restrained smile on her face. There was no other way about it. Groundless Chow's image of doing XXX without a word was too ingrained in her. She had a nagging feeling that it was best she acted carefully. This girl's table manners are bad. Sorry about that, Xiao Xiao. Groundless Chow chuckled. Bunny, whose mouth was filled with food, immediately protested with a few grunts. Xiao Xiao hurriedly said, "Bunny is having such a good time eating. Her table manners are fine. Uncle, I'm very thankful for you to treat me to a meal despite your busy schedule. Xiao Xiao, I should be the one thanking you. Without your help, who knows where this girl would end up getting lost." Groundless Chow's smile was radiant. It gave one the refreshing feeling of showering in a spring breeze. In fact, he had been following closely behind Bunny. However, Bunny seemed to hit it off with Xiao Xiao, so he had taken the opportunity to treat Xiao Xiao to a meal. He wanted his daughter to have another friend. After all, with Bunny's personality, it was quite difficult for her to befriend others. It was on the way. I was really given a fright when I passed by the highway and saw her frolicking on the road. Xiao Xiao remembered Tyrant Groundless Chow's astounding title, so without looking at the amiable smile of the middle-aged man in front of her, she spoke in an open but reserved manner. This girl really loves troubling others. I'm sorry about that, Groundless Chow said with a smile. Not at all. Xiao Xiao hurriedly shook her head. Groundless Chow suddenly thought of something and asked, "Speaking of which, I have once had the chance of meeting Xiao Lingtian. I wonder if he is doing well." Thank you for your concern. Grandpa is very healthy. Although she found it somewhat strange to hear someone call her grandfather's name outright, Xiao Xiao knew that he was not at fault, considering Groundless Chow's status. As such, she answered in a reserved manner. That's good. That's good. Groundless Chow said in a ruminative manner. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Uncle, when did you meet my grandfather?" Groundless Chow hesitated for half a second before he suddenly switched topics. "Let's not talk about this. Let's quickly eat while the food is still hot." All right. Xiao Xiao knew that the chance of meeting her grandfather, which Groundless Chow had mentioned, might be one of the parts of his doing XXX without a word series. Hence, she immediately did not pursue the matter. With her chopsticks, she picked up the sweet and sour pork in her bowl. She noticed that the meat's surface was layered with golden sauce, and by exerting a bit more force from the chopsticks, the meat would seem to melt like molten gold. A fragrance that was both sour and sweet rushed straight for her olfactory senses. Xiao Xiao pricked up her eyebrows slightly as she opened her mouth slightly before placing it slowly into her mouth. With a light nibble, the crispy on the outside but tender on the inside texture, as well as the refreshingly sweet and sour sauce immediately filled her mouth. She could not help but bite down at it forcefully. This bite of hers seemed to immediately cause fragrance to erupt like a volcano. The fragrant meat juices that squirted out surged through the tiny gaps in her teeth like waves. She could not help but clench her teeth. Uttering slightly, she gulped down the food which felt like she was swallowing sweet and sour ambrosia. The fragrance seemed to adhere to her throat like honey. It was a memorable and irresistible experience. Delicious! Xiao Xiao exclaimed in praise deep in her heart. She lived a good life and had tasted all sorts of delicacies from a young age. She was long sick of so-called delicacies, but even though the sweet and sour pork in front of her looked rather ordinary, the taste left her astounded. Compared to the chef of this restaurant, the other chefs were just fishing for fame. At that moment, with goose leg in hand and a few slices of meat fillet in her mouth, Bunny said with a delighted look, "It's delicious, right? Daddy knows how to cook." "Ah! This is Uncle Chow's cooking." Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded as she blurted out her astonishment. Bunny nodded her head with force. "Ha, I just know a bit of cooking. I wasn't sure if it would suit your taste buds." Groundless Chow smiled. He was quite happy with his daughter's flattering. Xiao Xiao was extremely shocked as she wanted to shout, "Are you really Tyrant Groundless Chow?" She had never expected that Tyrant Groundless Chow would know how to cook. Furthermore, his culinary skills were impressive. "This is one of the most delicious foods I've ever eaten," said Xiao Xiao seriously. Groundless Chow chuckled and said, "You flatter me." At that moment, Bunny licked the juices from her fingers and said proudly, "Daddy is not only good at cooking. He's also an expert at washing the clothes, sweeping the floor and tidying the room. Mommy says that Daddy is all that is needed. There's no need for maids or chefs." With that said, Groundless Chow's expression froze as he chuckled in an embarrassed manner. Xiao Xiao nearly burst out laughing. So that was the case. The reason for Tyrant Groundless Chow's astonishing culinary skills was an excellent product of being a henpecked husband. Xiao Xiao hurriedly turned her head over to prevent herself from losing her composure. Groundless Chow shook his head helplessly. Who would have imagined that Tyrant Groundless Chow was actually a stay-at-home dad? There was Her Majesty, the Empress above a tyrant. Eat, eat. Groundless Chow switched the topic of conversation again as he began to eat silently. As such, the meal also became more harmonized than before. After a long while, Xiao Xiao and Groundless Chow were nearly done with their meals as they placed their chopsticks down. Bunny was still working hard destroying the feast laid in front of her, so Groundless Chow could only head to the kitchen to prepare another round of dishes. Bunny, who had buried her head eating, suddenly looked up at the clock placed in the VIP suite. She turned to say to Xiao Xiao, "It's been an hour." Xiao Xiao was surprised, and after a few seconds, she realized what it was about. The 1 hour Bunny had mentioned was the time Shi Xiaobai had spent in the 8th level. There was a numerical record of the time on the Trial Stone Monument. The entire country used the same time zone. Xiao Xiao had previously mentioned it in passing, but she never expected Bunny to remember it. Furthermore, she had accurately reminded her when an hour passed. Bunny mumbled, "Thread." Xiao Xiao smiled. Bunny still had that prediction thread of Shi Xiaobai being able to last an hour on the 8th level on her mind. The young girl was rather vindictive. Xiao Xiao knew that it was impossible that Shi Xiaobai could not last an hour on the 8th level no matter how lacking he was. It was definite that the illogical prediction thread would result in the smacking of faces. However, she was also somewhat curious how the forum members would smack the OP's face. Xiao Xiao took out her cell phone. The screen was still on that thread because Xiao Xiao had no mood to continue reading through the thread back then. She had kept her cell phone in her pocket and had begun engaging in idle chatter with Bunny. Xiao Xiao tapped on the refresh button, eager to know what sort of follow-up replies the forum members had given after an hour had passed. However, the refresh widened Xiao Xiao's eyes. She had a look of disbelief. The face-smacking replies she had imagined did not appear. The newest replies were praises for the OP. Shi Xiaobai really only spent an hour on the 8th level. Baby, impressive. OP is really a man of God. You actually managed to hit it on the spot. OP, I'm afraid you will turn arrogant, so I'll give you 82 points. As for the remaining 18 points, I'll give it to you in a 666 fashion. OP, not bad. Please private message me tomorrow's lotto numbers to me. Rubbing hands in glee. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, Can Shi Xiaobai be eaten? Chapter 511, Can Shi Xiaobai be eaten? Translator, Citalan editor. All the subsequent replies were praising the OP? Shi Xiaobai actually failed to last past an hour on the 8th level. How could that happen? Xiao Xiao flipped through the subsequent replies from the thread with great difficulty. She found it unbelievable that Shi Xiaobai would not be able to last an hour on the 8th level. With a pale face, she continued scrolling downwards as she refused to believe it to be the truth. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao saw a similar post that was just like the rest, but it was in fact a completely opposite reply. OP is truly awesome. Shi Xiaobai really spent an hour on the 8th level before reaching the 9th level. Ha, 666. Xiao Xiao's eyes immediately lit up as she left the thread and went to the front page of Shi Xiaobai bar. A page of striking topic titles reflected in her eyes. Prediction thread: Shi Xiaobai won't spend more than an hour in the 8th level. Clearing the 8th level in an hour. Awesome, my Shi Xiaobai. What happened to no human can clear the 8th level? Is Shi Xiaobai not human? The lid of Overlord, Sword Immortal, and Conquest King can't be held down any further. First man in history to reach the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's 9th level. Although it's just a psionic mortal realm trial, it's still a brand new history. It's as though I've seen a second hero king. Fuck the possible dangers of placing him on a pedestal. It's the 9th level. How can we not brag? The prediction thread that lacked all logic had been sticky to the top. The brain-dead OP's prediction was correct. Shi Xiaobai had really spent less than an hour on the 8th level. In fact, he only spent slightly more than 50 minutes. However, Shi Xiaobai was not eliminated, but he was promoted to the 9th level. Was there anything more delightful than this face-smacking for the forum users? Wave after wave of likes and replies were in fact the most undisguised form of mockery. The outcome of the brain-dead OP's face was probably not as simple as being smacked into a pig's head. Everything that followed were threads regarding Shi Xiaobai's reaching of the 9th level. There was an air of jubilance in the forum as the real fans were naturally excited. A number of the fake fans that had infiltrated the forum probably converted to real fans. As for the anti-fans, how would they dare to utter anything? Xiao Xiao was feeling shocks reverberate through her heart. After a moment of dumbfoundedness, she began smiling sillily to herself. What is it? Bunny mumbled. Xiao Xiao covered her mouth to conceal her smile, but the delight in her eyes could not be concealed. She stretched out her cell phone and showed it to Bunny. Sharing a joyous matter with others would only result in greater joy. Bunny lowered her head and took a glance as her chewing came to a gradual halt. Her pupils gradually dilated, but unlike having a child's cheerful cry as Xiao Xiao had expected, her expression suddenly darkened in silence. Xiao Xiao was surprised. That was the first time she was seeing Bunny show such a serious expression. At that moment, Groundless Chow was walking out with food. Upon seeing the heavy atmosphere, he immediately said with a frown, "What happened?" Bunny turned her head suddenly and with eyes as bright as stars, she asked, Dad, didn't you say no human can reach the 9th level? Groundless Xiao was slightly dumbfounded. First he shook his head before nodding his head. He said, although the saying was handed down from the Overlord, Sword Immortal and Conquest King, I have indeed said that before. Back when I was in the psionic mortal realm, I found myself impeded at the 7th level and failed to see the 8th level with my own eyes. However, what the trio said is unlikely wrong. I have experienced countless land of trials, but a land of trials with such intricacy and complete rules like the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower is extremely rare. Since the Conquest King had said that humans can't clear it, it probably is a limit that no human at the psionic mortal realm can break through. What is going on? Bunny pointed to Xiao Xiao's cell phone and said with a stern expression. Xiao Xiao felt somewhat restrained by the strange mood. She found the bunny Xiao in front of her somewhat unfamiliar. Noticing Groundless Xiao looking at her, she hurriedly handed her cell phone over, thinking to herself that it was best she did not say too much. Groundless Xiao took over the cell phone and his pupils constricted slightly after taking a glance at it. He silently browsed through the threads and his expression immediately turned solemn. This Shi Xiaobai might not be human. Groundless Xiao remained silent for a prolonged period of time before coming up with a conclusion that nearly made Xiao Xiao break out in invectives. Bunny was extremely astonished. Her crystalline glass-like eyes lit up as she said in a serious expression, "Is he like that boy at the finals, a dragon?" Xiao Xiao gaped in silence. She thought to herself. Could that silver-haired youth whose name she could not remember be a dragon? It must be a joke, right? However, Groundless Xiao shook his head and said, that boy is half human and half dragon. The dragon bloodline in his body isn't pure. He can easily be dealt with by using dragon vanquishing magic. However, Shi Xiaobai is probably not that simple. Since the 8th level is the limit of the psionic mortal realm for humans, it means Shi Xiaobai's bloodline exceeds humans by several grades. It's at least a bloodline of a true dragon. No, his bloodline might even have reached the level of a supreme sacred dragon. Bunny's eyes narrowed as she suddenly bared her teeth in a smile. Can Bun Bun eat him? Xiao Xiao originally believed that the duo were talking about things of another dimension that she had never encountered. But after hearing what Bunny said, her expression finally changed drastically as she could not help but interrupt. However, Groundless Xiao's reaction was more intense than her. With a drastic change in expression, he deeply roared, "No, dot." Bunny frowned and said, "Why?" Groundless Xiao rubbed his glabella and sighed, saying, "You are still young." Bunny asked in an expressionless manner, "Then when can I eat?" Groundless Xiao gaped his mouth as his expression changed a few times before he finally bit the bullet and said, "He isn't qualified." Bunny continued asking, "Why?" Groundless Xiao scratched his head and said, "About that, it requires the inspection of his character. You know, things like a person's character affects the taste. Furthermore, this sort of matter can only be done once. You need to be careful." Bunny nodded and said, "We'll know after a fight." After Bunny said that, it was as though her worries were relieved. Her stern expression immediately vanished and once again, she extended her milky white hand toward the delicacies on the table and began eating happily again. The expression of bliss she had made her look like a child without any worries. Groundless Xiao continued smiling bitterly as he gave Xiao Xiao an apologetic smile. "I have something on. I'll be taking off first. Please take care of Bunny for me." Xiao Xiao nodded her head in a dumbfounded manner. Although the father-daughter duo was talking about eating Shi Xiaobai, it didn't sound like the eating in her mind. What was going on? Seeing Xiao Xiao nod her head, Groundless Xiao rushed out of Jade Moon Restaurant as though he was burning with impatience. Xiao Xiao glanced at Bunny, who had been restored to her original state. She realized that the naturally obtuse girl was not as simple as she had thought. After hesitating for a long while, Xiao Xiao finally could not help but ask, Bunny, what do you mean when you asked if you can eat your Xiaobai?" Bunny chewed on her food and looked up at Xiao Xiao with an odd glance. She mumbled, "What do you mean eat your Xiaobai?" Did Bun Bun say so? Pooey. Bun Bun doesn't eat people. It's definitely unsavory. 9th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower. Standing on an endless snow-white desolate plain, Shi Xiaobai looked dumbfounded. Shi Xiaobai did not know that the outside world was feeling tumultuous shock because of him. He did not know that Overlord Ji Feng, Sword Immortal Su Tai Bai and the Conquest King had once said, "No human can clear the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's 8th level. The person that can clear it is not human." The sentence had been misinterpreted that it was impossible for a human to clear the 8th level. There was also a big-boobed loli was pondering about eating him. If he knew, Shi Xiaobai would definitely sneer before breaking out into a wry smile. There was nothing wrong with the words "no human can clear the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower's 8th level. The person that can clear it is not human. It was because the person who cleared it would become a transcendent. No, to be accurate, the person will transform into a green-skinned dwarf. Shi Xiaobai looked at the only green dot in the snow-white desolate plains with a deadpan expression. He had the urge to run. Especially as the green dot of light gradually approached, it revealed a green-skinned dwarf about 1.2 meters tall. It made Shi Xiaobai's scalp tingle. The green-skinned dwarf was considered rather large in size among the transcendents. He wore a crown and a yellow robe. A glance was sufficient to recognize him as the Transcendent King who had thrown the inheritance into the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower before his death. However, the Transcendent King's body looked translucent. Sunlight could penetrate it and there was no shadow left behind on the ground. It was apparent that it was a vestige of a soul. The Transcendent King approached and suddenly waved his hand and said loudly, "Be excited, be joyful. A boy chosen by the king. You shall inherit this king's will and become the supreme transcendent king." The corner of Shi Xiaobai's lips twitched before he turned around to run. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, Yamate, that place won't do. Chapter 512, Yamate, that place won't do. Translator, Citalan/WXD editor. The reason why Shi Xiaobai had turned to run wasn't that the vestige soul of the Transcendent King gave him much pressure but because a green pearl had suddenly appeared with a wave of its hand. It was completely jade green in color and had a crystalline luster. It exuded a faint greenish glow. Shi Xiaobai immediately recognized the green pearl. He remembered back during the battle exchange between Gaia and Zeus. The sword spirit Loli had eaten Sunless' purplish gold silver dragon sword and she had produced a similar pearl to compensate Sunless. Back then, it was a golden pearl and according to the sword spirit Loli, the golden pearl contained powerful sword arts heritage. As for the green pearl that the Transcendent King had conjured, it looked identical to the golden pearl. Furthermore, it was several times larger. It was not wrong to call it a green ball. Without a doubt, the green ball was the Transcendent King's heritage power, but seeing the green ball shoot at his forehead the moment it appeared, Shi Xiaobai turned around to run without a word. Only the heavens knew what would happen if the green ball bored into his glabella. Shi Xiaobai did not dare to let his guard down. His muscles were taut as he moved from left to right as he darted around like a crab. However, his body was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Crab steps proximity chasm. Shi Xiaobai had used crab steps to run at full speed across the snow-white plains. While running, he looked backward and was given a shock. The Transcendent King's remnant soul was following closely behind him as it flickered now and then like it was phasing. It maintained a distance of about 10 meters from him while the green ball was just right behind his head. The moment he turned his head over, the green pearl had bored into his glabella. The greenness spread out as green light swirled like a playful green pixie. The green ball that was in close proximity suddenly produced a clear resonating sound as it hurled forward, with a tiny part of it penetrating Shi Xiaobai's glabella. Shi Xiaobai's pupils constricted and with an extremely fast reaction, he lifted his hand to grab the green ball and pulled it out from his glabella, but the pull only left an excruciating pain in his head. It nearly made him black out. With a deep grunt, he hurriedly used Unleaking Turtle Aura to relieve the pain. Sensing that the green ball in his hand planning on switching to another hole, by boring into his palm, Shi Xiaobai hurriedly threw the green ball away with all his might. But at the next instant, a green beam flashed and like a laser shooting from a distance, the green ball had appeared in front of Shi Xiaobai once again. The Transcendent King's remnant soul maintained a distance 10 meters away from him as he watched him with a smile. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly turned his head and cold sweat oozed out his forehead. Be it the Transcendent King's remnant soul or the green ball, their speed was much higher than his was. Shi Xiaobai was afraid to stop, nor did he dare to turn his head again. He could only shout, "Transcendent King, it's said that your heritage power requires the inheritor to be willing or it will be destroyed." This king did not come to the 9th level willingly. This king was scammed by the Infernal Queen, the assessment program. Calm down first. There is always room for negotiation. Shi Xiaobai attempted to speak reason with the Transcendent King. However, the response he received was the Transcendent King's exclamation like he was a recording on repeat. Be excited, be joyful. A boy chosen by the king. You shall inherit this king's will and become the supreme Transcendent King. Shi Xiaobai's heart thumped as he shouted once again, this king absolutely refuses to accept your heritage. If you continue forcing this king will rather suffer an internecine outcome than compromise. The Transcendent King continued his exclamations without a change in tone, be excited, be joyful. A boy chosen by the king. You shall inherit this king's will and become the supreme Transcendent King. Shi Xiaobai. The remnant soul did not have any thoughts of its own. It resembled a program. Even the lines it had were designed ahead of time. But what did a boy chosen by the king mean? Was the Transcendent King's heritage limited by sex and age? Or was it possible that the Transcendent King had guessed that the inheritor would be a boy 15,000 years ago? Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly. This wasn't of utmost pertinence. What was important was that the Transcendent King's remnant soul did not have any will or intelligence of its own. There was no way to speak reason with it. And the green ball looked at him like a sex pervert seeing a beauty. It constantly pursued him and penetrated every orifice he had. How was it to be stopped? Just as Shi Xiaobai thought of the green ball, he felt an itch on his neck. It was as though something had just brushed past his neck. It was that green ball. It had rolled down from the back of his head and the skin it brushed past felt a chill and a slight itch. Shi Xiaobai was alarmed as he felt that the green ball was already rolling down his back like a molester caressing his back. From time to time, it would strike forward as though it was trying to penetrate his body through his back. However, there was no hole on his back like his glabella and palm. The green ball could only continue rolling and leap constantly as it was without any options. Shi Xiaobai felt his scalp tingle as his body tensed up. After a long while, he realized that the green ball was still striking his back mindlessly in the hopes of finding a hole. He was slightly relieved that it did not know how to circle around to his front. However, what followed this moment of relaxation left Shi Xiaobai in shock. The green ball began slipping downward and while adhering to his back, reached his buttocks. Wait! There were no holes on his back, but what about his buttocks? No way, right. Shi Xiaobai suddenly widened his eyes as an intense ominous foreboding overwhelmed him. At the same time, the green ball had rolled to the middle of his buttocks. Suddenly, it emitted a sound of joy as though it had found a treasure vault. Suddenly, it spun once and impatiently charged forward. That place won't do. Shi Xiaobai roared in his heart as he swatted forcefully with his backhand. He had managed to swat the green ball away in a timely fashion, preventing a tragic result from happening. He turned in anger and glared at the green ball that was hurtling straight for him again. Just in time, the Transcendent King shouted, "Be excited, be joyful. A boy chosen by the king. You shall inherit this king's will and become the supreme transcendent king, but go fuck yourself. It could not be tolerated. Shi Xiaobai was infuriated. The green ball did not know what it had nearly done. Detecting Shi Xiaobai turn around, it happily charged straight for Shi Xiaobai's glabella. Shi Xiaobai sneered as he stretched out both his arms and opening his palms. Black and white streams of light emitted from his palms and instantly condensed into two holy swords. One was named Holy Radiance and the other was named Darkness. At the same time, golden points of light began emerging out of the ground as they lingered around Shi Xiaobai's body. They condensed into a golden glow, and as they enveloped Shi Xiaobai's body's surface, it was as though he was donned in golden battle armor. Excalibur, the power of sword truth. This king will fight it out with you. Shi Xiaobai roared angrily as he brandished both swords simultaneously. Ding! 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 The white sword on his left swept up a squall, and accompanying that were sharp sword beams. Mist suddenly condensed within the squall as everything became icy cold sword intent. Air began to freeze and crack as a sharp crackle emitted. Boom! 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 The black sword on the right swept up an inferno as the flames crackled. The ground ruptured under the flames as rubble began lifting off the ground and crashed down like meteorites. As the rubble melted into molten rocks in the flames, the sudden plummeting made it seem like a meteor shower. Dual blade style. Koan Peng's four swords. Shi Xiaobai did not dare hold back. The sword techniques he used were his best. Sizzle. With the four elements of wind, fire, ice, and earth slashing out in sword beams, they clashed with one another and emitted sizzling sounds. Instantly, they consumed the green ball. Dang! 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 The sound of waves surfing resounded as the green ball seemed to ride on the winds in molten rock as it rolled to a spot in front of Shi Xiaobai. Its surface remained crystalline and exuded its green luster. It was not damaged in any way. Shi Xiaobai's pupils contracted slightly as he was astonished. However, he did not give up hope. He had already kept the black and white swords. Replacing them was a golden sword. Lucifer's sword. This was the world suppression sword that he had pulled out in the underworld. In fact, it was Hero King Don Li's sword from 3,000 years ago. The Lucifer's sword in Shi Xiaobai's hand was on a completely different level from the Lucifer's sword that Don Li had in her youth. After countless battles, it had been enhanced to a completely different level. It had even managed to give birth to a sword spirit after all those years. With Shi Xiaobai's present strength, simply holding the sword would drain a fourth of his psionic power. Just swinging it would drain him off more than half. However, this sword was no doubt the strongest strength Shi Xiaobai could muster at the moment. Shi Xiaobai retreated rapidly and did not use proximity chasm. Instead, he used crab steps, passing off the spurious as genuine. He constantly changed his direction and speed in an attempt to open up a distance. Although the green ball was fast, it had extremely low intelligence. It was indeed deceived and made mistakes in its direction. However, it would immediately correct its course and chase up to him at an astounding speed. However, Shi Xiaobai did not miss this short opportunity. Immediately, with Lucifer's sword tightly clenched in his hand, he raised it high above his head. Golden light condensed on the sword tip as it formed the outline of a gigantic sword. Excalibur. After an intense discussion with Don Li in the array world, Shi Xiaobai had made several alterations to Excalibur. One of them was to reduce the time it needed to gather his sword intent. Therefore, this strike was much faster than before. Although the sword beam was no longer as boundless as before, it did not mean it was dull at all. Shi Xiaobai's strongest sword technique slashed straight onto the green ball that was shooting straight for his glabella. Boom! With a loud rumble, golden light cracked apart, and like the crack of dawn, there was a blinding light. Shi Xiaobai kept Lucifer's sword and puffed in exhaustion. The improved Excalibur would no longer drain him of all his energy, but he had used nearly all his strength in that strike. Therefore, he did not have much psionic power left. This strike determined the outcome. Be excited, be joyful. A boy chosen by the king. You shall inherit this king's will and become the supreme transcendent king, that. The transcendent king's repeated exclamations sounded once again from the resplendent golden light. A tiny green light bloomed. The green ball shot out from the golden light and charged straight at Shi Xiaobai's glabella. The green ball's crystalline luster remained, indicating that it was still completely undamaged. Shi Xiaobai's strongest sword technique was useless. If despair had a color, then it was definitely the green color emitted by that green ball. This king is a king. Fuck your inheritance. Shi Xiaobai cursed angrily as he glared at the green ball that was charging straight for his glabella. He suddenly extended his hand, grabbed it, opened his mouth and stuffed the jade ball into it with his eyes closed. Clenching down on his teeth, he chewed down on it. Shi Xiaobai had swallowed the green ball. Do you want to penetrate this king? This king will first eat you. At that instant, Shi Xiaobai had ignored the consequences. But at the next second, Shi Xiaobai's skin suddenly suffused a layer of green. Shi Xiaobai had turned green. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, The Sin Poison of the Holy Tree. Chapter 513, The Sin Poison of the Holy Tree. Translator, Citalan/WXD Editor. With the Kuan-Peng sword technique and Excalibur ineffective, Shi Xiaobai could only go for broke as he attempted to swallow the green ball. He was hoping to use the power of Tao Tai to digest the green ball. However, he never expected the green ball to be unaffected by it. Instead, it rolled down his gullet like a fish in water. It adhered closely inside Shi Xiaobai's chest cavity and beat alongside his heart. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt a shudder as he opened his mouth in the hopes of vomiting it out. The green ball suddenly produced countless green needles like a porcupine. They stabbed forcefully into Shi Xiaobai's visceral organs, limbs, meridians and blood vessels. If not for unleaking turtle aura drastically reducing the pain, Shi Xiaobai would probably have cried out in pain. But even so, the pain of his tender flesh being stabbed was still exceedingly clear. It was as though he was being bitten by thousands of ants. And at the next moment, with a flush, the green ball suddenly shot out a sticky green liquid through the countless needles. The liquid infused Shi Xiaobai's visceral organs, limbs, meridians and blood vessels, mixing with his blood, bone marrow, and every other liquid in his body. Shi Xiaobai's skin instantly turned a layer of green. Changing of his bloodline. No, it was not only so. The calamity Shi Xiaobai was facing was not only limited to that. Suddenly, crisp rattling sounds were heard from his body. Shi Xiaobai drew a gasp of cold air as he felt the bones in his body shrinking, distorting, and changing shape. His skull. His torso bones. The bones of his limbs. The 206 bones in his body were in spontaneous motion at that instant. It was either compressing, rubbing against each other or colliding. They seemed orderly but also did not seem to be following any certain pattern. However, there was one thing that was certain. Not only was Shi Xiaobai's skin turning green, his body was also shrinking. This was not as simple as a bloodline transformation but transformation into another species. Shi Xiaobai was turning from a yellow-skinned human to a green-skinned transcendent dwarf. The transcendent king's remnant soul finally changed its lines. It began reciting loudly like it was reading an essay with a perfect score. Bear with it. The pain is a necessary process of the transformation. Hold on. This is not a punishment but the transcendental favor. Relax. Do not resist. This is the heritage of a king. It's the benevolence of a king. The transcendent king played the role of an elder that gave good and patient guidance, as though it was attempting to pacify Shi Xiaobai, who was accepting the Transcendent King's heritage. Was this also part of the program's settings? Shi Xiaobai could not help but scoff in anger. Bear with it? Hold on? Relax? Fuck that shit. Ignoring the fact that the pain was something no one could endure without unleaking turtle aura, who would willingly accept the darn setting of turning from human to a green-skinned dwarf. Shi Xiaobai naturally could not accept it. The moment he had thoughts of resistance, the red blood in his vessels, which were gradually being devoured by the green liquid, began boiling. It clashed head-on with the green fluid. His human bloodline was fighting the transcendent bloodline. Shi Xiaobai suddenly recalled the Infernal Queen mentioning that the Transcendent King's heritage needed to be willingly accepted by the inheritor. So that was the case. The bloodline of others would not be easily bullied either. When their master generated thoughts of resistance, they would charge forward like soldiers to protect their nation. Even though the pain from the clash of the bloodlines was something even unleaking turtle aura could not withstand, Shi Xiaobai continued conjuring his human bloodline to fight the Transcendent King's heritage through gritted teeth. The red blood and the green fluid began to engage in a massacre. The green ball suddenly vibrated violently as it issued resonating sounds like a petulant child. The Transcendent King's remnant soul also sensed the situation. Not only did it change its lines, its expression had changed as well. It said nervously, "Child, bear with it. Hold on. Relax. Definitely, do not resist it. Pain is only temporary. It will be over after tolerating it for a moment. But if you were to attempt to resist, the heritage power will result in a lashback. Once the transcendental favor becomes the sin poison of the holy tree, no one can save you." Clearly, the setting of the Transcendent King's remnant soul believed that Shi Xiaobai, who had reached the 9th level, was a trial taker willing to accept the heritage. Without any subjective thoughts, it could only understand Shi Xiaobai's sudden resistance to be out of pain. Therefore, he advised him anxiously. However, the reason why Shi Xiaobai had reached the 9th level was not that he was willing, but because the Infernal Queen had ignored the rules and sent him up against his will. Shi Xiaobai could not help but feel suspicious. The Infernal Queen clearly knew that such a situation would occur, but she had still sent him to the 9th level. Could it be that she would think he would compromise by accepting the Transcendent King's heritage under the threat of death? Or was she trying to kill him? But with her strength, wouldn't it be easier for her to kill him directly if she wanted to kill him? Then, what if the answer was the former? No matter how much a slut the Infernal Queen was, she was definitely not a fool. She was even very clever. She definitely knew what he would do when he faced such a situation. Upon thinking of that, Shi Xiaobai suddenly grinned. Eking out his survival by being a green-skinned dwarf? No. This king will absolutely not do it. Upon sensing the master's intense will to resist, the human bloodline boiled even more vigorously. Fresh red blood began devouring the green liquid as the bones that were being compressed and distorted suddenly stretched out. As though warriors that had been crushed down by a boulder suddenly raised their hands to lift the rock, they stood up with verve and straightened their backs in an upright position. Wah! Wah! Wang! The green ball suddenly spun around at an extremely fast speed. It began creating a great deal of friction between his chest and sternum as an ear-piercing sound was emitted. The Transcendent King's expression changed drastically as he screamed, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Accept the Transcendent King's heritage and you will possess supreme power, becoming a king among the Transcendents. You will become the ruler of the world. Your fate will definitely change as a result. Quickly stop!" The Transcendent King shouted hysterically. However, it was only a remnant soul. Although it was given a portion of the Transcendent King's emotions, it did not have any intelligence, not to mention any strength. It could not prevent Shi Xiaobai's resistance, and it could only attempt to persuade Shi Xiaobai with words. Shi Xiaobai turned a deaf ear to it as he closed his eyes and tried to use the power of his human bloodline. He constantly attempted to devour the Transcendent King's heritage and pressed on at every stage. Finally, the power of his bloodline enveloped the green ball. The human bloodline was deeply ingrained within him, so with Shi Xiaobai's resolute resistance, the Transcendent King's heritage was unable to put up a fight. This king's fate is decided by this king. Shi Xiaobai suddenly widened his eyes and roared at the Transcendent King. The power of his bloodline transformed into an invisible hand that clenched the green ball tightly. Suddenly, it tightened as the green ball struggled vigorously and emitted sharp cries. Ah 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 ah. The Transcendent King's remnant soul screamed even more tragically. Its translucent body suddenly faded in and out of existence and gradually became even more transparent, as though it was a wisp of cloud that could dissipate at any moment. Darn sinner! To destroy my transcendental heritage, the sin poison of the holy tree will turn you to pus and you will be reduced to nothing. The Transcendent King cursed viciously and with a poof, it dissipated, turning into a light green smoke which dispersed into the air. At the same time, the green ball in Shi Xiaobai's body suddenly turned black. It went from green to dirty black. Boom, dot. The black ball suddenly cracked in Shi Xiaobai's body with a boom. If not for his bloodline's power enshrouding it that formed an invisible barrier, his heart, which was in close proximity to the ball, would have been torn to shreds. But even so, Shi Xiaobai still spat out a mouthful of blackened blood. The explosion of the black ball was like the rupturing of a ball of water. Black liquid squirted out and doused Shi Xiaobai's internal organs. They did not corrode his flesh and blood like acid but instead infused into them, turning his blood-red fascia black instantly. The poison instantly spread itself into his visceral organs and every inch of his blood vessels. The holy tree's sin poison? Only then did Shi Xiaobai realize the obscure meaning of its name. The black liquid that had spread throughout his body after the explosion green ball that turned black was the poison of the Transcendence Holy Tree on the 7th level. No, that Transcendence Holy Tree was only a replica. That poison was on a completely different level than the poison that was flowing within Shi Xiaobai's veins. Even though Shi Xiaobai possessed a constitution that was resistant against poison, just 20% of the true Transcendence Holy Tree's poison was already fatal. His skin, flesh, blood, tendons, bones, nerves and every cell in his body were instantly infected by the black poison. They were dying. Shi Xiaobai had turned black. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Balance of One's Worldviews. Chapter 514, Balance of One's Worldviews. Translator, Cetalan Editor. The Transcendence Holy Tree that truly existed in history was a supreme divine object which had created the transcendents, celestials, and infernals. The imitation that was imprecisely produced on the 7th level of the 9 Revolutions Transcendental Tower could not be compared at all. Under Shi Xiaobai's poison resistance and this turtle is hardest, the poison from the counterfeit holy tree was not a poison but a tonic for Shi Xiaobai. However, the holy tree sin poison that erupted after the backlash from the Transcendent King's heritage power was the real poison of the holy tree. The toxicity was terrifying beyond imagination. Even after 80% of the poison had been reduced through his poison-resistant body, the remaining 20% was still fatal for humans. Shi Xiaobai's organs, limbs, and blood vessels were being encroached by the black poison as his skin turned black. His vital organs instantly fell victim and his cells rapidly died. His body was devastated and his biological processes were coming to a halt. If he was not rescued, Shi Xiaobai would die within a minute. Shi Xiaobai obviously would not sit idle. He immediately powered Unleaking Turtle Aura as much as he could to hold off the numbing of his limbs. He raised his hands with great difficulty and pressed down on his temples. After pressing down a few times, he immediately moved from top to bottom, down his face, neck, shoulders, chest, and waist. He pressed down on himself in an orderly manner. It looked neither fast nor slow, but the speed of his hands had allowed him to finish massaging every part of his upper body in less than 30 seconds. Massage technique of God. It was one of the most amazing and unimaginable prizes the Absolute Choice had given him to date. On the surface, it was known as an offensive skill, but in fact, it was not too much an exaggeration to call it a divine skill. Shi Xiaobai had once used the massage technique of God to reduce Mozi from a fat chick to a petite, cute chick. He had also used the massage technique of God to solve a problem that had plagued Mu Yuesheng for several years. He had managed to widen her mind expanse, a feat deemed impossible by the field of psionic ability research. The massage technique of God could even greatly reduce the fatigue in one's muscles and give fresh strength to a person's body. It even allowed an exhausted person to experience new life, like giving spring to withered wood through the massage. Back on the third level, Shi Xiaobai had used the massage technique of God to provide unlimited endurance for Mozi and Kevin. He allowed them to train without rest in a short period of time, greatly increasing their strength. The massage technique of God was nearly omnipotent, so much so that Shi Xiaobai even believed that there was no problem in the world that the massage technique of God could not solve. If once wouldn't do, twice would do the trick. However, in order to maintain the balance of one's worldview, the more imbalanced something is, the more limitations it would have. Just like Speechless Lee's mirror replication. Its powerful abilities were absurd, but in fact, a superpower like mirror replication had more limitations than the superpowers of Luyu, Pulp Farmer, and company. Furthermore, there was an absolute limitation. However, Speechless Lee would deftly avoid the absolute limitation when using his superpower. Furthermore, he would use the ability to its utmost perfection under the limitations of mirror replication. Don Lee had previously seen through the imperfections of mirror replication. In fact, that was one of the many weaknesses mirror replication had. The massage technique of God naturally had limitations. Shi Xiaobai had discovered the first limitation on the third level. After repeatedly using giving spring to withered wood on Mozi and Kevin, it slowly became apparent that the effects were weakening. Although the decrease after each application was not obvious, with the passage of time and the increase in the number of applications, the cumulative decrease became apparent. It even reached a point when giving spring to withered wood did not even affect the two. It was then apparent that the massage technique of God had a limitation when it came to the same person being massaged. Although there had been no systematic experimentation which prevented Shi Xiaobai from judging if the limitation was forever or just a temporary sensory overload. But at least, it was impossible to make the massage technique of God become a perpetual motion machine. This limitation was in fact rather acceptable. It did not seem to lessen the absurd properties of massage technique of God by too much. However, Shi Xiaobai had discovered a second limitation on the 7th level. This limitation could be deemed fatal. Back in the array world of the God's slaughtering formation, he and Don Lee had been pursued by monsters. They had just engaged in a life and death battle, with Shi Xiaobai using all his strength to use Excalibur. Don Lee had also used the power of her sword soul twice. Therefore, the both of them were completely exhausted. They escaped together and relied on each other without abandoning the other. In order to protect the other, they would push themselves to the fullest to the point of fainting. It also resulted in Shi Xiaobai being forced to use the evil seed of fury. In fact, Shi Xiaobai had once attempted to use the massage technique of God on himself before he attempted using it on Don Lee in the array world. However, be it giving spring to withered wood or the massage technique of God's other effects, their effects were nearly nothing on himself and on Don Lee. It could even be said to be completely useless. Shi Xiaobai had once pondered over the matter repeatedly before he finally had a vague inkling of the reason. The massage technique of God was not omnipotent. It had an absolute limitation. And the greatest limitation was the difference in level. Why were the effects of the massage technique of God so prominent when used on Mozi, Kevin, and Mu Yuesheng? Yet, it was completely useless on himself and Don Lee? The root cause was that their physical toughness was on a completely different level from the trio. Donli was the strongest human in history. Not only was her sword technique extraordinary at the equivalent to the psionic mortal realm, her physical toughness also far exceeded her peers. There was no need to mention Shi Xiaobai. With the power of Taotia's ability to consume and digest the transcendent holy fruit, the celestial jade, and the infernal king's sword, his physical toughness had been enhanced to the point of him being able to clash straight on with King Leonis in the Transcendent's third transformation. He could be considered as a freak to other humans at the psionic mortal realm. The theory behind the massage technique of God was to use an unimaginable massage to influence a person's body. It could be compared to molding a pliable piece of clay into various clay sculptures. The receiver's physical toughness would clearly affect the effects of the massage technique of God. Soft clay was easily molded, but what if the soft clay became hard metal? Could it still be easily molded? This was the greatest limitation of the massage technique of God. Its omnipotence was only limited to physical toughness. For soft clay like Matzi, it was easily molded, but when molding metals like Shi Xiaobai and Donli, no amount of pressing could deform them. Of course, this did not mean that the limits of the massage technique of God were that. In fact, the massage technique of God was an offensive skill. Offensive skills had their proficiency differentiated into 7 levels: basics, familiarized proficiency, exemplary mastery, dominating refinement, crest of perfection, bold new world, and Arhat oversoul. Shi Xiaobai's massage technique of God had only reached the 2nd level of familiarized proficiency. If he reached the 7th level of Arhat oversoul, he could even mold diamond, not to mention metal. However, the current reality was that Shi Xiaobai's massage technique of God was only at the familiarized proficiency level. He could not effect any changes to his body. However, Shi Xiaobai had still used the massage technique of God on himself when faced with the danger of the holy tree sin poison. It was not because he was making a desperate attempt, but that Shi Xiaobai had discovered that the holy tree sin poison was rapidly destroying his bodily functions. His physical toughness was also decreasing. In other words, Shi Xiaobai's body was becoming extremely weak and feeble due to the permeation of the holy tree sin poison. Even a gentle breeze could rip his skin open. It was like metal that had been melted into liquid metal. When faced with that, the massage technique of God was like fish meeting water. It was finally able to showcase its divine power. Shi Xiaobai used the massage technique of God to massage his entire body and attempted to cleanse the toxicity of the holy tree sin poison. However, it was already deeply infused in his bone marrow. An external application like massage technique of God could only clear the toxicity up to a certain extent, but it would also simultaneously result in destruction and failure. Possible outcomes ranged from crippling to death. Soft clay was easier to mold, so they could be pressed in any way one wanted. However, Shi Xiaobai discovered that his body was not even comparable to soft clay. It was at best just sludge. Not only was it unpliable, pressing on sludge only made it mushier. Shi Xiaobai felt helpless. He could only restrict the wanton destruction of the holy tree sin poison without affecting his physical condition. After lots of hard work, Shi Xiaobai finally managed to use the massage technique of God to temporarily delay the spreading of the holy tree sin poison. It was like freezing a roaring river into a frozen river. However, it was only temporary. The rapidly flowing river would be striking with all its might onto the frozen surface. The intensity of the poison was slowly melting the repressive effects of the massage technique of God. In less than 10 minutes, the massage technique of God would lose its effects. Even the massage technique of God could only extend Shi Xiaobai's life from 1 minute to 10 minutes. It was obvious how horrifying the holy tree sin poison was. However, Shi Xiaobai did not give up. He slumped down on the ground and began to rack his brains. What other methods did he have to resolve the crisis? What other means did he have to resist the wanton destruction of the holy tree sin poison? Shi Xiaobai closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Ideas flashed across his mind. He considered and rejected one idea after another. He would absolutely not give up until the final moment. He would not feel despair until the final second. No. Even at the last second, he would not feel despair. Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai, who was deep in thought, felt a warm feeling coming from the left part of his abdomen. This sudden warmth was extremely obvious and clear under the coldness that the holy tree sin poison made his body feel. Shi Xiaobai suddenly opened his eyes and probed the left part of his abdomen. He realized that it was not a mistake. The other parts of his body were emitting a bone-chilling coldness, but only that spot was extremely warm. Shi Xiaobai hurriedly pulled his clothes up and took a look. He was surprised that despite his body turning black, there was a portion around the left part of his abdomen that remained a milky white, ruddy color. The outline of the milky white skin resembled an important organ in a person's body. It was the stomach. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, Unexpected Life-Saving Straw. Chapter 515, Unexpected Life-Saving Straw. Translator, Cetalan Editor. The only patch of skin that remained white amid the blackness outlined the shape of a stomach. With it being the upper left corner of one's abdomen, it matched the location of a human stomach. Without a doubt, the reason for the sudden abnormality was due to the human organ that is known as the stomach. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pondered. The skin around his stomach had returned to its whiteness and it emitted the warmth as expected from a human body. Clearly, it was because the holy tree sin poison around his stomach had been cleansed. But why would his stomach automatically cleanse the toxins of the holy tree sin poison? Also, why was it his stomach? Was there something special about his stomach? Wait a moment. Stomach? Stomach. An organ that holds and digests food. And when food is mentioned, it would then be no doubt that it was the power of Tao Tai. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up. He quickly thought of something special about him, the power of Tao Tai. It was a power that left Shi Xiaobai most confused. It had not only changed his taste buds and food cravings. It made ordinary rocks taste like chicken and other inedible foods to become delicious delicacies. He even had the perverse ability to convert the energy contained within objects into nourishment that could strengthen his physical constitution. With the power of Tao Tai, his physical toughness rapidly rose from an ordinary level to that of a monstrous level that allowed him to clash with King Leonis head-on. The abilities and effects could be deemed a bug in life. Shi Xiaobai had once pondered over the origins of the power of Tao Tai. After all, it was an ability he had when he woke up after falling unconscious. It was as though a pie had fallen from the sky. Shi Xiaobai knew deep down that the power of Tao Tai definitely had a secret behind it. After some thinking, he finally thought of a possibility. The power of Tao Tai could very likely be the absolute choice's reward. Recalling that back on the 6th level, Shi Xiaobai had gone through twists and turns, repeating the absolute choice several times before he finally completed the A-level choice that required him to push down the raging Xiaozi. However, he had stolen the evil seed of fury power from Kali, causing him to lose all reason. Therefore, he did not know what A-level reward he had obtained. But on careful thought, the power of Tao Tai had only appeared after he regained his consciousness after his rage ended. Be it from the time the power of Tao Tai appeared or the unscientific nature of its ability, it seemed to match the A-level choice of push down the raging Xiaozi. However, Shi Xiaobai did not have any evidence. Furthermore, he had the insatiable greed of hoping that there might be another A-level reward, so he could not be completely sure of his guess. The power of Tao Tai was of unknown origin, but it was not necessarily the A-level reward. But now, with Shi Xiaobai in a dire state, the power of Tao Tai had come to the forefront. What is going on? The power of Tao Tai had modified his stomach, so now his stomach could even absorb and convert the holy tree sin poison, Or could it be that the power of Tao Tai had changed the storage of food in his stomach, resulting in it having the ability to cleanse the holy tree sin poison into nutrition? These two guesses arose in Shi Xiaobai's mind. Immediately, he took out a piece of jade and stuffed it into his mouth. Shi Xiaobai had just plundered some pieces of jade and accessories from the infernal king's chamber. He had planned for them to be a snack, but now, they were critical. Shi Xiaobai constantly stuffed the jade pieces and accessories into his mouth. As time was tight, it was as though he was eating cotton candy. He would swallow after a few chews. In less than 10 seconds, more than 10 pieces of jade and accessories had been swallowed into Shi Xiaobai's stomach. He tried to sense his body and immediately felt his stomach heat up slightly. Looking down, his eyes widened immediately. He saw the stomach-shaped white outline expand. Just like in an endless dark sky, the glow of the tiny stars had extended its range. Even if it was a tiny range, it was enough to shake the earth. Every cloud had a silver lining. The power of Tao Tai was able to convert food into anti-poison that could cleanse the holy trees in poison. Shi Xiaobai grinned as his eyes became as bright as the moon. How could this king's path end here? However, Shi Xiaobai's joy only lasted for a short while. He quickly frowned because, in the snow-white desolate plains around him, there was only empty whiteness. There was no plants or stones at all. It was completely empty. The energy from more than 10 pieces of jade and accessories was only sufficient to cleanse a tiny bit of the poison. In this godforsaken world, how was he to find sufficient food? He had a method to save himself, but he did not have the materials to do it. Shi Xiaobai frowned as he began pondering once again. Food. Where could he find food? Suddenly, Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up slightly. He hurriedly reached into another pocket and pulled out a golden ball. Master Conquest Ball. This was also the Absolute Choice's reward. It could conquer any non-human biological creature, allowing it to become a pet that was absolutely obedient to it. Shi Xiaobai pressed the button that stuck out from the ball's surface and opened the Master Conquest Ball. A white beam flashed and a snow-white colored mini poodle appeared. The snow-white poodle was about the size of a palm. It floated and gave a standing posture. Its two front paws were curled to its chest as it cocked its head. It surveyed its surroundings with its large and dewy black eyes, and when it saw Shi Xiaobai, it immediately gave an excited bark. It pounced at Shi Xiaobai and placed its paws on Shi Xiaobai's face. It extended its tongue to habitually lick him with affection. But as it stretched its tongue out midway, it was stopped by Shi Xiaobai. Woof! The little white dog barked with a look of confusion. It finally realized that its owner was somewhat different from before. His owner's skin was black and he looked very weak. Immediately, it let out a sad whine, making it resemble a weak-willed and worried child's emotions. Shi Xiaobai stroked the little white dog's head in amusement like he was playing with a doll. Up to today, he still found it hard to believe that the little white dog was the extremely greedy and extremely haughty Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign. The Master Conquest Ball had conquered the Thousand-Eye Demon Sovereign, causing it to lose its memories. It reduced its intelligence to that of a child's. Furthermore, it was completely obedient and loyal to Shi Xiaobai. It went from a terrifying beast at the level Lord grade to a tiny pet that professionally took on an adorable act. The black mastiff that was a few hundred meters tall was a Master Conquest Ball difference away from the cute and obedient mini poodle. Upon careful thought, the Absolute Choice's rewards were nearly all illogical. They seemed to attempt to break the balance of one's worldview of the world. Shi Xiaobai did not ponder too deeply into it. He turned his head to gesture to the little white dog to not approach him as it could be infected by the holy treason poison. Shi Xiaobai had naturally not opened the Master Conquest Ball to summon the little white dog as food. He was not sick and perverse enough to eat his own pet. Although the little white dog's value was still unknown, its aesthetic value was debatable and it seemed useless. As the pet of the king, its fate was definitely not to be eaten up. Shi Xiaobai opened the Master Conquest Ball completely and overturned it. He forcefully shook it a few times but nothing came out of it. Frowning slightly, Shi Xiaobai attempted to use his will to order the Master Conquest Ball. Splash! The moment he willed it, a huge pile of crystalline objects fell from the Master Conquest Ball. Diamonds! Piles of diamonds fell out. Shi Xiaobai's eyes lit up as he grinned. He was feeling slightly rejoiced. Back on the 6th level, Shi Xiaobai had spent 20 minutes to smash the diamond monster that blocked Dragon Mountain Valley into smithereens with Turtle Speed Divine Punch. It had then shattered into a pile of tiny diamonds. Back then, Shi Xiaobai did not care too much about worldly possessions like diamonds. The rookies were embarrassed to take it. Callie, as her role of Xiaozi, had cleverly suggested that the diamonds could be considered as Shi Xiaobai's well-intentions. Therefore, the rookies had each taken one out of gratefulness. However, there had been too many diamonds in the pile, so there was still quite a big pile left. Shi Xiaobai had originally planned on ignoring the pile of diamonds when the little white dog suddenly requested to come out of the Master Conquest Ball. The moment it came out, it began eagerly picking up the diamonds on the ground. It later realized that its tiny body could not pick up more than a few diamonds. It had then looked at Shi Xiaobai with a pleading look. Having his heart softened, Shi Xiaobai had thrown all the diamonds on the ground into the space within the Master Conquest Ball. He allowed the greedy little white dog to be able to roll around a diamond-laden bed alone, so as to comfort its loneliness as a bachelor dog. He had never expected that those diamonds would become his life-saving straw. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, The Immaculate Black and the Holy White. Chapter 516, The Immaculate Black and the Holy White. Translator, Sitalan Editor. Shi Xiaobai immediately reached out his hand and picked up a large piece of diamond and stuffed it into his mouth. Although Shi Xiaobai had later discovered that the diamond fragments were the medium used by the level lords to create an illusion, the level lords were now all dead. Furthermore, with his life on the line, so what if they were a hallucination medium? He would even eat shit, pooey. He would rather die than do so. In short, Shi Xiaobai began to wolf down on the diamonds. They tasted like popcorn, and it would have been perfect if there was a cup of iced Coke to match it. Shi Xiaobai relished the thought and did not feel any depression or despair from being poisoned. Woof! Suddenly, a pitiful bark was heard. It sounded soft and plaintive, making it resemble a kitten's cry. Shi Xiaobai turned his head in surprise and noticed the little white dog looking at him with teary eyes as it stared at the diamonds in his hand in a pitiful manner. The little white dog was a once the thousand-eyed demon sovereign, so although it had lost all its memories and had a decrease in its intelligence, its greedy nature had not changed at all. Seeing the diamonds that it fondled intimately on a daily basis being eaten, how could it willingly give them up? How could it not feel the pinch? Shi Xiaobai sighed. He always detested the act of stealing from people, not to mention stealing from a dog. Although the dog being owned by him meant that the dog's items were ought to be his, the items were a gift from him. So to tyrannously take it for his own did not match his way of the king. Shi Xiaobai frowned slightly and stopped eating. Woof! The little white dog seemed to sense the dilemma Shi Xiaobai was in. Suddenly, it lifted its paws to wipe its eyes like a human. With a whoosh, it flew to the pile of diamonds and picked up a few pieces and flew back to Shi Xiaobai, handing the diamonds over. Woof! 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 The little white dog called out gently like a kitten. Although its eyes seemed unwilling to part with the diamonds, there was more of a resolve and anticipation in them. Shi Xiaobai immediately felt his heart warm up as he was touched. Good boy. Shi Xiaobai gently stroked the little white dog and said seriously, "This king will definitely return it to you 100-fold. Woof! The little white dog nodded excitedly and pushed the diamonds in its paws toward Shi Xiaobai's mouth, urging him to eat the diamonds quickly. After Shi Xiaobai took the diamonds, he began wolfing down on them. In less than a minute, all of the diamonds on the ground had been eaten clean. Shi Xiaobai pulled up his shirt and was immediately somewhat dumbfounded. Although he had eaten a huge number of diamonds, the amount of energy required was far from enough. His fair skin had only extended from his abdomen to his chest and waist. However, above his collarbone and below his navel, as well as his limbs, they remained black. Less than a third of the holy trees and poison had been cleansed. But where was Shi Xiaobai to find food? There was no grass or tree bark in the endless snow-white desolate plains he was on. There was also no more food on him that he could eat. He had only repressed the holy trees and poison for 10 minutes using the massage technique of God. Now, with about 3 minutes having passed, there were only a short 7 minutes left. Where was he to find more food? Shi Xiaobai reached another impasse, but he did not give up hope. He began pondering with his brows furrowed. Woof! Suddenly, the little white dog barked out once again. Shi Xiaobai looked up and was immediately left dumbfounded. He saw the little white dog open its mouth and spit out a luminous pearl that was about the size of its body. It did not only stop there. After spitting out the pearl, the little white dog prostrated itself, and in a vomiting pose, a series of crystalline pearls came out like an endless waterfall. After the little white dog vomited the luminous pearl in the pile of pearls, it gave them a teary glance before gritting its teeth and grabbed the luminous pearl with its paws and flew towards Shi Xiaobai. Woof! The little white dog placed the luminous pearl in Shi Xiaobai's hand. Its eyes were teary, but they looked resolute. It resembled a child who had fallen but had refused to cry. Shi Xiaobai was momentarily at a loss for words. He was surprised that the tiny body stored so much treasures. From the looks of it, they were the treasured possessions of the thousand-eyed demon sovereign. They were probably treasures that the little white dog cherished innately. With its intelligence, it probably could not understand the situation. But from its point of view, it believed that its master was hungry and had wanted to eat its diamonds. But now, seeing its master frown, even though it could not bear to part with its treasures, the little white dog had resolutely handed the diamonds over. It had even vomited the treasured possessions that it cherished greatly. It was like a 3 or 4-year-old giving up his beloved toys after seeing his parents vexed. This was such a lovable and sensible little white dog. Okay. Shi Xiaobai fell silent for a long while before he gave an affirmative response. His brows relaxed as he gave a warm smile. Taking the luminous pearl, he placed it in his mouth. He did not say thank you, nor did he make a promise of returning it 100-fold. Neither did he reveal a look of reluctance. He only smiled warmly in a high-spirited manner from the bottom of his heart. This is this king's pet. The pet of a king. Woof! The little white dog barked in joyful excitement. It was like a child that had received the compliments of his parents. Shi Xiaobai swallowed the luminous pearl and the pearls on the ground. He did not mind at all that the treasures had been vomited out of the little white dog's body. In fact, the taste was no different from glutinous rice balls. They were sweet and greasy. A gentle bite filled his mouth with the flavored fillings within the glutinous rice balls. The little white dog began flying around Shi Xiaobai like an energetic pixie. Seeing Shi Xiaobai about to finish the pearls, it immediately prostrated and vomited again. This time, it vomited gold that filled the ground.